18 years ago, a cataclysmic event shook the world. In an instant, a towering structure materialized from thin air, bringing with it a mysterious gate that unleashed monstrous beings into our realm. Chaos ensued, and humanity found itself in a desperate struggle for survival, but amid the turmoil, something extraordinary occurred. People began awakening to newfound powers, becoming what the world would come to know as players. These gifted individuals were humanity's glimmer of hope, rising to the challenge and becoming a powerful new force to reckon with. They became symbols of wealth and admiration, celebrated as heroes, yet, our main protagonist, whose name is yet to be revealed, was never granted the privilege of choice. Instead, we find him diligently working a part-time job as a food delivery person. Today, he enters the Grand Guild Company building, carrying trays of delicious meals to serve the customers. A man in a sharp suit greets him, directing him to place the food on the designated table. Sorry for being late, our protagonist apologizes as he serves the hungry patrons, urging them to enjoy their meals. As he makes his way back to the restaurant on his trusty scooter, his attention is drawn to a massive billboard displaying the newest hero, Yusikwu. This remarkable individual, aged 18, possesses the rare ability to freeze his adversaries, making defeating them a breeze. Yusikwu is what they call an innate ability user, a player with a cheat-like power, deemed vastly superior to regular players. His daydream is interrupted by an impatient honk from the car behind him. Apologizing once again, our protagonist resumes his journey, navigating through the bustling city streets. Nightfall arrives, and he finally returns to his humble abode. The sight of an overflowing mailbox fills him with anticipation, hoping to find a coveted player invitation letter. However, reality delivers a harsh blow, as he discovers letters demanding loan repayments and hospital bills, but no invitation letter in sight. Disappointed, he lets out a sigh, wondering when his chance will come. With a heavy heart, our protagonist enters the house, greeted warmly by his younger sister. Grateful for his hard work, she shares that she was up doing homework and that their mother is sleeping more peacefully than usual. This news brings a sense of relief to our protagonist's troubled mind. Concerned about their mother's well-being, he starts to inquire if his sister gave her a massage, but before he could finish, she whispers, "Happy birthday." In her hands, she presents a delightful chocolate cake adorned with 18 glowing candles. It's a heartfelt surprise, and our protagonist is taken aback by his sister's thoughtfulness. Amid the celebration, he can't help but ask where she got the money for the cake, considering the funds he gave her for new clothes. His sister denies using the money for the cake, but he can see through her fib as her clothes are tattered. She insists she had money and playfully threatens to eat the entire cake if he won't join her, calling out her name. Yujong, our protagonist, thanks her sincerely, cherishing this unexpected gesture from his little sister. However, before they dive into the sweet treat, she hands him an envelope, suggesting they read the letter first. Thinking it's one of the birthday letters she wrote for him, he opens it and is left utterly shocked. It's a player invitation letter from the Players Association, a dream come true. Speechless and overwhelmed, he finally received what he had been longing for. The letter confirmed that he was indeed a player, someone with extraordinary abilities. His sister confesses that she secretly retrieved the letter from the mailbox to surprise him. Overjoyed, she congratulates her older brother, wrapping him in a warm embrace. Filled with hope and determination, our protagonist believes this is his chance to change their lives for the better. However, as he quietly opens the door to his mother's bedroom, where her frail form lies in bed, he contemplates what lies ahead. The player life offers great promise, but what he desires most is to find a way to heal his mother's illness. Excitement and determination surged through Kim Giju as he stood outside the Grand Korea Players Association building, ready to embark on his journey. Suppressing his emotions, he knew this was just the beginning of something extraordinary. As he entered the building, a friendly receptionist greeted him with a warm good morning. Introducing himself as Kim Giju, he followed her instructions, uttering the words "status window." In an instant, a pop-up window materialized, displaying his name and level 1 status. However, next to his innate ability, there were question marks, indicating it hadn't been revealed yet. Curious, he inquired about this to the receptionist, with a smile. She congratulated him on being an innate ability user, but the specifics remained a mystery for now. Kim Giju was overjoyed. Not only was he now a player, but he also possessed an extraordinary, godlike innate ability. His hands trembled with excitement as he rechecked the status window, confirming the truth of his newfound powers. Unbeknownst to him, another player had overheard their conversation from afar. As the receptionist assured him that a trainer would be arriving shortly to provide detailed guidance, the stranger approached them. To everyone's surprise, the mysterious player turned out to be none other than Yusikwa, the esteemed hero with the freezing ability. Both Kim Giju and the receptionist were taken aback by Yusikwa's sudden appearance. Ever confident, Yusikwa asked the receptionist if he could be Kim Giju's guide, having overheard their discussion unintentionally. While it was against the norm, the receptionist couldn't refuse the request from the newest hero, recognizing him as Yusikwa. After all, she boasted 10 years of experience as a pro, and she was willing to make an exception for such an esteemed figure. Kim Giju couldn't believe his luck. Guided by none other than the renowned Yusikwa, he knew this was a chance to grow stronger, learn about his innate ability, and become a true force to be reckoned with. Following Yusikwa, Kim Giju ventured into the portal zone, ready to face the unknown. Despite his nerves, he affirmed his readiness to proceed. However, upon seeing the multitude of monsters at the entrance of the first floor, Kim Giju couldn't help but express his concern. Yusikwa, on the other hand, remained unfazed, assuring him that this was an unusual occurrence but a great opportunity for them. Explaining that the situation would allow for quicker explanations, Yusikwa introduced the 100 Goblin test. This test was designed to assess the potential of players below level 10. Participants had to defeat 100 goblins without using any skills, and the time taken for this challenge determined their future potential. As Yusikwa elaborated on the ranks based on clear times, Kim Giju learned that innate ability users were the most remarkable. A regular player might take years to reach a certain level, while an innate ability user could achieve the same in just a few months. Their growth potential was truly tremendous, making them stand out in the world of players. Eyes gleaming with ambition, Yusikwa shared his dream with Kim Giju. He aimed to create the best guild, surpassing all others, and to achieve that, he sought skilled players, especially those with innate abilities like Kim Giju. Encouragingly, Yusikwa expressed his anticipation of meeting Kim Giju again in the tower once he became stronger. With newfound determination, they commenced their training, engaging the goblins with tenacity and vigor. For Kim Giju, this was a turning point. He vowed to change his life, to grow stronger, and to unlock the full potential of his innate ability. 5 years had passed since Kim Giju embarked on his journey as a player. Now, in the heart of a dense forest, the sounds of intense combat filled the air. As the view clears, we witness Kim Giju locked in battle with a goblin. With a final strike, he triumphs over the creature, but exhaustion takes its toll, leaving him gasping for breath on the ground. Approaching the scene, two guys speculate that it must be part of the infamous 100 Goblin Challenge, a popular test among players. Despite his victory, Kim Giju's frustration is palpable as he calls out for his status window. Overwhelmed by disappointment, Kim Giju questions how someone like him, who was given the rare opportunity of being a player with a special innate ability, but for the past 5 years it still takes him an hour to kill a goblin. We see the status window, revealing his name, level 1, and innate ability still shrouded in question marks. He has remained stagnant for 5 long years. Amidst a group of players celebrating their swift goblin kills, one figure stands out, delivering a single sword swing that effortlessly obliterates a goblin. The group congratulates each other, reveling in the easy experience points earned. They chatter about leveling up and express excitement for tomorrow's journey to the second floor. scheduled to meet at the entrance in the morning. As the guide bids farewell to the party, hushed whispers follow in his wake. Rumors swirl among the members about their guide, the lowest ranked player among guide users, who's ironically nicknamed the player who can't level up. Little do they know that this seemingly unremarkable guide is none other than Kim Giju. With his duties as a guide complete, Kim Giju retreats to a secluded area known only to him, a secret spot he's found after wandering on the lowest floor for the longest time. The watch on his wrist reminds him of the significance of this moment. As he gazes at the specific location where a lone goblin spawns daily, he prepares to ambush it. Moving cautiously, Kim Giju steps closer, trying not to alert the goblin to his presence. However, a slight misstep creates a noise that catches the goblin's attention. In an instant, the creature turns, locking eyes with Kim Giju, and launches a fierce attack with its spear aimed straight for his head. Reacting with lightning speed, Kim Giju barely manages to deflect the strike, using his sword as a last-second defense. The goblin's relentless assault pushes him to the limits of his skill, and he realizes that today's battle will be no easy feat. As Kim Giju makes his way to the guide team management office, he unexpectedly bumps into Teo, another fellow guide. Teo appears agitated, offering a quick apology before existing, leaving Kim Giju puzzled by his behavior. Inside the office, he seeks answers from the guide team manager Otashik about Teo's situation. With an embarrassed expression, Manager Otashik reveals that Teo will be taking over Kim Giju's group starting tomorrow. Due to the rumors surrounding Kim Giju, the group requested a change in their guide. This news stings, reminding Kim Giju of the nickname that had been circulating about him. Meanwhile, on the news, the Angela Guild's potential breakthrough on the 75th floor is making headlines, sparking celebration among players. In the world today, everything revolves around players, akin to idols. Gates can manifest anywhere, and the opportunity to become a player is open to anyone. A specific mention on the news catches Kim Giju's attention, a request for help from Korea's Player Association regarding an S-ranked gate in the U.S. The promise of considerable compensation for participants lures many, but for Kim Giju, the path to becoming a true player seems distant. As the guide team manager hands over Kim Giju's paycheck for the day, he expresses that Teo shouldn't be blamed for the recent changes. However, Kim Giju reassures the manager that Teo is not at fault and has nothing to apologize for. The manager then surprises Kim Giju with unexpected news: a commission has been given to him. The revelation leaves Kim Giju astonished, wondering what this commission entails and how it might affect his journey as a player. The next day, a new group member, Kim Seonpil, introduced himself to guide Kim Giju as Sequa's cousin. Surprised by this connection, Kim Giju welcomed him. The rest of the party consisted of Yoon Jae-won, Yoon Sung-woo, and Kim Hanul. They were all gathered for a tutorial lasting 5 days and 4 nights, starting that day. As they set out, they eventually reached a spot to set up camp as night approached. Working together, they pitched tents and prepared food for dinner. Gathering around the campfire, Yoon Jae-won asked a rather blunt question about Kim Giju's level not increasing. Kim Seonpil was visibly frustrated by his party members' impoliteness, but Kim Giju remained calm and admitted the truth. He assured them that if they had any other questions, he would gladly answer. Conversation turned to their training for the day, centered around learning how to defeat monsters. Kim Giju encouraged them, assuring them that they would be able to level up and catch up with others in no time. He mentioned that as long as they didn't encounter a guardian, they wouldn't be in grave danger. Guardians were elite monsters found on each floor, often targeted by guilds and large parties for their valuable experience and item drops. However, they were incredibly dangerous, especially for lower-ranking players. Kim Giju explained that guilds focused on hunting these guardians, particularly on lower floors, so they should be relatively safe from running into them. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the tower, an orc was desperately fleeing from something. Tripping over a rock, the orc fell to the ground, fear coursing through its body. As it turned around, its terror grew as it saw a much larger, more menacing monster approaching. with a chilling crunch of bones and splashing of blood. An even bigger monster with a ravenous glint in its eyes emerged, leaving a scene of horror in its wake. On day 2 of the tutorial, the party found themselves on the second floor of the tower, facing orcs in the forest. Despite being larger than goblins, the orcs were slower, making it easier for the group to clear them. Their combined efforts and newfound skills allowed them to overcome the challenges with relative ease. Day 3 took them to the third floor, where they encountered both goblins and orcs together. However, the lack of intelligence and leadership among the monsters worked in their favor, as the group efficiently handled them. Kim Gidju's clever tactic of using a single rock to create infighting among the monster party proved invaluable, allowing them to overcome the odds, with the guide's assistance. They swiftly leveled up and navigated through the safest paths. After setting up camp and enjoying a meal, excitement buzzed among the party members as they discussed the upcoming 5th floor test, which they would face after enduring the 4th floor the next day. Anticipation filled the air as they eagerly wondered what classes they would receive upon completing the test. However, amidst the lively chatter and dreams of their future classes, Kim Gidju found himself lost in thoughts, reminiscing about the 5th floor. There was a hint of nostalgia and perhaps some unresolved emotions tied to that particular level. On the 4th floor, the monsters appeared similar to those on the 3rd floor. But with a crucial difference, they were stronger and faster, requiring the party to adapt their strategy accordingly. Despite the challenge, each member remained in top shape, displaying their newfound skills and learning quickly. However, amidst their progress, a cloud of dust in the distance caught Kim Gidju's attention, raising alarm bells in his mind. Dust winds were not supposed to appear on the 4th floor today, and this unexpected occurrence filled him with a sense of foreboding. Urgently, he warned the party that they needed to leave the area immediately. Kim Gidju had long understood that tutorials were no mere game. The risks were real, and the slightest misstep could spell disaster. As the group attempted to escape, one member suffered a leg injury, and another froze in fear as an orc attacked, narrowly saved by a fellow party member. With a sinking feeling, Kim Gidju prayed that the approaching figure behind the charging orcs was not what he feared, a guardian. Yet, as the dust settled, the colossal monster revealed itself with a deafening scream, confirming Kim Gidju's worst fear. With time pressing against them, Kim Gidju swiftly took action. He threw a smoke bomb at the approaching horde of monsters, creating a diversion and buying them precious moments to escape. The healthy members of the party carried their wounded comrades as they followed Kim Gidju, seeking refuge in a cave nestled on the side of a rocky cliff. Inside the cave, they caught their breath and attempted to assess their situation. Kim Gidju informed them about the unexpected appearance of a guardian on the 4th floor, emphasizing the need to stay vigilant and understand their circumstances. However, their focus was interrupted when one of the party members remained unconscious due to a poison wound sustained during their escape. Kim Gidju assured them that she would recover once she took the antidote. But to their dismay, the antidote was missing. It had fallen out of Kim Gidju's backpack during their hurried retreat. He berated himself for making such a rookie mistake in a critical moment. Despite the urgency of the situation, Kim Gidju maintained composure and devised a plan. He told the rest of the party to stay put while he went to summon a rescue team. Concerned for his safety, they advised him against venturing out alone, but Kim Gidju reassured them. With extensive knowledge of the tutorial floors, he believed he could handle the task safely. Emerging from the cave, Kim Gidju faced a challenging reality. The Guardian's presence had disrupted the monster's usual patterns, making it harder to predict their locations. With only one smoke bomb left, he searched for an alternative path to reach a higher point on the hill where he could light the signal. In a harrowing moment, Kim Gidju found himself facing the looming threat of the Guardian. As he attempted to light the signal for the rescue team, the Guardian struck him from behind, sending him crashing into a rocky wall, injured and coughing up blood. The explosion from the fallen smoke bomb filled the area with a dense cloud of smoke, obscuring his vision and leaving him disoriented. Summoning his courage, Kim Giju reached for a nearby flare gun and shot it into the air, hoping to attract help. With determination in his heart, he started running, knowing that his only chance of survival lay in putting as much distance as possible between him and the Guardian. Although injured and in pain, he refused to succumb to despair, determined to find a way to escape. As he ran, the path ahead led him to the door that marked the entrance to the 5th floor exam. But this was a treacherous place for a level 1 player like him, a realm of death and danger. The thought of leaving his family behind gnawed at him, making it impossible to simply jump through the door to evade the Guardian. Yet, driven by an instinct beyond reason, he continued onward. The door beckoned with an aura of mystery, tempting him with the possibility of escape, even if it meant facing an uncertain fate on the other side. The Guardian's relentless pursuit left him with a choice: face almost certain death at the Guardian's hands or venture through the enigmatic door into the unknown. Summoning his resolve, Kim Giju made the daring decision to look beyond the door, hoping for a glimpse of what lay on the other side. To his astonishment, the announcement confirmed his status as a player, stating that he had entered the area of the first test, and the conditions had been met. In the midst of confusion and disbelief, Kim Giju found himself lying on a grassy field as the system announcements continued to flood in. The system notified that the unverified ability within him has been identified. Also unexpectedly, the difficulty of the first test has been reduced. To his astonishment, the test turned out to be hunting a goat. This bizarre situation left him dumbfounded, and he instinctively grabbed the sword that materialized next to him, slaying the goat standing just within arm's reach. As the system prompts filled his vision, indicating that he had passed the test and his class had been decided, Kim Giju was bombarded with unexpected rewards. The phrase "perfect clear" echoed in his mind. But he couldn't comprehend what was happening. He had entered the test expecting danger and death, yet it seemed to be anything but. However, his sense of bewilderment intensified as shadowy, black-hair tentacles emerged from behind him, fully enveloping him. A voice from the darkness questioned him, asking if he was its master. Kim Giju's surroundings remained obscured, and he could not see the source of the voice, which sounded like a young boy. In the midst of this strange encounter, the voice expressed frustration at Kim Giju's inability to answer its questions. The voice claimed to have been waiting for a long time and requested a name from him to establish a link. Puzzled and bewildered, Kim Giju questioned the voice, unable to comprehend the situation. The voice, clearly exasperated with him, emphasized the importance of giving it a name for the link to take place. The system message added that an ego had requested to link with him, seeking permission to do so. Realizing that he had to choose a name for the ego, Kim Giju was overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. As he pondered the significance of this moment, everything around him suddenly went black and he started to lose his consciousness. As Kim Giju lay on the hospital bed, slowly regaining consciousness, he was met with the familiar faces of his sister and Taeshik rushing to his side. It had been 2 weeks since he was discovered unconscious inside the 5th floor. Taeshik explained that some guild members had come across the smoke bomb and found the Guardian at the entrance to the 5th floor. Unfortunately, before they could defeat it, the Guardian managed to escape, leaving it at large. Relieved to know that the other party members he was guiding had made it out safely, they visited him in the hospital, bringing comfort to his heart. Kim Giju assured his family that everything would be taken care of by insurance, urging them to get some rest and not worry about him. He looked out the hospital window, pondering the events that had unfolded. Despite passing the test on the 5th floor, Kim Giju couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment. He had expected to level up, but he was still stuck at level 1. As he stood by the window lost in thought, a silver metallic snake ring started to form on his index finger, seemingly appearing out of thin air. As Kim Giju stood outside the association building, he is adorned in his guide uniform. His silver snake ring glowed with an intense red aura, signifying the power that lay within him, the power of his enigmatic ego. Stepping through the portal, he emerged on the 1st floor, where other players were engaged in battles against goblins. As soon as he appeared, all eyes turned towards him, intrigued by the presence of the guide who had once been rumored to be unable to level up. However, the whispers of the past were quickly overshadowed by a new reputation that had spread like wildfire: the tutorial slayer. Kim Gijoo's heroic feat of overcoming the 5th floor test had earned him a new title, turning him into a legend among players. As he approached the door leading to the next floor, the atmosphere was tense. Beyond the door awaited a field teeming with menacing goblins and orcs. Yet, undeterred, Kim Gijoo calmly stepped forward, dropping his backpack with determination etched on his face. With a sudden surge of power, the ring on his finger transforms into a wicked black sword with a red eye at the top of the handle. The sword crackles with red electric light, and Kim Gijoo faces the oncoming monsters fearlessly. In a flash, he vanishes from sight, leaving behind only streaks of red light as he moves with incredible speed between the monsters, slashing them down with a single strike. The monsters are taken by surprise, unable to comprehend what is happening as their numbers dwindle rapidly. Kim Gijoo charges forward, unfazed by the danger, as he jumps and strikes the ground with his sword, creating a massive shockwave that cleaves the enemies in half. In the midst of the battle, Kim Gijoo recalls the moment he gave a name to the mysterious voice during the 5th floor test: RU. The voice, now known as RU, has become his loyal partner and the source of his newfound power. With each swing of his sword, he taps into RU's abilities, cutting through the monsters effortlessly. The status window displays Kim Gijoo's current information: name, Kim Gijoo, level 1, class and ego's partner, innate ability link, the power to connect with an ego, skill assimilate, enabling him to unify with the linked ego and utilize its abilities. As for RU, the status window reveals level 8, strength 18, dexterity 18, health 7, magic 7, and the skill accessory transformation. As the battle continues, the status window updates, showing that RU has reached level 9, further enhancing its strength and capabilities. To Gijoo, it only felt like yesterday when he was still struggling to kill an orc or two. Now it feels like more work collecting mana crystals instead. As he looks at his shining red snake ring, he asks, "Right, Lou?" We are taken back to a 1 month ago, when Gijoo was first discharged from the hospital. He enters the tower to check on his status, and finds it changed. A new class job showed him being an ego's partner. It was a good thing to come to the tower as soon as he was discharged, since he wasn't dreaming and his status really did change. Even though he knew coming to the tower right now was a mistake. If told his sister about his decision, she would call him insane for heading back into the tower right after recovering from a near-death experience. Our hero couldn't just sit still, especially since his status has changed for the first time in 5 years. However, realization dawned on him: he had no clue how to use his abilities, much less how to link with this ego thing. Our hero started to brainstorm on what to do. As if inspiration struck him, he stretched out one arm and with the other holding his face yelled, "Link up." However, only empty silence greeted him, and even the bird watching from a branch was speechless at his idiocy. Our little guy was so embarrassed at what he just did, that he sat down and curled up into a ball. Thankfully, there was no one around to see him make a fool of himself. Our fool closed his eyes and started to mutter to himself, saying how he gave that bratty voice a name, Lou. At that very moment, in a flash of red light, a bluish orb swirling with red aura was floating in front, and the system message informed him that a formless ego, Lou, has been summoned. By the way, our guy was clueless on how he just did it. As the system informed him that Lou's appearance has not been formed, it would be chosen at random due to players' lack of ability. After which the system said the ingredients for Lou's materialization will be automatically absorbed. While Gijoo was confused and trying to figure out what was going on, the orb started to vacuum suck everything from the surrounding area. The backpack with all the expense stuff inside was not spared. It literally took the cloths off our hero back. Thankfully, it left him wearing his underwear, or else we would have had to censor this portion of the story. Once the orb was done, it turned black-red and a pillar of red light descended from the heavens. As the light faded, a black demonic sword was hovering in the air. After making a poncho out of some salvaged blanket, our hero turned to the talking sword, asking for the third time if its name was really Lu. The sword called him an idiot for making it repeat itself. Gidju tried to calm down and asked what an ego was, to which the sword replied, "How the F would I know, idiot?" Our hero was getting very agitated with the black sword's attitude, but continued to ask questions, and we learn more about egos. Once a link between the ego and the master is established, only the master had control over the relationship. Kinda like master and slave. However, an ego could hurt or even kill their master. But if the master died, the linked ego would also disappear. Then, with a sinister grin, Gidju asked the sword if it could feel pain. To which the sword proudly replied that he was a distinguished ego who could feel all emotions, and if the settings were turned on, all sensations too. With a rock in his hand, the system prompt asked if he wanted to turn on Lu's pain perception. Our boy showing the words, manners. Mocketh. The man. We hear a loud scream of pain as someone getting the beating of a lifetime. We now return to the present, where an orc is killed with a wicked red slash. A system pop-up informs that Lu is absorbing the blood of the orc. More pop-ups appear saying Lu has acquired experience points and has leveled up. Lu's stat have also increased. When Gidju casually comments there was a time when Lu rebelled a lot, the sword tries to make it pass it off as an embarrassing memory, and when he thinks back on it, it still gives him chills. After seeing an eerie look cross over Gidju's face, the sword corrects himself, saying he has a chill master, and that he is very blessed to have such a wonderful master. Looks like our boy, while tempering the sword with a rock, has tamed it somewhat. With their bags full, they decided to head back down out of the tower. The next time Gidju wants to try entering a gate instead of the tower. Back at the Players Association building, Tashik warns him against entering gates for the time being. They have had several cases of gates which were supposed to be relatively easy rank F turn into higher rank C for some unknown reason. Also, 4 high rankers have died in a recent gate in the United States. Tashik told our hero this has never happened in the last 23 years, but this sudden change started a month ago. Our hero thought it might just be coincidence that it's around the time he met with Lu, but just passed it off. His guide manager was just looking out for our boy and just wanted him not to rush into danger. Gates, unlike the tower, was a better source of income. It offered more crystals, special items, and had clear bounties. Our hero could not pass up the opportunity to make more money since he was drowning in a mountain of debt. He figured that a gate being an anomaly was low and started to look for random parties to join to get some fast cash. He soon found a party and met with the group leader in a coffee shop. The expedition leader's name was Song Su-ha. A standard contact, outlining the profit distribution and such, was provided for our hero to sign. Also, equipment and gear drops would be decided with a dice roll. The leader explained that they would meet in 2 days to enter the gate and told our hero not to be late. Gates are generally categorized into 2 types. Either a one-time gate which disappears after being cleared, or a sustained gates, which do not disappear and can allow players to repeat hunting within them. Of course, the one-time games offered more unique rewards, but the sustained gate were preferred since they offer lower risks and strategies to clear them are posted publicly. On the designated time and date, our hero starts the gate with his makeshift random party. The group consisted of 5 players, a tank, 2 damage dealers, one of which was our hero. A red-haired mage type, and the leader of the expedition was the archer. It looked like everyone was a stranger except the archer and the redhead. As they were walking down the corridor, they were soon approached by a horde of zombies. With menacing red eyes, they charged into our party. The blonde tanker took to the front to block their approach, while the damage dealers started the assault with the archer's support from the backline. while the gray-haired damage dealer was complaining about how resilient the monsters were. Our hero shocked everyone by tearing through the enemy lines, like they were made of paper. In a matter of moments, the battle was over and they were sitting down recovering. The blonde tanker and the other damage dealer kept on praising and offering flattery to our Giju for making this gate a breeze and wanting to tag along to all his future endeavors. When the break was over and they were going to head out again, a sly look passed between the blonde tanker and the damage dealer. The blonde guy whispered into the gray head's ears, and a mischievous grin appears on both their faces. The party quickly made their way to a massive steel bars, which was the entrance to the boss's room. When the leader started to give an explanation on the method to clear the gatekeeper Talon, he was rudely interrupted by the blonde tanker. The redhead had a murderous expression on her face, which soon disappeared when the leader looked in her direction. After their eyes met, the leader continued with his explanation. After everyone knew their role, they broke in through the steel bars and entered the room. The large bandaged boss monster was sitting with his back towards them. The archer started the battle with an arrow shot at the boss. The monster turned around angrily and charged the whole party. The tanker took the initial hits and was flung to the back. Then the damage dealers began their assault on the boss. After taking some damage, the boss hunched down into an almost impenetrable defensive stance. Taking this chance, Giju leaped into the air for an attack. Just as he was coming down to land his attack, the system message notifications popped up telling him that his synchronization rate with Lu had increased and now he was able to use Lu's abilities more effectively. Without knowing exactly what happened, an overwhelming surge of power came down with his blade, making it possible for him to kill the boss in one strike. He stood there dumbfounded like the rest of his party members. The system notification pop-up told him the gatekeeper Talon has been defeated, and he obtained a new skill called cannibalism. It was a skill used to recover health by devouring corpses. Doesn't this feel like another cheat skill? What the hell? The party members were all surprised at what just happened. Not only did they easily clear the boss, but it even dropped equipment called Dagger of Paralysis. As per the contract, they would roll the dice to determine the distribution. While this was going on, Blondie came over and put his arms around Giju's shoulder. In a sleazy manner he said that since Giju did most of the work, Dagger should be his by right and to leave everything to them. Having been a guide for more than 5 years, our hero had developed an eye for people. He had low expectations for the tank and the dealer, but this was downright shameful. As they sat down to start the distribution, the two scoundrels made eye contact and started to put their plans into motion. The tanker grabbed a dagger and made a sudden lunge at the leader. Just then our hero grabbed Blondie's arm and flipped him over his head and onto his back. The Blondie tried to get the gray head to help, but his partner in crime was scared stupid. Our hero was thinking he was lucky to be alive, not because of the Blondie but due to the red head. Since sometime during this confrontation the red head had pulled out a dagger and was shrouded in a black aura. Wasn't she a mage? This was dangerous. Even the leader acted strangely. When the dagger was flying at his throat, the leader didn't even flinch but instead kept his focus on the dagger. Our hero, still pinning Blondie down on the ground, asked the party leader what he wanted to do with these two dirtbags. To which the leader called out the redhead's name, Harem. Then without saying another word the redhead shrouded herself with a black aura and rushed to the gray head, knocking him senseless with a single hand strike to the back of his neck. As expected, this girl was dangerous. Our hero, taking this example, also knocked the Blondie out of commission. To his surprise, a chop to the back of the head really did do the trick. Then Giju declared that he would be taking the dagger since he was the one to save the life of the other party. Also, he passed the responsibility of taking care of the dirtbags in the capable hands of the other party and told them he was going to explore a bit more before heading back. There was a reason for exploring more, since killing more zombies provided him with more stats. His ego Lu had the special ability to get stats through absorbing blood. Like goblins gave him dexterity, ores gave him strength, and zombies gave him stamina. It's another way to get higher stats than he should be at his level. Of course there is a limit to the amount of blood Lu can absorb. Since he killed all the zombies and absorbed enough blood, our hero decided to head back to the boss's room to enter the rewards room. The rewards room was a limbo space that you can only reach via the gatekeeper's corpse. However, upon entering the boss's room, our hero noticed a glow coming from one of the wall that was not there before. Upon closer inspection, the wall seems to be hollow. Then, against Lu's protest, our hero swung the sword like a hammer and crashed into the wall. The cloud of dust generated by the strike was no joke, but suddenly Lu detected the presence of an ego. And as the dust slowly settles, we can see something shining from within. Was ego something you can easily obtain? Giju began to lament that he wasted 5 years of his life, to which Lu, not missing a beat, said, because his master was an idiot. But before our hero could come back to his senses, Lu hurriedly turned the conversation around and pointed out they need to look for the ego, which was nearby. Our hero had doubts that anything could be left behind, since this was a permanent gate that's been around for a while, but Lu said otherwise. Then they came upon a white sword in a stone. Could this be the legendary Excalibur? Not knowing any better, our boy grabbed the shiny sword, and as soon as he touched the sword, he was covered in a blinding white light. In a female voice, "Are you my master?" As Giju slowly opened his eyes, he found himself in a space filled with pure white light, similar to Lu's dark space. When asked if she was the ego within the sword, she replied yes and said she has been here waiting for a master. Like before, this ego asked for a name to be called, to which our hero without hesitation said L. Then as soon as the sword was pulled out, the walls started to crack, and the whole gate became unstable. Both the egos told our hero to flee, but at the same time became aware of each other. Looks like they can now carry a three-way conversation. The two egos started to chat, to which Giju told them to shut it, since he still needed to concentrate. He saw the corpse of the gatekeeper, and immediately rushed towards it. When the floors beneath his feet started to crumble, he made a desperate leap for the corpse with his outstretched hand. Upon touching the corpse, the system immediately gave the prompt to enter the rewards room. As he was being teleported away, he noticed a huge evil eye staring at him from behind the portal. Sometime later, it was being reported on the news that the permanent gate had destroyed, but the cause was unknown. On the bright side, the gate collapsed way after he left, so he was not regarded as a suspect. And his rewards for clearing this gate were 30 violet crystals, and an additional reward, Charm of Protection. Unlike towers, gates offer crystals as rewards for clearing it, and depending on their color, the value increases. Also, some valuable items that affect health and longevity can be used by ordinary people. The charm wasn't enough to cure his mother of her illness, but it was still helpful, and the money from selling the crystals allowed them to move her to a hospital. After taking care of his mother, our hero decided to climb the tower once more. Wielding his dual swords, Giju was easily able to climb from the 6th floor all the way to the 9th floor. A floor, not long ago, he couldn't even dream of entering, was made into a reality by his two egos, Lu and L. With the amount of experience gained, L was able to level up, but due to shared experience, the pace of leveling up was a little slower. However, thanks to the synchronization skill, our hero could still feel his power level rising. Now we get a little backstory for L. She was a sword that was used to seal a demon inside the gate. However, due to having sealed the demon for a long time, most of her power had dissipated. Along with her power, her memory had also faded with the passage of time, and she couldn't remember anything about the demon or the situation that put her there in the first place. With the addition of L to the group, our hero's power was growing, and with more egos, the more powerful he would become. So the next logical step was to find more egos, and the place selected for this search was none other than the item auction house. Upon entered the auction house, his egos tried to sense other egos among the auctioned items, but as each item came up, they had yet to detect an ego. With the auction nearing its end, the last item of the day, its main attraction was brought out, and wouldn't you know it, it's an ego. But alas, how could our poor fool afford such an expensive item? At least he didn't leave empty-handed, since he was able to auction away the Dagger of Paralysis for a whopping $100,000. He had a weird grin on his face as he left the auction. On his way home, our hero stopped by a neighborhood supermarket to buy grocery. Our boy is very frugal. And as he walks home, something catches his attention. At first he notices a small tear in space right in front of him, and as he watched, it started to expand into an unexpected gate. Now let us take a moment to learn about how to deal with newly formed gates, aka gate claiming process. When a new gate is formed, it's not considered dangerous, but they need to contact the player association as soon as possible. If anyone tries to enter a newly formed, unverified gate without prior player association approval, you can find yourself sentenced up to 5 years, or fined up to $10,000. Be sure to have solid proof that you are the first to find the gate, since priority gate access and privileges are given to the first person to find it. Also known as rolling in the money when you clear it, or for the extremely lucky few, if it turns out to be a stable sustained gate. Now, we turn our attention to the Player Association Gate Supervision Department head, which happens to be our old friend Tashik, who was recently promoted to this position. As he looks over the data he received on the newest gate, he notices it's near our hero's house. Upon finding out it was our boy, Tashik in a fit of surprise, spits coffee out all over his face. Back at the scene, the Player Association representative informs our Gidju that he now has 5 days to enter the gate, or else the rights are forfeited and auctioned away. As this is happening, Tashik has arrived at the scene, waiting for his chance to talk with our boy. When done, the two head off to a nearby nice cafe to talk. Since the new gate turned out to be an F-ranked gate, Gidju plans on clearing it himself. Tashik, while drinking sweet coffee, asks Gidju which floor in the tower he was on. We now find that Gidju just cleared 10th today and was on the 11th. This is mainly due to Lu's absorbing blood skill, which was making the process take longer than normal. Got to grind for them OP stats. Anyways, Tashik gave our boy 4 days to prepare and come find him, since he was going to personally test Gidju to see if he had what it took to clear the gate, or else he wasn't allowed to go in. 4 days later, at the basement of the Player Association Tower, they are within a training room. With space expansion, protective barrier around the walls, it's the perfect place to go all out. Tashik tries to solicit our boy to join the Player Association as an agent, but Gidju flatly refuses, saying he doesn't want to settle down anywhere at the moment. As a thought occurs to him, he asks whatever happened to Teo, since the guide department disappeared when Tashik got promoted. Seems Teo joined the Karivan Guild, it's plot for later. Tashik starts to roll up his sleeves and get down to business with his bare hands. He starts off doing some fist pumps in the air, sending shockwaves in our boy's direction, shocking Gidju. Once an expert, always an expert. Don't look down on a former high ranker, and with those words starts giving off that old man vibes. Our hero's not about to take this lying down, then a boot comes flying straight for him without a moment's notice. Gidju just barely blocks the hit with the black sword's help, but still gets pushed back a few feet. Don't let your guard down in a gate, since it's as good as dying, so stay focused. Flashback to 4 days ago, at the item auction market, Gidju is shopping for more equipment. Weapons are no problem, but his defense is severely lacking. Like shopping in a mall, stores had window displays showing armor. They even have status windows showing the stats. How cool is that? Unfortunately, reality bites, and our poor fool is sticker shocked at the prices. Cheap armor gives disgustingly shitty stats, while good armor is disgustingly expensive. player economy at its best. As he sits down to pity his misfortune, he sees a commotion nearby. A kid is arguing with players, telling them not to look down on his grandpa's skills. But others just mock him, saying what could be so amazing about equipment that doesn't even have the standard pop-up. Regardless, our hero takes an interest in the boy, and tells him to take him to see his grandpa, to which the boy happily agrees. As the kid takes him down a shady staircase, our hero starts to have second thoughts, but Lou and Elle tell him that without a doubt, the kid's clothings are all egos, artificially made by human, but partially wields the strength of an ego. Upon entering the shop, Min-soo informs his grandpa that he brought a customer, to which a grumpy old voice reminded him not to bring unwanted guests. But to Gijju's surprise, his egos inform him that everything in this store was an ego. How could this be? As Gijju looked at each item, they all showed up as nameless equipment with levels. Lou said these are all egos missing a ego, they were insentient egos. The old man behind the counter said he had nothing to sell, so just leave, since he wasn't planning on selling to the likes of him. Jilchul Won, the blacksmith, keep on looking at his book, with a knowing expression that all the guys that come to his shop are trash. Our hero insisted that he wanted to buy, to which the blacksmith waved his hands and said that even if he bought them, he won't be able to use them anyways. So Gijju countered that if he could use them, the blacksmith would sell them? Our hero started to name a sword and its level out loud. To which the blacksmith in shock couldn't believe he can see the sword's abilities. When told to try it out, Gijju first stared at the sword, and told it from now on its name is Sharpness. Everyone in the room was shocked that nothing happened. Then Elle told our boy the sword didn't like the name. What a surprise. Now back at the present within the training room, Gijju stands a distance away from Taeshik with both his sword drawn out, with a red glint in his eyes. He quickly charges forward, closing the gap between the two, to land a blow on Taeshik. Without even flinching, Taeshik parries the blow with a single arm, like he's batting away an annoying bug. He angrily screamed that if you hesitate in your attack, our hero couldn't even put a scratch on him. Renewing his concentration, our boy takes one swing after another, without landing a solid hit with his swords, but gets easily countered with jabbing punches. Fist versus sword, the battle dragged on until Taeshik decided enough was enough and pulled his fists back for a decisive blow. Our hero noticed too late, as his arms were still behind him in a swing that would come little too late. Oh boy, another flashback to the blacksmith's shop. Gijju couldn't believe he couldn't link to any of them. He really needs to work on his naming skills. But as our hero takes some clothes from a shelf, Lou reminds him, while these are second-rate, egos are usually rather picky about their owners, unlike Elle and himself who couldn't help their situation, but they are not the norm. With a look of defeat, our hero decided to try one last time, touching a purple gold armor, naming it Brunhart. In a flash of bright light, the system message informs him that he has successfully made a link with the ego, Brunhart. While our hero celebrates, the system goes on to tell him that, due to lack of ability, not all of Brunhart's abilities can be used. We see Brunhart's stats. A new skill, Reflect Defense 12, is added to our hero. By the way, this is Reflect Damage. Now finally back to the present time, when the decisive fist blow from Taeshik is about to land, the system shows reflecting damage accumulated by Brunhart, and he is taken aback and a big explosion takes place at that very location, with rocks and dust being blown in all directions. Gijju is sent flying, and he crashes into the wall, spitting out some blood. From the bellowing cloud of dust, we see several potions thrown to our hero, who is crouching and still coughing on the ground. They are potions to heal any internal injuries. Taeshik also came prepared. He tells our boy, while he passed the test, if the gate isn't cleared within a week from today, the association will be sending their agents inside. However, Taeshik was only giving him 5 days. If he didn't come out, Taeshik was personally going to drag his sorry butt out. After making sure everything was in order, like a mother hen, it was time to enter the gate. Our brave hero entered the gate, transforming his egos into their sword form. He stabbed a wolf down its throat. Then he got down to business, as a large pack of wolves came into view. A single slash is all it took to kill these wolves. Lu kept on absorbing the blue wolf's blood. L leveled up. Using his new skills, taking his time to train, level up his egos, he started to clear the gate with ease. Just like a simple walk in the park, if the park had wolves. After some time, he sat down to get some rest, and eat some dried-out jerky, while he mused at his luck for entering a gate like this, since normally given his position, it would be almost impossible to do something like this solo. A player's rank is used to determine everything, and measuring a player's rank is done without any equipment. Unfortunately, when he is a certain distance away from his egos, he loses all their abilities and additional stat bonuses, goes back down to level 1, so he couldn't get a proper evaluation. L cheers him up, saying that as Master's abilities advances, distance would no longer matter to maintain the link. He really hoped so. Unfortunately, he was still clueless on how to advance his skills. He also wondered about the cannibalism skill. Was it really eating one's own kind? Plot for later. Anyways, since his bag was already full of mana crystals, he decided it was time to conclude this, and headed for the main boss of the gate. He headed towards an entrance, which emitted the strongest energy in the gate. Our hero started to chug down on buff potions. Better safe than dead, started to walk down the dark tunnel. The light at the end of the tunnel finally came into view. Due to the tension, our hero spoke quietly for the egos to quiet down, to which his egos reminded him that no one else can hear them. Our silly fool forgot. The tunnel opened into a meadow. The boss wolf was lying down in the distance. At their approach, the eyes of the gatekeeper flared up, then standing up majestically gave a menacing growl, baring its fangs at our hero. The pressure it was giving off were leagues beyond the gate boss he previously fought with the random party. With a sudden leap, the boss charged towards our hero with blinding speed. In a matter of seconds it was within striking distance. Giju stood his ground, and met the charge head-on with his swords crossed, and blocked the first Fang attack. Then taking the momentum, like a badass, pulled L back, and swung it forward into the side of the boss's face. The attack was still shallow, and barely dug into the tough hide of the boss. The wolf was beside himself. How could a worthless human dare to scratch his face? His eyes started to glow red with rage. With the swing of the head, the wolf launched our hero rolling in the ground. Giju was able to manage his tumbling by using his dual swords as anchors to stop himself. This fight wasn't going to be easy. Since the damn wolf had such strong hide, he was going to have to fight the long battle, slowly accumulating damage. He smirked, thinking this wasn't so bad. The training for 5 years, battling a single goblin for over an hour, was finally going to pay off in spades. Since a battle of attrition was his specialty. The fierce clashes between a man and a wolf seemed go on for ages. But in the end, when his buffs were about to wear off, he used Brunhart's reflect damage skill to deal a decisive blow. He sat next to the lying boss. While gasping for breath, it was a close call. While holding the black sword over the boss's body, our hero gave thanks for dying by his hands. He struck the final blow with Lu. The system window gave the usual info. Gate boss Changkyung was defeated, gained experience. Lu absorbs Changkyung's blood. To his surprise, Lu had gained a new skill from absorbing Changkyung's blood, called Strongwill, faster stamina recovery when damaged beyond one's means, great for his type of battles. Then suddenly, the system notification telling him cannibalism has been activated. As he stood there, dumbfounded at what was going on, a giant illusionary mouth appeared behind him, and chomped down on the corpse of the boss. The system informed him that Lu has absorbed Changkyung, and had successfully transformed it into an ego. As a big blue mana crystal was the only thing left behind, our hero was wondering what the hell just happened. As he sat down on the ground, with Lu and L, he tried to think on how this could be. Even his egos had no idea what just happened. They have never heard of a monster turning into an ego. While trying to figure out who had this new ego, he pulled up his status window, and it was him who had the ego of Changkyung. As he wondered how to use it, he remembered the embarrassment trying to activate it last time, and decided it was better to try it later. As he was glad about his findings, he started to get ready to head to the reward room, but our hero forgot something he had not accounted for. He looked all around but couldn't find it. Our little fool momentarily forgot that Lu ate the gatekeeper's corpse, so there is no way to port into the reward room via the gatekeeper's body. Lu lamented, "Why is it always his fault?" Our hero looked frantically all around the boss area, but there was no portal in sight. He could wait for outside help, but how could he possibly explain his situation? They would have more questions than answers he could give. If he was unable to clear the gate, then a gate break might occur, causing a lot of casualties. Giju resolved to finish what he started, first by killing off all the remaining monsters. He went through every nook and cranny, all the places that had been purposely avoided, and killed all the remaining blue wolves they found. By the 5th day, they had killed the last monster, and then suddenly felt that the entire gate's energy was being collected in one place. His egos pointed out that it was the meadow where the gatekeeper was. Now, back at the Player Association, we find our boy talking with Taeshik, explaining the whole situation within the gate, while taking a shower. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. We get the flashback of the last moments within the gate. Our hero is running towards the meadow. As he gets close, he sees a scene that is difficult to explain, as if the whole world was breaking into pieces and being absorbed in one place. As he touched it, the system window appears and informs him that he had acquired an ego fragment. And will you enter the reward room? Flash forward to the present. Within the showers, Giju drops a bombshell that gates might be egos, to which Taeshik only had a dumbfounded expression. Payments for both the crystals and the gate clearing reward from the Player Association, amounting to around $50,000, were being deposited into Giju's bank account. Taeshik offered to take our hero to the hospital to go see his mother, but for some reason our boy was a little hesitant. We see why, since Taeshik's baby turns out to be a pink vehicle that wouldn't look out of place in a Barbie movie. When they got to the hospital room, seeing his sister napping, Giju took her outside for some fresh air, leaving Taeshik to look after their mom. Our hero told his sister to take care of herself as well, to which his sister replied she wanted a charm of protection too, which earned her a stern warning. As they walked the corridors, they ran into an elderly granny, who was outstretching her legs. She had a good impression of our hero via his sister, and told him he was very energetic, as she touches his hand with the 2 rings. Then, as they were parting ways, the granny turned around and gave a warning to our hero that he had conflicting energies within him, and to always be careful not to lose himself. Spoiler alert, plot foreshadowing. Like a wise soothsayer, she walks off with her back towards him, hoping that he can make it through the coming challenges. He is just standing there wondering at her words, thinking, did she know something? The next day, a doctor approaches our hero, asking if he had some time to talk. The next moment we see him heading towards the gate entrance within the tower. A guy notices him as the tutorial slayer, and wanted to say hi, but soon changed his mind. We now get a flashback of the conversation between our hero and the doctor. Due to complications and unknown illness, his mother had best 1 year, at worst 3 months left to live. We now come to the present. Our hero is facing a minotaur towering over him. In his rage and frustration, he rushes into the gang of monsters, blaming himself for everything, regretting not entering the 5th floor sooner, and saying if he only had the courage earlier. While tearing through a group of monsters, without a care for his own safety, he keeps blaming himself for his inability to get stronger. We now jump to the 19th floor of the tower. We see a disheveled Giju, walking with several packs full of crystals tied to his back, walking by a group of people. He cleared his way from the 11th floor, all the way to the 19th floor in just 2 weeks. When a group of shady guys approach him, they volunteered to take the backpacks off him. They were red players who belonged to the Spear Guild, but we'll call them Smurfs since they had the Smurfs logo on their shirts. Red players are players who have either broken the laws or killed other players. Smurf number 1 tries to get his grabby hands on the backpack, but got a sword to his neck instead. Trying to be a badass for a dumbass, he starts to say, "Do you know who I am?" To which our hero told him to fuck off and stop being greedy for other people's things. Giving off enough bloodlust, our Smurf almost pissed his pants. Due to the commotion, someone from the player association on the floor came rushing over. The Smurfs made a run for it, saying the famous last words, "We won't forget your face, future plot." As the association member approached, he asked what happened and introduced himself as Seonghun Hyo, the security agent for the 19th floor from the Korean Players Association. Our hero told him that some red players were eyeing his stash, to which the agent could easily understand. Then the agent asked if he was player Giju by chance. We are now taken to Taeshik's office, and explained that Taeshik had put a bounty on Giju to be found and brought to him. When asked why, he told him he was concerned about Giju, who had shut himself within the tower for 2 weeks without making any contact. And second was for a way to cure his mother's illness. The only way to treat an illness with an unknown cause was with a game item called Elixir. An all-powerful potion that is known to cure any disease, but are very rare, with only 3 elixirs ever reported to have been found to date. You have a chance to obtain the elixir as a gate clear reward, but only for maze-type gates. Due to wide distribution of monsters of various ranks, as well as powerful keepers and frequent traps, the gate is classified as miscellaneous gate, which is separate from ranked gates, so anyone can challenge them with permission. Since 2 days ago, a third maze appeared in America. After Giju leaves to make preparations, we see Taeshik sitting alone in his office, feeling very tired, remembering his brother Kim and saying that he has done everything he could think of. Seems there is more history between these two than meets the eye. Once Giju cleans up and makes his preparation, he is greeted by Seonghun Hyo at the Player Association. Seems the security agent has been reassigned by his department head, Taeshik, to aid our hero and guide him to the gate. They were about to set off when Giju told his guide to give him a moment. In the next moment, our hero goes to the 20th floor and passes the test, which allowed his skill to evolve into an E grade. The status window shows that his skill, Synchronizing, can use 35% of Ego's power. While it might be only 35%, he feels that his body has much more strength than before the test. When he came down, the agent had an aha moment. He couldn't believe our boy finished the test, which normally takes around a day, and cleared it in 20 minutes. He decided never mind, and led the way to their destination. When asked for the time of their flight, our agent said they won't be taking a plane. Our hero had a puzzled expression. The guide told him that they would be headed to the 5th floor. You see, the tower is connected to the entire world via gates. The reason you typically do not see other people from different countries is because they are separated by regions, and these regions are maintained by different player associations from different countries. We now arrive at the 5th floor, Korean Player Association branch office. They enter an elevator, which is located within the tower. Normally this would be impossible since within the tower there is no electricity, but this elevator and even the building itself is actually an artifact, powered by crystals. As they reach their floor, the elevator door opens to reveal a room full of gate portals. This is the International Transport Portal Management Center. Not just anyone has access to these portals, and it seems Taeshik is not your average desk jockey to allow Giju the use of this top secret place. They soon arrive at a portal marked with the sign, USA, and enter it to arrive at Los Angeles, California. As they drive to the location of the maze gate, our hero looks over information concerning the other players, the high rankers who will also be participating in this gate raid. From the USA, Iron Shield, from Europe, Athena, and from Korea, the Demon King. When they arrive, the gate is guarded by armored tanks, barbed wire fenced, and military personnel, similar to something you would find in Warzone. In a location nearby, someone off-screen asks a guy in orange sunglasses, named Ball, if he knows who the new arriving Korean players are, to which Ball said he had no clue, but they look like someone from the association. In the next moment, with a penetrating eye, Ball uses some kind of eye skill and obtains information, revealing that the player is level 1 with no stats, and doesn't look to have any unique abilities. That's our boy Giju in nutshell, alright. We are finally shown the face of the off-screen voice, which turns out to be a girl with long purple hair, purple eyes, with strong purple aura emitting from her body, looks like a real royalty, who says that our boy's face is just her type. Future waifu? Inside the gate, the labyrinth's walls are overgrown with plants. We see our hero, in a fight against a giant spider. He rushes towards the spider and makes a feint, to lure the spider into shooting its webbing, then signals Mr. Sung-hoon to strike. The agent takes this opportunity to rush forward with his spear, and kills the giant spider in a single headshot. After 15 hours into the gate, Giju thanks Mr. Sung-hoon for helping him adjust to the gate. Since this is as far as he can assist, the rest will be up to our boy to manage, and they quickly say their farewells and part way, promising to meet again in Korea. Using an item called Infinite Spray, glorified spray paint, our hero marks his path as he travels within the labyrinth, so he wouldn't get lost. After a week traveling along, he is now able to handle more of the monsters on his own. Even killing 3 giant spiders all at once isn't taking much effort, but knows that even stronger monsters awaits him as he advances closer to the boss's room. As Giju thinks back to the parting gift left by the agent, it looks like a ball of string, but it's an item called the Thread Roll of Arachne. It allows the user to return to the entrance of the gate once. It was a gift from director Taeshik, along with the words, "Run when you face a monster that's stronger than you, don't save it, there is nothing more precious than your life." Here is Mother Hen Taeshik, looking out for our boy. However, for Giju, he had no plans on using such an item, since for him getting the elixir meant more than his life. He is suddenly awakened from his thoughts by a loud girl scream nearby. He quickly transformed his swords and cautiously advanced towards the sound, while Lu told him not to go, since it looked suspicious. Throwing caution to the winds, even if it was a trap, it wouldn't hurt him to check it out, since you never know if this might turn into a bigger danger in the future. From a distance, he saw a young black-haired girl, tied to a tree, shouting for help. While hiding behind a tree, our hero thinks this really reeks of a blatant trap. Why would a young kid, who has an uncanny resemblance to his sister, be doing alone in a gate like this? Our hero thought it was better to pretend he never saw a thing, since there were way too many suspicious things about this situation. As he was turning to go, the girl started to sob, saying, "Mom, sorry that I couldn't help with the hospital bills." At these words, Giju stopped in his tracks, clenching his teeth. Lu told him that this was obvious a trick, even a 9-year-old wouldn't fall for some simple line like this. But we know better, and these words pulled on our hero's heartstrings, and in a flash, he rushed to the girl, tearing the tree vines, and rescued the girl. The girl explained that she was accidentally separated from her party while she was distracted. Her name was Soo Jung-young, and she had a buff skill as her original talent. In this world, as long as you have a talent, even if you are underage, you can still become a player. Since not a lot of people possess a buff-type talent, much less as an original talent, they are highly sought after to party with. This could explain why an underage girl was brought into a dangerous place like this. Standing up suddenly, this girl, calling our guy uncle, asks if she can tag along with him, while making puppy eyes. Giju flatly refused, telling the girl, "Since you are a player, you should be responsible for your own life." He can't help her anymore, and thinking he's not old enough to be called her uncle. She pleads, saying she's a good supporter and would an asset to him, then starts her sad story about being a new player with low levels, lured into this dangerous state by the promise of getting a lot of money. With a defeated face, he turns his head away, telling her that he plans to clear the gate, so he won't be going out, and it's only going to get even more dangerous, and although the rewards will be split, he can't give her the elixirs if they even come out. Looks like our fool once again got suckered into her demands. At first the girl had a blank stare, then comprehension dawned on her, and she shouted her thanks. He reaffirmed in his head that he was only taking her since supports would make this gate easier, and it's definitely not because she said her mother was sick or because she looked like her sister. Who was he trying to kid? We now continue our adventure into the labyrinth, and come across a giant ant. Calling on the girl for the buff, our hero rushes forward to slash through the group of spiders standing in their path. It's now been 2 weeks since he grouped with Sejong, and the hunting has definitely become easier. They were resting and eating by the wall when Giju felt a presence nearby. While hiding behind a broken part of the wall, he tried to sneak peek at who might be approaching. And it turned out to be the Iron Guild, led by Iron Shield. Upon noticing that this was a high ranker, and since he was hiding, they might mistake him for a spy. Thinking this, he quickly tried to run away, when an explosion occurred at the location he just vacated. A giant sword had been plunged inches away from him. While still on the ground, he quickly made his escape. When one of the members asked his guild master why he threw his sword, he just brushed it off as making a mistake. In a distant cave, we catch up with Giju and Sejong. Panting for breath, she asked why they were running away when they did nothing wrong, to which Giju informed her that they made the mistake of spying on them. Since spying can lead to surprise attacks within a gate, so typically it's forbidden among players. He was surprised to have been suddenly attacked like that, but explained it away saying that a big guild like that must have lots of enemies. So instead of avoiding them and taking the longer route, they would instead follow behind and reap some of the benefits, since a big guild like that would clear the way and likely be taking the right path. He was thinking how smart he was, following from a distance at the marking left by the Iron Guild. Just as he was saying, they just needed to find the boss's room first, he noticed that he was all alone. When he looked around for Sejong, his two egos warned him that something was approaching. The warning from his egos came too late, as Blondie was standing right behind him with a menacing glare, saying, "Found you, you little rat." As soon as he noticed what was going on, a hand he couldn't even dodge smashed his head into the ground. As the hand squeezed the head, he slowly lost consciousness, as the world around him turned black. As he was roughly slapped awake from his slumber, he found himself tied to a rock without his weapons, and the words spoken were in a language he couldn't fully understand. Just so you know, our boy's English vocabulary was very limited, so all he was hearing was gibberish. As Iron Shield grabbed his hair and kept interrogating in English, our boy couldn't fully understand the words spoken to him. But at the word kill, our boy spoke out in Korean not to kill him. Then it dawned on Iron Shield that the fool before him couldn't understand English. Iron Shield turned and called out for Rogers, to which a rat-faced member appeared in front of the guildmaster. His name is Rogers Han, a well-known individual with Korean-American ancestry, who publicly announced joining the Iron Guild. He approached our hero and, skipping the introductions, told him that he knew he was Korean by the contents of his bag. After which, he started to ask the same questions as before. Like why did he spy on them, what group he was associated with, and how he was able to fool the guildmaster's senses. To which Giju replied that it was all a misunderstanding, he was just hunting, and that he was a normal player without any affiliations. He told him that he wasn't foolish enough to try to fool anyone's senses, he just assumed they already knew, and was fine with what he was doing. To which Rogers at first agreed and said he understood, then in the next moment, the rat-face drew his dagger and plunged it into our boy's thigh. Giju couldn't understand what just happened, as he screams in pain. "Why so squishy?" comments Ratface, downgrades our hero, and tells him not to fool with him. Hunting? That's just BS, since he knows that he is also after the elixir. As our attention shifts to the background, where a member is holding our hero's two swords, and telling the guild master that he couldn't see a status window for the weapons. Also, the blades are so dull that it couldn't even be used to cut the skin of an orc. After which, Iron Shield said to just keep them, they could be used as raw material by their blacksmith when they got back. The member commented that compared to the holy sword Callion, these were just lumps of metal. We turn back to our hero being tortured by Ratface. He kept using Gidju's expensive healing potions to heal him, just to stab him back to the brink of death. Rogers tormented our hero saying that the healing potions were being left unused, so Ratface was just helping him use them, as he continued his abuse of our hero. As if his face couldn't possibly get any worse, he tried a menacing Ratface, and continued to grill our boy asking him who he works for. Gidju continued to say that he came here alone, but all his words fell on deaf ears, since they used inspection on him while he was unconscious, so they refused to believe that someone like him could possibly come in this gate alone. Ratface was furious, thinking that Gidju was trying to make a fool out of him. At that moment, the guild master called Rogers back to eat a meal before continuing. With a swift kick to the gut, Rogers left, warning him not to cause a fuss. As our hero was left behind, he contemplated on what was happening to him. He had told himself not to be cocky, since he already realized how lacking he was while sparring with Tashik. Conquering this maze gate was a pipe dream, but he couldn't give up on the hope that maybe, just maybe, he could do it. But all his faith came from his borrowed powers, and all they had to do was simply take away his weapons, and he became powerless to do anything. At that moment, 2 kilometers away, someone was spying on his situation. The Girl Scout turned to her guildmaster to ask how she would like to proceed. After enduring brutal torture, with his fingers and toes cut, bones crushed, and body stabbed countless times, Gidju sits on the ground surrounded by a pool of blood. He recalls that it has been 4 days since he was captured by the Iron Guild. Looking at him, Iron Shield remarks that he is a stubborn, mentioning that he would have recruited Gidju had he been a little more talented. Calling out to a guild member, Iron Shield instructs him to bring one of Gidju's swords. He states that he initially thought to melt and recycle those swords, but has changed his mind, and will now use Gidju's own weapon to kill him. Holding Lu, Iron Shield declares that Gidju will be buried in this historic gate, which should be an honorable death for a player. With that, he comes closer, intending to kill him. However, as soon as the sword touches Gidju's body, he manages to establish a link with Lu, receiving an overwhelming power. Our hero opens his eyes when the sword disappears from the guildmaster, making him confused. Breaking the ropes and rushing away from the stone, Gidju summons and points the sword towards Iron Shield, shocking all the members of the guild. However, Iron Shield surprises Gidju by grabbing the sword attack with his bare hands. Remarking that Gidju was hiding his real strength, Iron Shield states that he felt the Demon King's energy from him, and is not surprised that she took an interest in him. Remarking that the Demon King used him as a plaything, Iron Shield asks how he managed to trick the detection, which even the Demon King cannot do. He states that he still needs to get more information out of him, while Gidju thinks that it is time to reveal his true strength. Meanwhile, the girl with a golden mask orders her team to initiate the attack, and an arrow is launched in Iron Shield's direction that pierces his hand. Looking at the arrow, Iron Shield recognizes it as an Artemis arrow, and realizes the attack was by Athena. Just then, Athena and her team reveal themselves, confirming Iron Shield's suspicions. Breaking the arrow, Iron Shield asks if this is a declaration of war against them. In response, Athena, standing at a distance, starts to laugh, remarking that his sense of humor has improved. Swinging her weapon, she states that there hasn't been a time when she wasn't at war, and throws the weapon at Iron Shield. In response, Iron Shield takes out his sword and pierces it into the ground with all his might, creating a giant shield before him, which collides with Athena's weapon, leading to a massive explosion with the force to uproot surrounding trees. While our hero stands momentarily blinded by the storm. Covering his eyes, Iron Shield calls out to Rogers, telling him to keep Gidju alive and restrain him. Turning back to Athena, Iron Shield pulls his sword out of the ground, stating that they will put an end to this fight today once and for all. Raising his sword in the air, he orders his guild members to prepare for the battle.
An intensive fight breaks between the two groups that shakes the entire forest.
Hearing the sounds of the battle, Rogers remarks that he is getting chills listening to the battle, remarking that they really are monsters.
Turning to Giju, who stands holding his sword, asking, "Don't you agree?"
Looking at him barely standing, ready to fight, Rogers states that their guild master instructed him to keep Giju alive. However, no one would blame him if he accidentally killed him. With that, Rogers leaps up and disappears from Giju's sight, taking him by surprise. Arriving behind him, Rogers states that he cannot let him live after he has seen his true self. Saying that, he slashes his sword towards Giju's neck. Who was waiting for this moment, shouts out, "Reflect," causing Rogers to be confused. Just then, a bright light begins to emanate from the hero's body, successfully using Bernhardt's skill to reflect the accumulated damage, shocking Rogers. Suddenly, a blast erupts from the area, covering everything with dust and smoke. After some time, Rogers lies on the ground with a coughing fit, while Giju sits in front of him. The system notifies him that Bernhardt has reached its maximum accumulation limit and has started to disintegrate. With Bernhardt falling apart, Giju starts to step towards Rogers. As he reaches for him, he raises his sword into the air while Rogers begs for his life. However, without listening, Giju pierces his sword into Rogers' body, causing him immense pain and knocks him unconscious. Afterwards, Giju lies on the ground, feeling pain due to the aftereffects of Reflect, and thinking that it won't stop bleeding. Just then, he hears the voice of a girl calling him brother and asking if he is alright. Turning to the voice, he sees a figure of a young girl standing near him and thinks of his sister Yujong. Asking what is he talking about, the girl states that she is Sujung and comes forward, which surprises him. Getting close, she asks if she saves him and gets him an elixir, what he would be willing to do for her. Would he give his life to her or become her slave? Looking at her, Giju raises one finger, stating that he has one more request, to kill Iron Shield and destroy the Iron Guild.
Remarking that these are two requests rather than one, Sejong asks if they have an agreement. In response, our hero continues with his requests, wanting his other sword. Hearing this, she becomes annoyed, asking how many more extra conditions he was going to add. Just then, Bal, who was observing all this, comes to them, remarking that Giju is certainly an interesting person. To which Sejong agrees. Turning to Bal, Sejong reveals that from the looks of it, he appears good-natured, but is actually evil-natured inside, and someone was suppressing his true nature. Looking at how Rogers was stabbed, this was not something one does out of anger. Stating that he aimed directly for the vitals, remarking that it was his first time killing a person, yet he did it cold-heartedly and without a hint of hesitation. Pointing to Rogers, Bal asks what she plans to do with him, stating that while the wound seems to be fatal, but due to his high level, if left alone, he will recover over time. In response, Soo-young states that they will just leave him, and if he does recovers, this is his fate, and she remarks that it would be preferable for them to let him live. She states that revenge becomes sweeter the longer it lasts, and with the appearance of a purple aura, her body starts to change. With her appearance completely changed, she states that it is the coming of the Demon King, to which Bal agrees. Telling him to keep quiet, she remarks that names like that are made up by people who don't know what they are talking about. Walking ahead with an overwhelming purple energy emanating from her body, she states that she will be the one to kill the Demon King. Meanwhile, Giju finds himself standing inside a dark cubicle space, realizing that this place is inside his dreams that have been haunting him for the last 5 years. Looking at the rope hanging in front of him, he stretches his hands towards it, remembering that this dream disappeared after he met Lu. Reaching outside the cubicle space, he grabs the rope and finds a bucket hanging down from it. This makes him realize that even after getting over a wall, he is still stuck in the well he was originally in. He thinks that even his dreams have started to mock him, and he was simply lucky to grab the rope that drew him up, and his own strength wasn't involved. Just then, someone appears behind him, calling him a loser, and asks how long he will be complaining about the broken link and the powers he borrowed. With a demon-like appearance, the creature tells him it doesn't matter if it earned or by luck, as long as you have the power, it is his power. Confused, he starts to ask who, when a voice from behind tells him that he is right. Turning around, he is surprised to see an angelic figure, and she states that all her power belongs to him, telling him not to despair.
Just then, he opens his eyes and jerks up, awakened from his dreams.
Ball remarks that Giju seems to have regained his senses.
Upon noticing, he begins to wonder who this person was. He thinks of Sujung, wondering if he is someone related to the Demon King. Meanwhile, Ball smiles back, stating that the recovered sword is next to him. Upon looking down, he finds both El and Lu lying on the ground near him. Ball then tells him to rest for a little longer, stating that although they healed his wounds with potions, he should not move too much. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and the sky starts to turn red, making Giju confused. As he looks up towards the sky, he is shocked to find someone floating in the air. Suddenly, the ground starts to crack, and a massive blast erupts, sending huge rocks up in the sky. Giju in shock asks what it is, and Ball tells him that it is the Demon Commander, stating that it must be Giju's first time seeing it. Ball reveals that the gigantic demonic creature towers before them is the owner of this maze, the Demon Commander Hariond. Looking up at the formidable Demon Commander, Giju asks if it is really the gatekeeper, and Ball agrees, making him realize that he might have to fight with it. Meanwhile, Sujung floats in the air in front of the monster, with a confident smile on her face. Suddenly, the commander opens its eyes with a fierce glow in them and unleashes its powers, causing a gate to appear behind it, which shocks Giju. Gazing at the gate, Giju wonders how it is possible for a gate to appear inside another gate, while Ball tells him to stand behind him or he might die. Ball clenches his fist, causing a single drop of his blood to fall to the ground, creating a protective barrier around them. Looking at it, Giju becomes even more shocked and asks if this is really a barrier, to which Ball agrees, remarking that he is quite well informed. Meanwhile, through the portal created by the Demon Commander, deadly monsters starts to rush out and attack Sujung. As the monsters approach, she stands her ground and slowly begins to emit a strong energy that surrounds her. When the monsters close in to attack her, the layer of energy erupts, unleashes formidable ink flames, causing all the monsters to go flying backward. The ink flames then transform into a gigantic sword that Sujung effortlessly controls with a single move of her finger, leaving Giju amazed. Observing the gigantic sword raised high in the sky, Giju recalls Rogers's words about the fights resembling those between divine beings. Then the sword comes swinging downward at great speed, directed towards the Demon Commander, creating a massive explosion that destroys the entire forest. In the morning, after the relentless battle ends, the once green and thick forest appears to have been completely destroyed. Meanwhile, in the reward room, Giju opens the box containing the reward for clearing the gate and finds an elixir inside, while the egos congratulate him on his achievement. As Giju holds the box, he realizes that he has succeeded, though he feels more frustrated than happy given his situation. Sujung, who is standing beside him, states that she has kept her promise to help him, stating that Giju still has to take care of his own revenge, since he shouldn't expect her to help him with everything. Turning to her, Giju asks if Sujung is her real name, to which she confirms, also revealing that she is Korean as well. Sujung then opens her reward box and finds an elixir inside, and Ball, her comrade, also finds the elixir as reward inside his box. Then giving her bottle of elixir to Giju, Sujung tells him to keep it, surprising him, stating that she is fulfilling the condition of helping him take revenge on the Iron Guild. She tells him to think of it as part of her job. She remarks that his body is not in good condition, and the elixir will completely heal him, making him capable of taking revenge. Handing him the bottle, she states that getting it was not her main goal, she only wanted to become a commander, surprising him with her gesture. Holding the bottle, Giju decides to stop comparing himself to others, and just grow stronger by himself. After a little contemplation, he turns to her and asks if there is something she wants from him, in return for giving him such a valuable item. He asks if she intends to make him her lifetime slave, but she disagrees, stating that she only wants him to become her disciple, surprising him even more. She states that he is currently useless, because he is weak, and instructs him to come to her after he clears the 50th floor of the tower, so that she can train him. Sujung then uses her skill to instill something to the side of his head, saying this is the evidence of the existence of the contract, which causes him a slight pain. She states that he does not have any skills or abilities at the moment, and advises him to try to learn as much as he can. Remembering something, she states that she looked at his sword earlier, remarking that they are very unique, and says that she knows a way to strengthen one of them, surprising him. However, before that, she instructs him to drink the elixir she gave him, stating that it is a risky method and he needs to be very prepared.
Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the members of the Iron Guild are still engaged in fighting against Athena's group.
As Giju stands, holding just his white swords, both El and Lu tell him not to trust Sejong, stating that she is a very dangerous woman. However, in spite of their words, Giju is facing off with Iron Shield, who stands at a distance, looking at him. Seeing Sejong behind Giju, Iron Shield addresses her as the demon, stating that she stole the boss, while they were not looking. In response, Sejong clarifies that it was not theirs in the first place, and encourages Giju to do what she taught him. Gathering his courage, Giju calls out to Iron Shield, stating that he will kill him. However, instead of getting scared, Iron Shield gives a cruel smile and rushes towards Giju at high speed,
causing him to feel anxious.
Reaching near him, Iron Shield remarks that Giju has changed a lot, and asks if he has become the subordinate of that demon, or if he always been one. However, considering that it does not matter, Iron Shield states that he will have to kill Giju here. As Iron Shield charges at him, intent on killing him, Giju recalls when he drank the elixir in the reward room. While drinking the elixir, he received a system notification telling him that his body was being fixed, as Sejong and Bal looked at him in curiosity. After drinking it, Giju turned to Sejong, remarking that he did not feel any changes in his condition. Agreeing, Sejong revealed that the changes were in his abilities and latent powers, which left him speechless, while changes to his body will be small for now. She further stated that those small changes could determine a player's life or death. She told him that the most noticeable change made by the elixir was improving his senses. Thinking about that, Giju successfully dodges Iron Shield's swift attack, allowing him to distance himself. Realizing that the elixir really had an impact on his senses, Giju thinks that the moves that were previously unfamiliar to him are now becoming easier for him to understand. While he was fighting Iron Shield, Sejong stands at a distance, quietly watching him, and congratulates him in getting one step closer to becoming a high ranker. He remembers the Demon King telling him that he was no match for a strong person like Iron Shield just yet, and that the best he could do against him was to avoid one attack of his. Therefore, she suggested he not try too hard to win against him, when there are other easier solutions. Remembering that, he looks calming at Iron Shield and thinks that it isn't ignorance but his confidence in his ability. Meanwhile, Iron Shield looks at him closely and starts to figure out that between his growth and contact with the Demon King, he starts to get serious and activates the power of his holy sword. He rushes towards Giju at a very fast speed to launch an attack. Recalling Sejong's advice to not be intimidated and just do it, Giju blocks the attack with his sword. As a result of the collision between El and the holy sword, El's abilities get awakened, and she starts to absorb the powers of the holy sword, leaving Iron Shield shocked. However, due to Giju's low level of abilities, only a fraction of the holy sword's powers are absorbed. After the absorption is complete, Giju smiles, knowing that his tactics of embarrassing and demotivating Iron Shield were to create distance between them. Then taking out the thread ball, he starts to activate Arachne's web, which slowly surrounds him, making Iron Shield realize what he is trying to do. Stating that he cannot let him go so easily, Iron Shield charges at him with his sword, but before he could reach him, Giju gives him the finger and ports away, leaving Iron Shield to miss with his swing. Realizing that he has disappeared, Iron Shield feels increasingly frustrated and enraged. While he is standing there, Sejong calls out to him from behind, asking if they could have a chat. As he turns around, he sees her surrounded by her ink flames ready to fight. Outside, a car arrives at the gate, and Seonghun comes out of it, happy to see Giju waiting for him at a distance. They head back to Korea, and the agent also helps Giju takes his mother from the hospital back to their house. Talking to Taeshik on the phone, he informs him about the situation and states that he will be waiting for Taeshik's return to Korea. After hanging up the call, Giju turns to Seonghun, thanking him for all his help and telling him to take care. Waiting patiently, as his mother opens her eyes and finds him sitting beside her, he is happy to see her awake and asks if she is alright. In response, his mother states that she only wanted to see him one last time before she dies and starts to cry, thanking him for coming back. However, Giju assures her that everything is going to be alright.
His mother states that there is something she always wanted to tell him, and is about to reveal it when her condition starts to deteriorate. Telling her to hold on for a moment, Giju quickly opens the bottle of elixir and makes her drink it. After drinking it, she starts to calm down, and a bright light emanates from her body, beginning the healing process that makes Giju relieved. Feeling relaxed after such a long time, Giju collapses down near her mother's bed, and also goes into a deep sleep. Watching him, Elle calls out to him while Lu states that he has gone through so much in a single day. Elle expresses concern about getting more involved with Sejong, but Lu says there's nothing they can do and suggests letting Giju rest for a while. Late at night, while Giju is still deep in sleep, light starts to emanate from his mother's body, which starts to get brighter by the second, and then she suddenly opens her eyes. Meanwhile, his sister Yujong is angry with him for not picking up the phone. Being gone for a month without a word, he just sends one FING text and doesn't bother to pick up the phone. How infuriating. Filled with anger, she decides to scold him and starts heading home instead of attending her supplementary classes. She arrives home and opens the door, calling out to Giju while expressing her frustration at his behavior and stating that they were worried about him. Just then, their mother calls out to her, surprising Yujong. She stands frozen by the doorway, while her mother lets her know that Giju is sleeping in his room, and asking if she is hungry. Seeing her, Yujong becomes overwhelmed with emotions. Feeling both happy and surprised at the same time, and calling Mom, "Who are you?" After a while, Giju slowly wakes up to the aroma of his mother's soybean soup and overhears them talking, and begins to get emotional. He thinks that behind this door is the scene he longed to see and even risked his life for. However, he has to get a hold of his emotions and greet her with a smile, so he gets up and opens the door, only to find a stranger preparing dinner. Shocked, he curses asking, "Who are you?" He stares at her, and Yujong remarks that his expression is even more intense than hers. Then realization dawns on him, while their mother invites him to have dinner. After finishing dinner, Yujong repeats what Giju told them while eating, that he entered the maze gate and got the elixir from there, which led to rejuvenating their mother's health. Looking at their mother, who does not even have a trace of her illness and looks even younger, his sister is overwhelmed by the situation and doesn't know how to react to such great news, while Giju just laughs nervously. Calling out to him, their mother states that he had a hard time just because of her, apologizing to him. However, Giju states that it was not really that hard for a capable person like him, and they all laugh. Next morning, Taeshik visits Giju's house and is warmly welcomed by his mother, who invites him to stay and have lunch with them. However, he politely declines while blushing, explaining that he needs to discuss something in private with Giju. He then hands her a gift basket, and she expresses gratitude for taking care of her son. After that, they head to a restaurant, where Taeshik orders an extravagant meal and drinks, stating they have the ultimate cause for celebration. Curious, Taeshik asks how Giju obtained the elixir, stating that he barely controlled himself from asking that on the phone. In response, Giju, who has been thinking about something for quite a while, asks if Taeshik has the hots for his mom, causing Taeshik to spill his drink and stumble over his words, turning bright red. Stating that he has felt it a lot of times, and he will be rooting for him, causing Taeshik to feel shy. Meanwhile, the meal they ordered is also served, and they get back to the discussion of the elixir. Before revealing the details, Giju asks Taeshik to set up the portable barrier generator. When asked why, Giju reveals that it is going to be a long and complicated story. He starts to tell all the events that happened inside the gate, causing Taeshik to feel enraged at the people who tortured him. Telling him to calm down, our hero says that there is no reason to get angry, stating that he will punish the members of the Iron Guild himself. He then inquires about the guardian of the fourth floor, and Taeshik informs him that a C-rank subjugation squad was developed yesterday. Revealing the details of the squad members, Taeshik confidently states that they are powerful enough to take down even the guardian of the 30th floor, and should be reporting their success soon, to which Giju replies it's a shame since he wanted to kill it. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the tower, a person runs for their life, realizing they need to inform the association that the C-rank squad has been completely wiped out. Suddenly, the boss monster appears behind them with fierce intent in its eyes, and a moment later, a loud scream echoes in the empty forest.
The next morning, he sits in the car with Seonghun, who tells him that it's a priority to get him and his mother examined for any after effects of taking the elixir, since it can't be done at a normal hospital, not to worry since Taeshik will take care of it. He then tells him about the yellow crystal that he received as a reward along with the elixir, and reveals that he has given half of its selling amount to Taeshik, according to Gijju's wish. Going through the document, Seonghun reveals that he still has about $20 million left, and informs him about the selected location for his new house. After going through all the process, Seonghun asks if he has any questions, to which Gijju can only stare back at him blankly. Then states that he has none but asks why Seonghun is going through all this trouble on his behalf. Seonghun reveals that Taeshik has made him Gijju's personal assistant, and taking Gijju's phone saves his number in it, stating that he is looking forward to working with him. Looking at him, Gijju wonders if he was always like this. After arrived in Dongdaemun, Seonghun asks what Gijju was planning on doing with the briefcases filled with $8 million in cash. Gijju reveals that some armor that he bought on credit got destroyed, for which he has to pay and buy some new equipment as well, causing Seonghun to ask how much it cost. In response, Gijju reveals its price to be $3.5 million. Leaving Seonghun shocked. Remembering that the old blacksmith loaned him such a huge amount, Gijju thinks of him as crazy, just like himself, who accepted it without a second thought. Meanwhile, in the workshop where the old man is busy forging new weapons, his grandson comes to him, informing him about the arrival of a guest, making him confused. Meanwhile, in the room, after taking all the briefcases down, Seonghun goes upstairs, telling Gijju that he will be waiting for him upstairs. Just as he leaves, the old man arrives, recognizing Gijju and remarking that he has changed a lot in just a few months. He approaches the blacksmith asking about his well-being, to which the blacksmith replies that he is well and lets him know that he received the money Gijju sent through the association, which was a little lacking. Hearing this, Gijju apologizes, but the blacksmith said he understood, and the letter that came with it was basically a will. He states that he was not expecting Gijju to return alive, causing Gijju to laugh and state that he has finally come to pay back the rest of the money. Just then the old man notices Gijju's shirt and inquires if Bernhard is dead. To which our hero agrees, revealing that it disintegrated while saving his life. Hearing that, the old man feels sad and stays silent for a moment, but then states that this is what it was made for and asks Gijju to tell him about Bernhard's final moments. The next morning, Yujong wakes up to find Gijju and their mother ready to leave for their examination. She suddenly notices something, and asks her brother if he has gotten taller. At the examination, Seonghun also expressed his surprise at Gijju's improved appearance and remarks that he looks like a model or a celebrity. Having grown 3 centimeters taller overnight, and even gotten more muscular, Seonghun states that the elixir really has a wonderful impact. When asked if he could get him one, our hero recalled that his sister saying the same thing. Just then, Gijju's expressions changed, and he thinks that it might not seem like a big deal, but this is a big change. He remembers how he used to work really hard, and hardly got any improvement in his physicality in the past. Lu comments that his master was a weakling after all, shut up. The results of his examination are revealed. He currently has the stamina of a level 10 player, but what is more surprising is his magic and mana control, which are SS rank, and he has the potential of a high ranker. When told about this, Gijju does not have much of a reaction, prompting Seonghun to complain about his lack of excitement. While Seonghun tells him to get at least a little excited, Gijju turns around and smiles, thinking that this news is not new to him. Just then, Taeshik enters, asking if they are done, and Gijju agrees, asking about his mother. Taeshik reveals that she is perfectly fine and much stronger than an average man, leaving Gijju surprised. Also, despite being a normal civilian, she has the ability to use items, intensifying Gijju's excitement and astonishment. Taeshik goes on to tell our hero that he has come in person to see him for another purpose, and asks Gijju when he plans to get back to hunting. He was thinking to rest until El completely absorbs the powers of the Holy Sword, to which El apologizes for the delay. Taeshik goes on to reveal that they have lost communication with the C-rank subjugation squad, which shocked our hero. He goes on to state that they are currently in the process of preparing a B-rank squad to send on the mission, revealing that the boss monster has still not been defeated. While Gijju stays silent, Taeshik states that an even bigger problem is that the monster possesses the capability of hunting the players to grow more powerful. Meanwhile, Seonghun stands at a distance, looking at their serious expressions, and wonders what they are talking about. A B-rank subjugation team consists of 30 members, 60% of whom are B-rankers, while Giju thinks about himself having no rank. As he sits in Taeshik's office, Taeshik tells him to take the official rank assessment, stating that he does not have to worry about being able to equip items anymore.
Taeshik assures him that his physical attributes might be D rank, but considering his potential, he will surely get a B rank.
However, Giju states that you usually have to be level 100 to become a B rank, and since he is only level 1, asking if talking about potential is too ambiguous. In response, Taeshik explains that mana capacity and utilization directly translate to practical combat, and in short levels are not as important, compared to the potential of incremental stat increases upon leveling up. He says that he thought Giju would willingly get assessed, in order to get a rank that drastically changes the way a person is treated. Giju remains silent and takes a sigh, while Taeshik shows him a paper stating that there is still a way for him to participate in the raid. Confused, Giju asks him how, and Taeshik tells him that he can join one of those guilds temporarily. Just then he notices the guild named Morningstar, which is headed by Seonpil, and includes all 3 of his group members, which leaves him surprised. The next week, a player named Donghee Kim from the Child Guild, standing in front of a large group, lets them know that he has been appointed as the captain of the subjugation squad, saying that they will leave as soon as all the people arrive, and looking forward to working with them. After some time, while walking towards the 4th floor, Giju, who accompanies Seonpil and his friends, thanks them for taking him in, while they state that they basically owe their lives to him. Seonpil feels bad for not being able to do more, but Giju assures him that what he is doing now is more than enough, and he is grateful for the opportunity to fight the monster. Seonpil laughs, saying that they might not get a chance, because there are a lot of big shots in the group, which puzzles Giju. Seonpil reveals that the squad captain Donghee, according to the rumors, is about to be promoted to an A rank. Looking at Donghee effortlessly killing the monsters coming in his way like insects, they state that even getting close to A rank is a huge deal while Donghee walks ahead of them. Looking at him, Giju wonders if this was something to be amazed at, since it wasn't much when compared to the likes of the Demon King or Iron Shield, while the egos remark that his standards have become uselessly high. Just then, the Red Hat approaches him, complimenting his changed appearance, which confuses him, while another member agrees, asking if he did something to his face. While looking at them, Giju wonders if he really changed that much, while Lu remarks that his vibe has certainly changed and they have started to get an impressionable feeling about him. Hearing that, Giju turns to them and clarifies that it is not related to plastic surgery, and that he only gained a job-specific skill on the 5th floor, resulting in him growing a bit taller. Upon hearing that, all of them express their astonishment and wish to have such a skill as they continue walking ahead. While they walk and talk to each other in a friendly manner, the members of another guild watch them with a cold expression on their faces. After some time, the group reaches the 4th floor of the tower, and Donghee instructs the search party to track the guardian while telling the others to rest for a bit. Complying, the search party leaves for the tracking mission while the rest settle down to rest. While sitting with his group under a tree, Giju looks at all of them. Considering that Seonpil is an archer, Hanul is a mage, Songwoo is a swordsman, and Jaewon is a tank, Giju asks about the logic behind naming their guild Morningstar. While Seonpil feels embarrassed by that question, the rest of the group starts laughing, which causes him to become annoyed. Just then, one of them reveals that Seonpil decided on that name because of Giju. He says that when Giju left the cave to call for help, Seonpil saw a light shining from him, just like a morning star, and gave this name to his guild. Meanwhile, Seonpil keeps expressing his frustration at his group members laughing at him. Stopping them from fighting, Giju tells them to speak more casually with him, stating that he is not their guide anymore, and they agree. In response, they also tell him to become more comfortable with them, and he agrees. While they are busy talking, someone stands at a distance, looking at them. Coming near them, the person states that the world has really changed, causing Giju to become startled. Turning to them, he finds the same guild members who were observing them a while ago when one of them states that they seem to have come on a picnic. Looking at them, Giju asks who they are, and Seonpil replies that they are members of the Brother Guild, and the person talking is a B-rank player, Yeonseok Nam. Hearing that, Giju asks about their job,
and Seinpil reveals that they are quite famous. He states that their slogan portrays survival of the fittest, they pursue strength, and they are known for valuing tradition and loyalty above everything else. While they discuss that, Yansiak remarks that they are useless, and this is the reason why they are only C rank. Hearing that, Jae-won becomes enraged, but Hanul tells him to ignore them. Meanwhile, Yansiak keeps on mocking them, stating that they must think of themselves as useless individuals who are being let into a B-rank subjugation squad. He states that they should be on guard more than anyone else instead of gossiping lazily, and they should be more useful than porters, at least. Hearing that, all of them feel enraged but control themselves while the members of the guild walk away, stating that they are no fun. After they leave, Seinpil turns to Giju, apologizing to him for getting insulted because of them while he keeps looking down. Suddenly, Donghee, who is standing at a distance, feels an overwhelming amount of energy coming from Giju and turns around with a shock. Meanwhile, Giju, who is sitting still, holds his chest while El and Lu ask him to calm down and control his emotions, stating that his murderous intent is growing stronger. Feeling confused about his own reaction, Giju thinks why he is feeling so angry when the situation wasn't that frustrating, and wonders if it is a side effect of the torture he endured. As he contemplates this, Donghee approaches them and mentions that there seems to be some disturbance. He clarifies that he is not blaming Giju for anything, but as the squad captain, he needs to know what's going on, and Giju agrees. With an idea in mind, Giju states that there was a bit of friction and he wants to request something from Donghee regarding it, which leaves Donghee confused. Getting up, Giju states that he wants to spar with the player Yansiak Nam, believing that resolving any conflict between players before going into battle is the best approach. Hearing this, Yansiak turns to him, surprised by the statement, and the other players standing around express their astonishment as well. Meanwhile, Donghee questions if Giju is sure about it, emphasizing that the difference between a C and a B rank is significant. Giju says that he is aware of it, and adds another condition, explaining that his guild is currently a backup force, while the members of the Brother Guild are the main attack force. He believes that practical combat strength is more important than ranks, and proposes switching positions between the two guilds if he wins against Yansiak, which shocks Seinpil. Confused, the members of Giju's guild ask why he is suggesting such a thing. And he apologizes for not discussing it with them, asking them to trust him. Just then, Yansiak approaches him, stating that Giju cannot decide everything on his own and pointing out that they have nothing to gain from the fight. In response, Giju states that if Yansiak beats him, he will give him 500 million and says that it is a very good condition. Hearing that, the members of the Brother Guild become surprised and wonder if he is serious. One of them speculates that Giju might later deny his own words, but Yansiak argues that it's not possible when many people have heard him. Turning to Donghee, he states that this is a jackpot for them and there is no way they will lose it. Remembering the overwhelming energy he felt from Giju, Donghee thinks that if it was a coincidence, he should confirm it by this fight and allows them to spar. After a while, all the players circle around Giju and Yansiak while Donghee explains that the use of weapons is prohibited and the fight will end when one side forfeits. Looking at his swords held by Seinpil, Giju wonders if this much distance is fine, and Lu reassures him that the more he progresses, the greater the distance he can maintain with the links. Meanwhile, Yansiak, who appears very confident in his win, states that he will let Giju have the first blow, as ending the battle too quickly wouldn't be fun, and invites Giju to come at him. Observing the gaps in Yansiak's defense, Giju wonders if he is being baited, but he decides to trust his agility and close the gap to make the first move instead of simply gathering information. As he gets closer and prepares to launch a punch, Yansiak remains still and smiles, making Giju wonder if he possesses the skill of an immediate activation counterattack. However, considering that it is too late to pull back, Giju decides to draw back his body as quickly as possible and prepare to hit back when Yansiak launches a counterattack. With that in mind, he reaches for Yansiak and forcefully punches him, to which Yansiak does not respond and collapses to the ground, becoming unconscious. Seeing that, the other members of the Brother Guild and Donghee become shocked, and Giju is declared the winner, which makes his group members happy. Looking at Giju standing with his group and the members of the Brother Guild trying to wake their leader up, Donghee thinks that Giju's movements were hard to follow, even for himself. He believes Giju will be the biggest variable in this raid. Just then, the scouts sent for the tracking mission return, badly panting, surprising them. Meanwhile, in the association's president's office, Taishik reports to the president about the formation of a B-rank subjugation squad that departed on Friday morning. While reading the squad members' details, the president comes across Gidju's name. Remembering the association's basement training, the international portal, and Seonghun's assistant work, he remarks that Taishik has shown extravagant special care to an outside player. Turning to him, the president asks Taishik if he has an explanation for all that. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Gidju and his group reach the monster as part of the main attacking group. The monster, with its back turned towards them, keeps consuming the dead bodies of the players and other monsters it killed. Looking at it, they think that as players, they might get used to death, but seeing a creature treat its own kind as mere prey is not easy to accept. Seeing the monster, Donghi charges his sword with overwhelming energy and unleashes a water jet cutter directed towards the creature. Enraged by the attack, the monster turns to them, and Donghi calls out to the troops, telling them to start the attack. Meanwhile, Gidju and his group stand behind, holding their weapons ready for the command. He remembers the plan for the subjugation, recalling that the water jet cutter attack of Donghi was just a signal for them to begin their powerful spell. As the main troops attack the monster, it runs towards them and becomes blocked by the backline tankers who step up defensive barriers, like Earthwall and Stone Shield. Using their defensive skills simultaneously, they keep blocking the powerful attacks, allowing others to attack back. At this time, the D-rank and below porters start to throw the explosive items over the shields, while the ranged dealers also join in with their ultra-long-range attacks. All these simultaneous attacks directed at the monster bewilder it, and cause a massive explosion, proving it to be a simple yet effective strategy. However, our hero, who is thinking something is off, turns to Seonpil, stating that they should not rush to the front at this moment and should observe the situation instead. Confused by this suggestion, Seonpil argues that they finally got a chance to become part of the main attacking group, but suddenly stops speaking and looks ahead with surprise. In front of them, the monster shatters the stone wall into pieces, causing a massive explosion that makes Donghi confused. While Gidju thinks the biggest problem with this strategy is that if it fails, all hell breaks loose. Just as the monster comes out from the clouds of smoke, holding a giant blade, and lets out a loud scream. Reaching within the group of players, the monster starts to wreak havoc by injuring players and throwing them in different directions. Drinking the healing potions, the players wonder how long it has been since the battle started, only to realize that it has not been 5 minutes and the monster has already started to overpower them. However, looking at Donghi, they remark that it is amazing that he can stand confidently against such a dangerous monster. Meanwhile, Donghi charges his sword with powerful force and rushes towards the monster, launching a powerful strike. However, as he looks back towards the monster after the strike, he realizes that the monster's wounds are healing very quickly due to its incredible regeneration skill. Considering that, he orders the two main teams to start the attack while the backup team is instructed to prepare for the battle. Meanwhile, our hero remains still just watching, and Seonpil states that they also need to get ready because it will be their turn soon. Gidju replies he's got this, making them confused, while our hero starts to walk towards the monster, holding both his swords. While they shout at him, telling him it's dangerous, our hero pays no heed as he continues to approach the monster, while emanating strong energy from his body. While dodging a few of the blows, Gidju smiles and thinks that the players who graduated from the tutorial would never be able to understand what he knows. With that, he leaps up and starts launching swift attacks, thinking the patterns of the Guardian are similar to regular orcs, and the difference lies in their physiques and regenerations. Recalling his visit to the blacksmith shop to buy new equipment, our hero smiles, thinking his is the best opportunity to test out his newly linked ego's powers. He leaps up and reaches the monster at high speed, launching countless attacks, leaving it bewildered. Looking at his shoes, Hermes, it increases his movement speed and gives him the haste ability. When activated, it gradually increases the speed of the wearer for 5 minutes, and its top speed can be reached after 3 minutes. After a few moments, blood starts to spurt out of the monster's body, causing it to scream in agony, which leaves all the other players in a state of astonishment. Looking at the wounds on the monster, Donghi warns Gidju that it has a powerful regenerative ability and they need to use deep attacks rather than several light attacks. Stating that this will be a battle of attrition,
Dong-hee instructs him to save his stamina. However, just then, he realizes that the regeneration of the monster has stopped and becomes surprised.
As Giju stands looking, we see that his necklace is another ego named Rain. It allows the user to regenerate mana at a faster rate and applies Grievous Wound, which slows down the healing of any wounds he inflicts.
After a few moments, the monster gets up again and changes the patterns of its attacks, leaving all the players bewildered. To our hero who is just watching, thinks that this change is not impressive, it's simply the flailing around of a low-level monster that has been cornered. With a smile, he predicted all of this in advance, leaps up launching a brutal attack on the monster that leaves all others astonished. After landing, he rushes forward again and gives a powerful horizontal slash to the monster, thinking that it is an orc after all and cannot scare him no matter what. Following that attack, he keeps on launching continuous strikes, causing blood to continuously spurt out of the monster's body. After some time, the other members of the squad stare at him in shock while he stands near the boss monster lying dead on the ground. While the players express their astonishment at our hero taking down the monster alone, a notification confirming his victory over the low-ranking demon Ferrith. Giju is surprised to realize that it was a demon. Just then Lu's cannibalism skill activates and the monster starts to be devoured. Witnessing this, all the other players become shocked, while Giju remains still and receives a notification that the egoification of Ferrith has failed.
He looks at Lu with an accusing look, then another notification tells him that the fragments of Ferrith's egoification are being absorbed into Lu.
With the monster's body having disappeared, Giju stands still, while Dong-hee keeps looking at him in astonishment. Turning to the other players, he instructs all the injured members to focus on their recovery, and tells the non-combatants to start organizing the front line's leftover belongings. He advises them to remain attentive and not let their guard down, then walks towards Giju, asking for a private conversation. As they walk, Giju wonders if Dong-hee was gonna interrogate him for the disappearance of the corpse, since he knows the Guardian's corpse holds significant value. Considering that all the spirit stones and reward items will now be inaccessible, Giju suspects that Dong-hee plans to blame him for that. However, he believes there is no concrete evidence that it's solely his fault, as it was an irregular fight, and Dong-hee cannot make hasty assumptions. While these suspicions fill our hero's mind, Dong-hee gets straight to the point and asks him if he has any interest in joining their guild, making him realize what his intentions were. He politely turns down the offer, stating that he's not interested in joining any group at the moment, and says that he temporarily joined the Morningstar Guild to participate in this raid. Understanding Giju's decision, Dong-hee expresses his desire to maintain a good relationship with him. So, he gives Giju his business card, suggesting that Giju can contact him if he ever changes his mind or needs assistance. After leaving the tower, Giju stands with the members of the Morningstar Guild outside the association building, showing his appreciation for their efforts. Turning to Seonpil, Giju asks why he didn't join Sequa's kind guild. He remarks that Seonpil is very capable, has more than enough potential and connections, and would have been very successful if he joined, but Seonpil states that it is nothing special. Seonpil goes on to explain that he didn't want others to think his recruitment was based on nepotism, and that he aimed to achieve everything on his own. He then poses the same question to Giju, suggesting that Sequa would have highly appreciated someone like him. After some contemplation, Giju states that he's nothing extraordinary and starts laughing. Just then, other members of their group approach them, asking about their discussion and inviting them to join them for lunch. He politely declines, telling them that he is moving soon and needs to go home and pack up, and bids them farewell. He assures them that he will contact them once the move is completed. He takes his phone out, planning to call Seonghun, since he told him that he would call after the raid. However, opening the phone, finds a message from Taeshik, telling him to call right after the subjugation is over. At an apartment building, Taeshik apologizing for calling so late. He reveals that the president of the association wants to have dinner with Giju. Our hero felt surprised, thinking it was so sudden and that he should have made some preparations if he knew. Thinking that the president is a self-made man, who is popularly known as the hidden giant of the Korean player industry, Giju wonders why a person like that would want to meet him. As they reach the 10th floor of the building, Taeshik informs Giju that the president wants to prepare dinner for him, since cooking is his hobby. As they reach the door of Taeshik's apartment, he opens it and calls out to the president, starting a very informal conversation. After a while, Taeshik asks about the menu, saying that he did not have much at home. The president states that he got the groceries, and tells him to set the table. As Giju looks at the old man before him wearing an apron with surprise, realizing that this was the president of the association. Upon noticing, the president offers his hands in greeting, while Giju extends his hands in greeting. He is overwhelmed by the sheer amount of power surrounding the president. Realizing the intense pressure, Giju thinks that he is someone who is really powerful, and capable enough to become the head of the group of superhumans. Seeing Giju's expression, Taeshik remarks to take it easy and calls the president dad, leaving Giju puzzled and shocked at the realization that Taeshik is actually the son of the president. During dinner, Giju begins to eat while still feeling shocked at the implications. Meanwhile, the president states that he has heard a lot about him from Taeshik, who has given him a lot of help with his authority as the general manager. While Giju remains silent in response, Taeshik stops his dad, saying that they are at the dinner table and he should let Giju eat. The president replies that he is just saying what he needs to say, while Taeshik argues that Giju cannot even swallow the food properly because of him. Turning to our hero, the president states that he has a proposition for him, asking if he is interested in listening. Feeling nervous, Giju asks what he means, and the president states that the association would like to hire him. In response, Giju states that he is not interested in joining any organization currently, when the president interrupts, saying that it is not like that. He clarifies that he wants Giju to become a mercenary for the association. At night, while returning to his house, Giju remembers Taeshik's words that his father is not trying to pressure him or force him into anything. Instead, he only wants to give him proper labels to justify his receiving help from the association, so that he can get help when he wants and take what he deserves. Remembering Taeshik calling it a good offer, Giju thinks that it should not be bad if Taeshik has said it to him, but he does not feel good about getting affiliated with someone. Remembering Sequa's kind guild, he thinks that when he was flailing around as a level 1, Sequa became famous as the leader of one of the top guilds in Korea. He remembers that he has only been in his debt since he met him, thinks that he cannot be in debt forever, and eventually wants to stand next to him as an equal. Meanwhile, inside the tower, a fight goes on between a monster and two players who keep on missing the target and try hard to finish it off. Just then, the monster emerges from the flames once again and charges at them when one of them gives it a fatal blow that leads to its death. After the monster dies, they take a sigh of relief and wonder if they should proceed. One of them states that it is already nighttime, and they should just hunt 2 more of them. Having decided that, they start to move ahead, feeling a little chilly but thinking that it is because of the night that they feel this way. However, considering that the 26th floor generally has a hot climate, they find it strange and unusual. After walking some distance, they reach the edge of the hill and think that the monsters might be at the bottom of the hill. However, as they look down, they are shocked to see all the monsters frozen, along with the entire forest. Meanwhile, down the hill, a person calls out to the guildmaster, who is sitting upon the frozen body of a monster, and tells him that they are unable to find the thing they were looking for. Hearing that, the person gets up and turns out to be Sequa, who tells his guild members to let's head up. A TV show called The Weekly Player is revealing what happened last weekend. The Angela Guild declared that they would clear the 80th floor, causing a commotion to the entire world. The host explains that the guildmaster Seonho Lee, who is a global rank 1 candidate, and another high ranker Yubin Shin, reinforced that Korea is the nation of the strongest players. She states that this is the reason why they have organized a high rankers special event, the purpose of which is to introduce them to the living legend, Azura. Taking the discussion forward, the other host states that even amongst the original 5 high rankers, there is very limited knowledge available about Azura. Remembering that show, Giju turns to Taeshik, asking if Azura, known as the strongest player alive, is really the president of the association and his father. In response, Taeshik agrees, leaving him astonished, but tells him not to spread this information, saying that it's a secret. Taking a box with a ring out of his jacket pocket, he gives it to our hero, who looks at it extremely perplexed. Giju remarks, if you're proposing, you got the wrong person. Taeshik calls him a dumbass, and goes on to tell him it's a kind of identification supplied to the mercenaries, with which he can exercise authority equal to that of the managers, surprising Giju. He states that Seonghun will give him all the other details.
telling him that they have made Seonghun his official secretary starting that day. He further explains that Giju will receive the treatment of a high ranker regarding many things related to the tower or gate clearing, and will be rewarded for completing the mission. He also reveals that Giju will have the right to decline any mission as a mercenary, leaving Giju astonished, and he remarks it to be the best offer. Meanwhile, in the main building of the Iron Guild located in New York, Iron Shield stands looking out of the window when a person comes to him, asking if they were called. As he asks what their request is, the person, who turns out to be Rogers, stands behind him, requesting to be sent to Korea, stating that he will do anything to go there. Iron Shield reveals that he will make a branch in Korea, and send Rogers there as a manager so that he can do as he wishes for revenge or otherwise. Along with it, Iron Shield states that he will bestow 9 upon him. Realizing that 9 is the powerful holy sword possessed by him, Rogers becomes overexcited and thanks him for that. Looking at him, Iron Shield states that he has to become the stepping stone for their revenge. Remembering the Demon King, he turns around with one of his legs replaced by an artificial one and expresses his anger, vowing to tear her to shreds the next time they meet. Meanwhile, traveling in a car, Giju looks at the stat window of L and remarks that it has grown considerably stronger after absorbing the power of the holy sword. However, he wonders where to get an actual holy sword and asks if L is aware of it, but she says sorry, she's still not regained all her memories. After thinking about it for a while, he turns to Lu asking about the ego shard. He states that Lu claimed that it was unaware of how to use the ego shard that they got from Changkyong's ego, but in the case of Faratha's ego, it was absorbed into it. Therefore, he asks if Lu feels like anything has changed after absorbing the ego. Lu ponders. Just then, Seonghun is quietly observing him, asks if he cut his hair and he agrees, getting that it grew a lot, so he just trimmed it a little. Observing Seonghun, Lu remarks that it seems like he is able to hear their conversation, but Giju states that it is impossible and repeats his question, and Lu states that is unaware of that. Disappointed by that reply, he turns to Seonghun, asking where they are going. In response, Seonghun reveals it to be a unique gate in Yosu whose rank keeps fluctuating between F and C, and he needs to clear it. Thinking that it is his first mission as a mercenary, Giju states that he feels a little nervous. However, Seonghun states that he does not need to feel nervous since their first objective is to simply gather information, and he will be going in as well. Seonghun then asks if he knows that there are code names given to the mercenaries of the association, but Giju replies that he has never heard of that before. Seonghun reveals that it was decided that morning in a meeting that his codename is Morningstar, making him surprised. Considering it to be a great coincidence, Giju thinks that Seonpil will be very happy if he finds out, but he notices that Seonghun has started to laugh, which makes him annoyed. After a while, they reach the gate, where the people guarding it welcome him, addressing him as Morningstar, which surprises him. The person introduces himself as the manager of the Players Association in Yosu, while Giju asks him to lift his head, feeling uneasy this way. He requests that they simply call him by his name, which causes Seonghun to start laughing again, making him frustrated. The manager explains that the gate in front of them appeared 4 days ago, and was immediately determined to be a unique gate. So nobody has gone inside. Seonghun remarks that their first goal in that case is to scout as originally planned, and inquires about the available manpower. In response, the manager states that they should be able to put together a B-rank subjugation squad upon request, which would be sufficient. Stating that they have already gathered all the supplies, the manager says that they can leave as soon as they are ready. Just then, they notice Giju walking towards the gate, becoming shocked and start to run after him. Reaching near him, they state that it is a unique gate and it's dangerous to approach it recklessly. Ignoring their words, Giju turns to Lu and L, asking if they are sure about what they said, and they agree. He touches the portal, causing it to become red, which resembles a situation where a gate break is about to occur, making everyone shocked. While Giju stands in front of the portal, others start to contact the headquarters and request backup from other guilds, thinking that the monster will soon start to overflow from the gate. While they are expressing their shock at such a sudden gate break, Giju realizes that L and Lu were indeed true when a window appears in front of him, asking him to confirm the link. This clarifies to him that this gate is indeed an ego in reality. In the surrounding area, people are still panicking and a person asks if they got any news from headquarters.
Another person on the phone answers, confirming that the backups will arrive in 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Giju is conflicted about the situation, thinking he did suspect the gates could be egos, but didn't expect to find one so soon. As he was still hesitating on confirming the link, Seonghun comes from behind to grab his hand and pull him back, while telling him it's dangerous, some strong boy crush vibes. After Giju is taken away, the gate reverts back to its normal blue status. Inside the temporary container office, Seonghun is amazed at Giju. He asks in a mocking voice that now Giju is even causing gate breaks. What else would he be doing next, control monsters or something else similar? Giju with a guilty face states, he didn't know it would turn out like that. Seonghun gets to the point and asks him what exactly happened, saying it did return to normal, but was that really a gate break? Our hero explains that he might have an idea, but it's still his first time experiencing something like this, and can't tell all the specifics, but it might be due to his unique ability that this happened. Since they can't do anything further, Seonghun hands Giju a traditional Korean mask to wear, in order to protect his identity. Due to the signs of a break, the outside is packed with players who were gathered urgently, as well as reporters who should be arriving soon as well. If he doesn't want to get all over the news, put the mask on in front of other people. After a conferring for 3 hours, it was decided that Giju would be entering the gate alone. While there were protests, the association took care of it somehow. At the entrance, Giju stands with his mask on, as Seonghun asks again if he is sure he will go in alone. Giju replies that since it's related to his unique ability, it would be best and for them to stand by outside, just in case. He then confirmed the link, causing him to disappear into the gate. Once inside, he gets a system notification stating testing your worth. Taking off the mask, he remarks that for Lu and El, all he had to do was give them names, but for a gate ego it might be different, to which Lu comments that he make them sound cheap. While he's not completely sure on what's happening, but he just has to clear the gate and see what happens, to which Lu agrees. As he looks around his surroundings, he can't help but get chills. He figures just heading towards where the magic concentrations are highest would be best. Just then, the ground suddenly shakes, and with an explosion, the skeletal warriors appear and start to rush toward him. And among them was a Dullahan, a headless horseman riding his headless horse, leading the group. He calls on El and Lu, and using his haste skill to charges at full speed towards the oncoming force. As he slashes through the skeletal forces, killing them with single strikes, he heads towards the leader to finish this battle. In the next moment, our hero stands within a cemetery looking towards a tall monument at the end of the walkway. Lu remarks that something feels off, while remembering back to the battle with the Dullahan. Lu continues to remark that the mid-boss was very weak compared to the magic power the gate emitted. Giju agrees, and as he was about to ask more about it, something catches his eyes. The casket top slides open to reveal a green glow from within, as Lu gives a warning. Lu states that everything else is so weak, since all the magic is concentrated into the boss monster before them. What stands before him is a monster that is only found in high-level gates or on floor 60 and above, the undead king, Lich. The Lich asks, "Are you the one who wishes to become his master?" Giju is momentarily surprised and taken aback, and the Lich asks his questions one more time, "Are you the one who wishes to become his master?" Giju wonders, how come the gatekeeper has the system's voice? Giju hesitated a little but declared that's right, he was here to become the master of this gate. Then he asked the Lich if he was the gate, to which the Lich answered questioning gate. Then with an audible click, the Lich remarked right the gate, he was the master of this abandoned ruin. Our hero noticed that the Lich no longer spoke with the system's voice. Then the Lich materialized a staff in his hand, and upon noticing this, our hero informed his egos that he would be making the first move as he rushed forward. The Lich shouted, "Prove that you are worthy to become its master." Using the power of the staff, it casted a fireball towards the charging hero. Noticing it was too late to dodge, Giju collided with it, causing a massive blast in the area. When the dust settled, Lu gave a warning to pay attention, since another attack was incoming. As Giju looked towards the Lich, multiple magic arrows were headed his way. The Lich asked, "Is that all you've got? He hasn't even gotten started yet," taunting our hero. As the arrows were about to reach his location, he quickly used haste to evade them, however the Lich was not about to give him a chance. It simply sent more arrows at Gidju, and our hero was thinking that if he let his guard down, he might be done for. While still evading, he told Lu that he was counting on him, to which Lu replied, puzzled for what? As Gidju threw the black sword in front of him. Lu cried for help and cursed his shitty master. And as Gidju caught up to the sword, he said sorry while laughing, then used Lu as a stepping stone to launch himself towards the Lich while simultaneously using the trick of transforming Lu to a ring, then back again to a sword to confront the Lich. The attack of the black sword was easily blocked by the Lich's staff, and he commented that if you wish to become his master, this is not enough. But before he could finish, Gidju transitioned into a spin attack, using white sword this time to strike a blow to the chest of the Lich, causing it to scream in pain. Then our hero jumped out of the range of the counterattack. The Lich remarked that white sword was an annoying weapon, and he wanted to avoid dragging this battle any longer. As Gidju looked up, countless arrows were just above his position as far as the eye could see. Lu warned that they would not be able to dodge it, but El told him to use her since she could seal it. While our hero was using the white sword to block the magic arrows, Lu reminded his master to use him instead, since these demonic arrows were nothing to him. Having decided to trust Lu, he used the black sword to block the arrow as well and got a system notification telling him that Lu is absorbing the demonic energy. More system notifications informed him that Lu has begun to gain awareness of the Lord of the Demonic Blade, which confused our hero, Lord of what? Then asked for a sacrifice in order to successfully awaken Lu. At that moment, the eye on the sword lit up and created a barrier that absorbed the remaining demonic arrows. The Lich couldn't believe that a mere mortal had the power to do all this, but since he hasn't submitted to him yet, he declared the beginning of the last test. Summoning the undead from the grave, they started to combine and created a flesh golem. With the Lich on top of its head. The giant flesh golem punched the ground, sending debris everywhere, but instead of being knocked out, Gidju used the arm to his advantage and climbed it to reach the Lich for a devastating attack. Our hero asked the gate if this was worthy enough for it, and the Lich responded that he accepts his new master. The system then notified him that the gate has accepted his link, and to please give it a name. As the smoke from the last attack starts to fade away, Gidju tries to think of a suitable name for this gate. Just then, black aura from the battle begins to be absorbed by Lu, and the red eye flares up causing Lu to act out of control. Gidju asks Lu what's going on. Lu lets out a maddening laugh, saying did they see him, this is the real him. How long did they think that he could stand the sight of the holy blade getting stronger than him? When Gidju shouts Lu's name, the black sword comes back to his senses and begins to wonder what's going on. El tells her master that Lu is confused. Then Lu informs his master that he needs to go on a break, since he has a bit of a headache. Putting the issue aside for later, he goes back to naming the gate. After pondering for a bit, he thinks back to Brunhart the armor that faded away. Then making a decision, declares the name of the gate as Brunhart. Meanwhile outside the gate, they have declared a gate break. The player association agents are moving the citizens of the city into evacuation shelters. Some players are on standby in front of the gate to eliminate any threat that appears. These two players are discussing the rank of this unique gate, which fluctuates between F rank and C rank. Nearby, Taeshik asks Seonghun about backup and is informed that all the nearby guilds and the members of the Child Guild are on their way. When asked about evacuation, it's going smoothly and they believe it'll be finished within 30 minutes. Taeshik tells them to do it within 10, and Seonghun replied he will tell them that. However, their biggest problems are the paparazzi that are not being cooperative, calling on the freedom of the press, and since some are retired players, they are being a real hassle to deal with. Taeshik with an angry expression remarks, let them be, if they want to die, then just let them. What worries Taeshik isn't the outbreak itself, since they have enough firepower to deal with it, but if a break does happen, then it means something bad has happened to Gidju. Just at that moment, the players outside became alarmed due to the gate turning red signaling a gate break. Everyone braces for combat, the frontline shields are lined up at the gate to meet the assault. Taeshik feeling guilty apologizes to Brother Kim for his lack of foresight, and begs forgiveness from Gidju for not being able to protect him. As he materializes his weapon, he charges towards the gate shouting, he will avenge Gidju with his own hands. With a mighty leap, he jumps over the heads of other players to reach the front of the gate.
While he is still in the middle of his leap, Giju steps out of the gate and asks, "Did you call me?" Which catches Taishik off guard, causing him to lose his balance in mid-air. Just before falling he calls him a bitch, then tumbles onto the ground. Giju, wearing the hilarious mask, stands there puzzled, remarks, "What's all this?" Just as he turns to see the surrounding, he is momentarily blinded from the paparazzi try to take his picture. Giju is taken aback by the paparazzi, who want him to take off his mask and give interviews. At night, back at Taishik's apartment building, they are met with the Player Association president and discussing the day's events while eating dinner. As he intently stares at Giju, stating that due to the gate ego, our hero was able to quickly grow stronger. At these words, Seonghun nervously remarking that, is this something that he should be privy to since unique abilities are sensitive matters, but Taishik cuts him off saying that he is here because he could trust him, otherwise he wouldn't have made him his secretary in the first place. After saying this, he turns to Giju asking, if he linked with the gate, what happened to it? Our hero replies that since this is his first time, he is not really sure, but the gate said it's stabilizing right now and won't respond to him. Something might have happened to the gate when it closed. Lu isn't responding either, but currently it's transcending, but he can use Lu's abilities like normal, so there isn't anything wrong with it. The president is amazed that a player can possess a gate. If this gets out, the whole world will go crazy. As for the reporters, the association took good care of it, so it won't reach the press. As Giju thanks the president, his phone rings starts to ring. He excuses himself to get the call, and it turns out to be his sister asking, "Is that guy on the TV really him?" She tells him that she was able to identify him by his ring and necklace, but what's up with that weird mask? Just at that moment, everyone at the table gets notifications on their phone at the same time. While Giju's sister is explaining the exploits of the unknown hero who stopped a break, calling her brother a bit cool, and asking if she can brag about it to her friends, since she thinks a lot of people can tell it's him. While she is still talking, he turns to look at the people at the table. They stare back with blank faces. The news feed on their phones are reporting on the hero who single-handedly prevented a disaster. Is this the birth of a new high ranker? Oh, he's screwed. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Demon King is looking at her phone and sees the news about our boy. Ball from behind her comments that she looks to be in a good mood, and she replies it's nothing. With a smile she remarks that she feels like she taught her student well. Player paparazzi are mostly retired players who report on things related to tower, gates, and players. According to Taishik, they are hard to control and he blames himself for not being able to keep Giju out of the limelight. Our hero consoles him, saying it's not like it was done on purpose. Taishik points out that a bothersome guy was mixed in among the mob of reports, a player who was pretty famous before he retired. Hyangchul Go, who ranked quite high even among other rankers, and warns Giju not to get involved with him, and be careful not to run into this guy in the future, plot for later. After some time, Giju goes to the workshop of Senior Huang. He greets his senior, who tells him that he read the news and compliments him on being famous. Since he could clearly identify him with all the egos he is wearing, jokingly asking if he should pay Giju advertising fee for displaying them all. Our hero, being bashful, tells the senior that his reason he is here today. He needs something that can help him from standing out, a means to hide his identity. The senior asks if he is looking for a mask, since the one he wore on the news was quite horrendous. But unfortunately, the workshop doesn't have anything of the sort that he is looking for. Giju firmly tells him that he isn't looking for a mask, plus he wasn't the one who bought the mask in the first place. He goes on to explain that egos and masks are easily exposed to the public. While he will not be wearing the mask any longer, the problem lies with the signature rings he uses. The senior offers a simply solutions: use either a glove or gauntlets, and points to some over there for him to try out. He recalls in the past, it was really hard for him to establish a link, but afterwards when he tried again with Rain and Hermes, it was relatively easier. Could his capacity for wielding egos increased, to which L confirms his thoughts, saying that at the time he acquired Lu and L, his capacity was full. But now he is relatively stronger, so, and it's not due to his poor naming sense. Giju thanks L for trying to console him, and as he looks over the items, something catches his eyes. The senior also comments that he picked out a nice item. He puts it on and tries to link with it by giving it the name Oberon, and to his amazement it took on the first try. The system message notifies him that he has successfully linked with the ego, Oberon, and he can access Oberon's information. It feels a little awkward, but he thinks it should be fine once he gets used to them. Oberon's status window shows him that he has the ability Force, which momentarily increases strength. He wonders if he can summon both his swords while using the gauntlet, since normal gloves broke whenever he summoned them. Thinking to try it out, he summons both swords without issues and then accessorizes them all, which turns the gauntlets into normal-looking gloves and perfectly hiding his rings. Thinking he can now use this on a daily basis, he tells the senior these are great and asks how much. The senior replies that it's free, but in return he wants a favor from him. If he ever finds himself in need of help, that Giju will help him once. The next day, at the Player Association's first-floor lobby, Giju finds a sea of reporters loitering around. He asks Seonghun what's going on, and is informed that reporters have been bothering them a lot recently, coming here daily, all because of the masked ranker, who caused quite a scene from his first mission. Giju remarks that he shouldn't be climbing the tower for a while, and should look into clearing gates for the time being. But Seonghun tells him that it won't be necessary, since all the paparazzi thinks that player Kim Giju is a high ranker, so they are currently waiting for him on the higher floors of the tower. And reporters who are looking for the masked ranker are all on the lower floors, so they should have no issues. At these words Giju feels offended and asks, "Are you mocking me?" Little clarification, high rankers are typically on floor 50 and higher, while our poor Giju is nowhere near that yet. Inside on the first floor of the tower, while killing a goblin, Giju reflects on the words of Senior Huang. The blacksmith values his gear very highly and takes pride in all his creations, so he wouldn't give them away for free without a good reason. It was probably a hard request for him. As he is walking in the forest, he hears the words, "Are you their master?" Turning around, he asks Elle if she heard that as well, to which Elle inquired what her master was talking about. He tells Elle that he heard someone saying something about master or something. Just then the voice said, "The one who calls yourself their master, say my name out loud." He asks Elle again, "You heard it this time, right?" Elle remarks that maybe Lu's awake now? No, it's a different voice telling him to say its name out loud. Then as if a light bulb turned on, he said, "Could it be Brunhart?" As the words are spoken, an orb appears in front of him hovering in the air. He remarks, "This feels familiar to me for some reason," and starts to wonder, when an image of him almost getting butt naked comes to mind. With shocked realization, he hugs his clothes like a little girl and screams no. Nothing happens, and he slowly opens his eyes to look. Yup, the sphere is still there and it's not doing anything. Just then the system notification pipes up telling him, "Brunhart's form has not been determined yet, please determine Brunhart's form." He just stares at it without saying a word for a while, remarking that it's a bit different from what happened with Lu back then. He asks Elle if she knows anything about how to do this, and she tells him to put his hand over the marble and visualize the form that he wants. With a bit of skepticism, he slowly approaches and put his hands on it. He starts to recall the past when they were together, thinking about how it continued to save his life until the moment he perished. Thinking only if Brunhart could continue to protect him, like he has always done in the past. He wants him to stay by his side and protect him. At these thoughts, a green energy surged out of the sphere and entered into his chest. Like Iron Man? Then a voice speaks to him calling him Master. He is so glad to be together again with Master. Giju remarks, "Back together? Could it be Bernhardt?" System pop-up shows Brunhart, the ego that had inherited memories. He looks at his new armor and says he is happy to be with Brunhart too. It's a little different than what he imagined, also the voice is very childish too. Using the new skill unification, the egos are able to talk with each other, and they make their greetings. Looking at the status window, it looks to have inherited its memories from the name, even able to retain the skill reflect which belonged to the original. Along with new skills that might be abilities it has as a gate. Praising Brunhart for having very impressive abilities, he began to test them out. While climbing the tower for a week, he focused on understanding the conditions of each ego, including Brunhart.
First, his new skills, open and close, are used to open and close a gate at his location. Even though this is his ability, he can't enter the gate himself just yet, and also the monsters that spawn out don't listen to his commands either. But it's still very useful, since he can now intentionally create gate breaks. Once he is fully able to control this ability, it should exceed the powers a single person should have. The other abilities allow Brunhart to get stronger. Absorption can allow Brunhart to grow by absorbing other gates, while Domination can allow Brunhart to absorb lower ranking gates and dominate it. But these abilities are limited to the gates he possesses. While he wants to test more, he needs to take care of the monster in front of him first. The guardian of the 28th floor, Giant Smilodon, looks like a giant saber-tooth. He remarks that he's only been going against weak monsters for the past week, so he needs a little challenge every once in a while. By using the force skill from his gauntlets, combined with haste from his shoes, he is able to block the attack of the guardian. Saying this is enough for a good warm-up, he starts to battle the overgrown cat with seriousness. After exchanging some blows, he uses his reacquired reflect skill to finish it off. Since all the guardians are huge, it's getting easier for him to fight against them once he got used to the size difference, and with the stronger reflect skill makes it even easier. The guardian this time only dropped a single green crystal, but at least he can sell the corpse at the association for money. As he throws the crystal into the gate, he learned one thing about Brunhart's ability over this past week, and that is the gate can gain experience from the crystal and the monsters inside the gate can be strengthened. Now that he has grasped Brunhart's abilities and gotten used to using combination skills, he thinks about going directly to challenge the 30th floor of the tower. But he'll make the final decision once he gets to the 29th floor. Meanwhile, on the 29th floor of the tower, a group of players are facing off against red players. Oh, what do you know, it's the Smurfs gang again, the same trio in the front as last time. It's time for some guild battle. As our unsuspecting hero is walking by, he hears the noise of the battle nearby between players. Brunhart suggests to his master to go check it out, while our hero thinks he shouldn't be doing things like that. The group that is being ambushed is part of the Cain Guild, and Smurf number 1 is telling the injured guy that they are just using them as hostages to lure their guild master Sequo here. Just at that moment, a shadowy figure of Giju appears from behind him and grabs his head and lets him taste the dirt. While emitting a fearsome aura, he asks Smurf number 1, what was it that he was going to do? His heart was beating out of control, pumping blood faster than normal, and his rage was getting out of control. Even the pupil in his left eye had changed to purple and was exuding a powerful aura. He recalled a time before when he almost lost control and started to calm himself down. While looking at the beat-up face of the guy he was holding by his hair, he recalled where he saw him last. So why would the Smurfs Guild be messing with the Cain Guild? While he was trying to regain control over his raging emotions, the other members of the Smurfs Guild noticed him. With their weapons in hand, they rushed to our hero, wanting to mess him up. How could he take this sitting down? In a flash, he started to smack down the approaching players. He had already killed a person before, so didn't hesitate to swing his blade. If anything, he was getting a thrill as his blade cut through the flesh of the surrounding players, and his heart won't stop racing. He was killing the red players and loving every moment of it. Even as Elf tried to get his attention, he was mowing through the red players, leaving behind a trail of blood in his wake. After multiple tries, her voice was eventually able to reach him and brought him back to his senses. The leader of Cain's middle-tier group, Bong Gudu, was thanking him for his help. He couldn't believe his savior was Giju, the one he has heard so much about from their guild leader. Our hero was a bit skeptic and asked if it really was Sequo, and he replied the very one, and he wished for Giju to join their guild. However, in Gudu's mind, he was thinking that this person was nothing like what the guild master had told him about. His guild master was always worried about Giju since he had a weak heart, but the person in front of him used his blade against others without any hesitation, and the power he displayed was comparable to their guild master. Nonetheless, Giju asked why was the Smurfs Guild after Sequo. Did something happen between their two guilds? Gudu had no idea, since their guild master wasn't someone who went around making enemies without good reason. The only way to get information would be to interrogate the red players they had captured. Since red players are supposed to be killed anyways, torturing them can be done based on the situation. But there are reservations on doing it, even if it is allowed by the association. As our hero was thinking about torture, he stepped away from the captives and let the Cain Guild deal with it. He thought back to the Guardian subjugation, where he lost control of his emotions before. But at the time he just thought it was due to the trauma from getting tortured before and the problems with stress. But right now he didn't feel anything when they talked about torturing the captives, so could it be he had no trauma at all to begin with? Then he started to question why he was not able to control himself just now. No, that's not the most important thing. More than anything else, why was he thinking that killing people was fun? Interrupting his dark thoughts, his ego spoke up concerned. He hurriedly stated he was sorry for making them worry for nothing, and they didn't need to care about it too much, since he had his suspicion on what might have happened. The Demon King must have done something to him back then. As he walked back to the rest of the group, he was welcomed back. Gudu apologized for the unsightly things they had to do, but Giju said that he understood it was just the situation they were in. He then asked if they found anything, and Gudu replied nothing other than that they are just following their boss's orders. Our hero commented that they might just be the lowest members, since they don't know anything and their skills were below average. While Gudu agreed, in his mind that's probably because Giju was strong. Gudu said he would be headed down from here, and while it would have been great if they were able to contact their leader, but alas they had things they needed to take care of first. However, at that moment, our hero sensed something and told him to hold a second. Soon they all heard footsteps in the surrounding area, and soon members of Smurf's Guild arrived and surrounded them from all sides. There were over 100 players. It looked like their entire guild had come here. Giju asked Gudu if he sent anyone out to contact the association or their guild. He replied affirmative but did not expect any backup. He then told Gudu to get another messenger ready as well as a flare, since he was planning to clear a path. All this time, instead of being scared of this dangerous situation, our hero was getting more excited at the prospect of fighting. With his evil eye flaring up again, he rushes towards the unexpected Smurfs members and charges past them up into a tree. Then using the tree to catapult himself, crashed down within the group and started to cause havoc from among them. The members of the Cain Guild were mesmerized for a moment by what they saw before them, then charged forward to support Giju. Meanwhile in his head, he was thinking killing these players were no different from slaying monsters. And he didn't even feel an ounce of guilt for doing it either. In fact, but at these thoughts he was interrupted by a blast of flames that seemed to encompass him. The onlookers were shocked at the sea of flames erupting on the field of battle, but miraculously Giju escaped the flames without any damage. Stepping onto the scene, he told our hero that he was impressed that he was able to dodge that attack, and he even used an expensive item that he stole from someone else. Looking at the newcomer, Gudu stated that it was the leader of the Smurfs Guild, the fallen ranker, the slayer Minsik Choi. He had red head and stood behind the flames with a wicked dagger in his hands, claiming that our hero gave off the same kind of scent as them, and asked if he would like to join the Smurfs Guild. People who commit crimes daily within the tower were labeled as red players. Since it was basically impossible to enforce the law within the tower, the most that association could do was manage the portals, which is the tower's entrance, and hinder their growth. Among the red player, there is a player who was once a ranker. He was the current Smurfs Guild leader, Minsik Choi. The fact that he gave up all the luxury and honor of being a ranker voluntary for a life of crime, he's that much of a psychopath who's addicted to murdering and torturing other players. Minsik asks if he is interested in joining them, since he can tell that he is one of them, and promises that it'll be much more fun to join his side. While Giju thinks about his recent emotional outburst, he tells them to shut their trap and not to lump him together with the likes of scumbags like them. Which caused the vice guild leader of the Smurfs Guild to be offended. In fury he says to our hero that he's an arrogant brat, how dare he talk like that in front of. But before he could finish talking, he was covered in flame, which shocked Giju. Minsik furiously stated how he dare cut in when he was in the middle of talking, and the head of the vice leader was burned to a crisp. Then a headless body fell before him, as Minsik with a calm expression, made an apology stating that they have a lot of rude people due to their lack of education. Anyways, they now have a vacancy in their guild for the vice guild leader position, and he would give him that spot if he joined their guild. After a moment of contemplation, Giju asks why are they after the Cain Guild? While scratching his head, the redhead asks, "So you're going to ask me a question instead of answering?" Then he states he has no reason not to answer. He goes on to say that they are going to get outside of this tower, since they are tired of being stuck in this hellhole. That's the reason why they have some business with Kane's guild leader. Gudu, shocked by this revelation, asks why would their guild have to do with them going outside the tower? Are they just planning to use them as hostage? As Minsik shows a grin, an enraged Giju questioned, how did he know about that? This was Sikwa's secret, his second unique ability he gained within the tower. With surprise, Minsik asks if he knew about this secret too, and smiles, saying he really is amusing. With murderous intent, Giju charges Minsik, telling him to answer his questions. Minsik meets the charge with a grin, while materializing another knife in his offhand. This took Giju by surprise and left an injury on his cheek, and he questioned if Minsik had dual blades from the start. As they continued to clash blades on the battlefield, Minsik declared that there should be a clear hierarchy to things, as he caused a fiery explosion which forced the surrounding players to cover their eyes. The blast also forced our hero back, and he thought with just a few clashes he can already feel a difference from the fights of the past. He has met a lot of people who are just as high-leveled, but this guy was basically a professional at hunting other players. Minsik was laughing maniacally and clashed with Giju, commenting, "Did you think he would let him have a break?" While our hero managed his skills to keep up with Minsik. A kick to his side caught him off guard and sent him flying. He managed to keep from falling by using his two swords to stabilize himself. He was wondering how Minsik suddenly got so strong. Was it a skill he used? But his egos told him that his opponent's movement hasn't changed. Minsik with a devilish grin says, "Looks like it's starting to take effect," mentioning that he seemed like he was intimidated by his firepower, that he didn't notice the full power of his weapon, Flame Dagger. The dagger accumulates damage against someone he clashed blades with, meaning the winner was already determined when the fight got extended. So give up now, since he was still willing to accept him into his guild. At these words, Giju shouted that you should have told him that sooner, and using the haste skill charged at Minsik, who was momentarily shocked. After which a gleeful expression appeared on his face as he exclaimed maybe he had something else up his sleeve, and then he will also show his full power, unleashing his skill Hell Flame. As Giju was fast approaching him, it felt extremely hot, and thanks to that he should be able to finish him for sure. When they were only an arm's length apart, they crossed blades with each other. At the same time, Giju used his skill Reflect, using all the accumulated damage caused by the flame dagger, and the power was overwhelming that it shocked Minsik. In the next moment, the explosion within the pillar of flame sent something crashing outside of it. As the other players looked on in shock at what might have just flew by, the object left a trail of destruction in its wake as it finally came to a stop to reveal the body of Minsik. As Giju slowly approached the body, he remarked that exposing one's own weakness was a very amateurish mistake. As he pointed his sword to the lying body, the system notification informed him that cannibalism has been activated, player Minsik has been accessorized, and the accessorization was successful. Giju was shocked at the revelation that people can be cannibalized, and wondered just what are the requirements to activate it. Standing there, he thought his legs would give out on him. As expected from a ranker, this battle could have gotten ugly. He can't show his weak side just now. There were other members of the Smurfs guild left, so was really hoping they would just go away since their guild master was dead. However, he felt more menacing glares coming from behind him. He turned to look at the sea of menacing faces grinning eagerly, wanting to devour him for their personal gain. These were all red players, thinking whoever kills this bastard before them can be the next leader of their guild. While some wondered at the disappearance of their guild master's body, they just assumed it was part of a skill. As he stared at the mob, his egos advised him to make a run for it. The Reflect skill deals a lot of accumulated damage, but it doesn't mean he can avoid all damage. In order to return damage, he has to take damage, and just like in the Maze Gate, the damage he receives gets stronger based on the damage reflected. Thinking about all the hurt his body was facing, he looked at the mob with a glare of his own, thinking if he only had some rest even a minute would do. Some of the Smurfs guild members had second thoughts, filled with doubts and hesitation, as he stared at the intimidating aura coming from Giju, thinking just who is this brat? While others thought it didn't matter since they had the advantage due to their numbers, even if a lot of them died, as long as they delivered the final blow. With shouts of him being tired and inciting the group that this is just like their usual hunts, they all rush to be the first to take out Giju. Just as they were closing the distance to him, he felt a presence that was very familiar to him, and a smirk appeared on his face, stating, "You're too late." As Arctic cold air came blasting in and froze the players that were closing in on Giju. He let out a sigh of relief as the figure of Sequo appeared, greeting him saying it's been a while. As others became aware of Sequo's appearance, saying that while he would love to chat longer, he needs to take care of some business first. Using his skill Blizzard to cover the area, he started to count the number of red players. Afterwards he declared it will take him 3 minutes, then they can catch up. After materializing his twin ice blades, he jetted into the crowd and started to take them out as quickly. Every slash left frozen ice surrounding the wound. While drinking a potion, our hero thinks it's expected of Sequo that he has gotten even stronger than before, but now the gap between them is closer than it was at the start of their meeting. Remarking that expensive potions are always the best, he charges up his skills and enters the fight, slashing through the remaining Smurfs members. From afar, Sequo notices Giju's return to the battle with surprise, then a grin appears on his face. As they both declare a challenge, as if against each other, that it will only take 1 minute to clear the field of this trash. In a short period of time, the battle comes to an end and things are being tidied up by the remaining members of the Cane Guild. Sequo walks over to Giju's resting place. He comments that Giju has changed so much, he almost didn't recognize him, and asks about his eye. To which our hero didn't know what he meant, and was told that his left eye is now purple. Thinking must have something to do with what the Demon King did to him in the past, he tried to pass it off as part of a skill. While a little skeptic, Sequo continues and remarks not only did Giju's appearance change, but he had gotten way stronger than expected. They sat making small talk about recent events and how Sequo found out that Giju was the masked ranker from Cianpil. Thinking about all that, Giju couldn't let out a bit sigh, saying it's really a nuisance to him, and it amazed him how Sequo can deal with all that fame. So are there still reporters at the association? Sequo responds that it's been a while since they have already moved on to another topic, which piqued Giju's curiosity. Sequo remarked how long has it been since he was out of the tower, and he should at least check the latest news at checkpoints. It appears that the president of the association showed his face on the news for the first time, and due to the timing of such an event, Giju guessed it must have been done for his benefit. Sequo while getting up saying it was great meeting him again, and would love to buy him a drink, but looks like that will have to wait a while. But at least he has time for coffee at least, and he doesn't want to say goodbye like this, while materializing a ring on his hand. While flashing his ring, stating we do have a lot of catching up to do. Giju is surprised to learn that Sequo is also a mercenary like him, and Sequo mentions that there are many others like them, and warns not all mercenaries tend to protect each other, so be careful in the future. Each mercenary in their own way tries to hide their identities, whether through skills or items. He then gets to the main point and tells Sequo the reason why the Smurfs Guild was attacking his guild, and asks how did it get leaked out. This was about Sequo's second unique ability, portal generation. This ability generates a portal, whether it's within or outside the tower, and it's a unique ability with the power to shake the entire world. It's an ability that he probably tried his best to hide, but how did the Smurfs Guild find out about it, since even members of his own guild were unaware of it? Sequo says it's a long story, and since they're finishing up here, they can head down and talk. When Giju mentions since he is a guild leader, doesn't he have more pressing matters he needs to deal with first, Sequo replies what's more important than talking to someone who was personally involved, and anyways the other members were handling it well. If that's how it works, then Giju had a place, he had a cafe in mind for their chat. Later inside the manager's office, Tashik was furious and asked does his place look like a cafe to them? However, Giju pleaded that due to the nature of their discussion, this was the only private place he could get for free that he knew of. Tashik asked what did he mean by free, he was going to start charging in the future, so keep that in mind. Then he noticed Giju's eye color was different and asked him about it, and Outboy answered it must be due to the skill, at the same time wondering how long will it be before it changed back to normal. Dismissing the issue, Tashik went directly to the point of saying that since they came here right after the massacre of the Smurfs Guild, they have something to ask of him, right? To which Giju said not really, which astonishes Tashik, thinking they really came for the free noise cancellation he has. After some time, Sequo discusses what happened a few months ago, when he was forced to use the skill in front of a few guild members. Unfortunately, one of them got caught by the Smurfs Guild, and since they wanted any information about getting to the outside world, would have used any means at their disposal to get them to talk. Taishik remarks that it's an annoying coincidence, and asks what happened to that member. Since none of the Smurfs members they captured alive knew about them, he assumed that they must already be dead. Taishik, sipping his drink, silently contemplates on what he was told. Sequo asks when a team will be formed to wipe out the rest of them, and Taishik informs him as soon as they found any more information. The Kane Guild volunteers to join the group, since they have to know if the captured member is alive or not and make sure more information does not get leaked. After which Sequo states he will be headed out first, since he still has a lot of work to do. Seeing him off, Taishik comments that Sequo is acting brave but probably going crazy on the inside, since he treats his guild members like family. Taishik then asks about his condition, but Giju tells him he is fine since he used a lot of potions and got healed by a healer. But Taishik clarified not that, he was asking about his mental condition since this was his first time killing a person. While looking slyly, he said it was complicated to say it's his first time, since he was determined to kill Rogers Han back then, stating all his enemies deserved death, and he had no reason to feel guilty about it, so he feels fine right now. But the problem now is while killing people, he felt a thrill from it. Taishik remains silent for a minute, then rubs Giju's head, telling him not to overthink things. This job has a lot of people who are dark inside, what's really important is if you are able to control that or not. Pondering on those words, can he really control it? The next day, back on the 29th floor, he was looking around the battle area and there are still signs of frost left over, and he wondered what Sequo's level is now. To think that he killed a few dozen people here yesterday, he still can't believe it. Also, his eye color hasn't come back to normal yet, so did he really completely change or was he always like this? Anyways, he decided today was the day he was going to challenge the 30th floor test of this tower. He already completed 3 floor tests, first was to hunt a goat, second was to hunt a orc, and third was to hunt a minotaur. Each test was a simple mission with the difficulty decreased drastically. But as he was trying to open the door, his hands started to shake. Was his body trying to warn him, he wondered. A player should never ignore their own senses, and especially for him since his senses has been enhanced beyond normal after drinking the elixir. He recalled the memory of his first test, and taking a deep breath told himself what's the point in hesitating now, just got to do this. His egos encouraged him onwards. As he entered, the system message informed him that he had entered the 4th testing room, and a special test was being initiated. On a desert with the dust clouds covering him, an outline of a castle could be seen looming in the distance, as the sun was setting behind it. Since the system said it was a special test, it might be different from the other tests so far, and decided to head towards the castle in the horizon. Just at that moment, warnings come from his egos, and giant scorpions come out of the ground around him. This was just as he expected. As he got his swords ready, he charged forward using his haste skill, but to his surprise he lost his balance, due to the sand underneath. Off-balanced, he barely managed to block the pincer attack with his swords in the nick of time, then launching himself up into the sky and came down to deal a devastating blow, killing the scorpion. He thought since the terrain wasn't a good fit to use haste, he would just have to walk the distance to the castle instead. At that moment, Lu's voice could be heard saying he can feel it. Giju asked how long has he been awake for, and Lu replied since he entered the gate, but that wasn't important, they needed to head to the castle since his body was there. Then we are shown the vague image of a man with glowing red eyes sitting on a throne seat within the castle. While El was glad to see Lu awake, Giju questioned Lu about his physical body really being inside the castle. Lu remained silent on the matter, and Giju after some contemplating decided he understood that Lu needed more time and he can tell him when he was ready. As the scorpion's tail was about to strike, our hero jumped up into the air to avoid the blow. While in the air, he stepped on top of the black sword, which made Lu question what he was doing, to which he replied with a devilish grin that he was using him as a stand. Since they had no idea what awaited them inside the castle, it would be a waste of time and energy to deal with all the monsters on the outside, so he decided to go straight into the castle. Using Lu as a jumping board, he made his way towards the castle, while Lu shouted for someone to help him, while killing monsters that were in his path, he apologized to Brunhart for not having the time to pick up the crystal drops, to which Brunhart replied he was fine. Lu asked who that voice was, and was introduced to the Gate Ego, who received the memories of the old Brunhart. To which Lu commented that everything seems to have an ego now. Giju continued to carve his way to the castle, and finally arrived at the entrance saying he barely made it. Lu yelled at him to stop acting cool and hurry in, since a lot of the scorpions were still approaching from behind. Upon entering the castle, he started rubbing his hair to get some of the dust out of it as he surveyed his surrounding area. The room was enormous with two gigantic armor statues standing beside the entrance to the boss's room. Lu said that his physical body was just beyond the doors in front of them, and even Giju could sense it now that he was this close, or rather he can sense that there was something beyond the doors. As he was getting closer to the door, the gigantic statues came to life and attacked him, simultaneously striking the floor where he stood. The debris of the attack scattered all over the place, but luckily our hero was able to dodge out of way in the nick of time, remarking they used some impression golems as guards. He dashed in and attacked the legs, but they were sturdy and hardly took any damage. Impressed at this, he decided to take care of them before heading inside, since he couldn't afford to leave something as dangerous as this behind. Even if they are strong, they must also have a weakness. He first dashed up and attacked the head of a golem, which turned out to be ineffective as well. Just then the second golem struck him while he was still in midair, unable to dodge. It sent him crashing down. That was some power. He took some serious damage despite the fact that he even turned his body to reduce the impact. Upon Lu's urging to use their strength against them, he got between the two golems and used force skill to withstand the blows, then skillfully deflected their attacks. The battle ended with both the golems destroying each other, while he was thrown to the side by the force of the blows. Lu complimented, saying that's impressive, while Giju, slowly getting up, remarks, why does he have a feeling that he tumbles a lot more nowadays? Then asks Lu, what did he mean that his physical body was inside? Lu replied that inside was his physical body he had when he was still alive. Which puzzled Giju, asking when you were still alive, to which Lu confirmed. Lu goes on to warn that he was very strong when he was still alive, and originally it would have been impossible for him to defeat him even in his dreams. To which Giju replied that he will just ignore that cocky attitude of Lu's for now, and asks, so that's not the case anymore? Lu tells him it's now just his physical body, and his soul is right here beside him, and what's inside is just a hollow shell of what he used to be. A creature that's only able to move by muscle memory, and just a sorry excuse of what used to be his body. After using healing potions and taking all the buffs he had on him, he enters the door to the boss's room, thinking with this much prep he should be fine. But just then, a voice spoke from the end of the room asking if he was the one that had awakened him. He looked to see an almost empty room, with a red carpet walkway leading down to a raised platform upon which a dark figure sat on a throne seat. To think there was this much pressure while they are so far apart. And this is what Lu called a sorry excuse of a body. Then what was Lu in his past life? The dark figure stood up and slowly walked towards our hero, and Giju asked if he was really Lu, to which the dark figure stated that his name was nothing of the sort. He was the master of demonic arts, and the master of the demonic sword. The king of all demons, and he should call him by the name, however something interfered so that we are unable to know the name. When he first met El, a demon was the owner of that gigantic eyeball. But can the real identity of Lu be the demon king? It seems Lu has countless secrets yet to be fully revealed. With a mischievous grin, he asks Lu if it's okay if he slashed up his physical body. Frustrated, Lu told him that this was merely just a shell and he didn't know who was doing this, but destroy it so that they can never play games with his body again. Getting ready for combat, our boy just told Lu not to regret it. With that he hasted forward and using force to strengthen his slash on the enemy, however the attack was stopped inches away by a strong energy field. Taking a step back, he launched a barrage of attacks in front of him. But they were all deflected by red energy swords. Lu warned to be careful while multiple energy swords were pointed in his direction from above. While they came crashing down on his location, he deftly dodged out of the way. Meanwhile, another group of energy swords formed around him, as he remarked that his visitor was not bad, but with just those skills it would be impossible to even scratch his body. Giju thought that he wasn't wrong. With these endless walls of swords it would be impossible to get close enough to attack.
Acting smugly, the enemy asked if this was it for his attacks. If that's the case, he will now be the one to do the attacking, and sent the wall of swords flying towards our hero with a snap of his fingers. This caused a huge explosion at the spot our boy was at, but once the dust cleared, Giju was already behind the Demon Lord and going in for a jump attack. However, the Demon Lord had already anticipated this move, and called our hero stupid, as another batch of swords came flying in his directions and sliced him up. Taking some damage and being pushed back, he came to a stop using both the sword to get his balance. All his egos were worried about him, and Lu warned him that the Demon Lord is coming again, so get ready. Without a moment to breathe, swords came flying his directions, and the only thing he could do was block them away while dodging all over the place. These attacks were more annoying than one powerful strike. It's as if he's fighting multiple swordsmen at once. Just now recalling this being saying he was the master of demonic sword and king of all demons, he asks Lu if these are demonic swords, to which Lu confirms. Then Giju asks him if he can absorb the demonic swords, to which Lu shouts if he could he would have done so by now. Lu can't do much at the moment, since this place controls more power with that body than it does with him. While the battle with the wall of swords still wages on, Lu tells him that since this is a special place, he thinks he might be able to lend him some of his power, just give him some time. Giju complains, saying, "Do you think having some time would be that easy?" while he blasts another wave of swords, then quickly shifts to dodging around to avoid more attacks. While trying to avoid the deadly hits, he shouts to Lu asking how much longer does he need? Unfortunately, Lu tells him to hold out a bit longer, to which Giju tells him to hurry it up. With a last-ditch effort, he dives for the enemy, getting as close as possible, and then used the reflex skill, which also sends him flying to the wall, while hanging onto the wall with a sword. He wonders if that last attack worked. However, looking over at the enemy, he saw a wall of swords pointed in his direction and the body was not even damaged, and he cursed his shitty luck. He states to Lu that he doesn't think he can hold off much longer, and asks if he is almost done. Lu congratulates Giju for doing a good job, and as the swords are just about to make a deadly strike, the system notification tells him that sensitivity to magic is rising, and synchronization has reached level C. Just as the wall of swords was about to hit him, he remarks, "Come on, we almost died." Then in the next moment, system notification tells him that you may now use the ego's abilities more effectively, and a red explosion occurs in front of our hero. Lu's body shocking questions, how can this mere human have that power? The system notifies our hero that you have learned the skill death from Lu, and he can handle death to a certain degree. As the smoke from the explosion clears, we see our hero's eye glowing red. As the power of death slowly eroded the demonic swords, Giju landed on the ground covered in a dark aura and had glowing red eyes. The demon looked at our hero, he couldn't believe what was happening. Driven into madness, he shouted that's his power, sending a massive chaotic wave of demonic swords swirling at our hero, with the command to tear him into pieces. However, Giju was not fazed and countered by attacking with his own power of death at the enemy. When the two attacked clashed, the dark red aura of death eroded the swords, and even had the power to reach the enemy. When the red haze cleared, the demon, having taken some damage, was furious at our hero, and started to materialize a large sword in his hands, screaming how dare a mere human like him dares to attack him. And with a dark red aura surrounding the sword, brought it down to strike the ground, which sent a rippling red energy coursing towards our hero. At the last minute, our hero was able to dodge out of its path. He was shocked to discover that even after taking a direct hit from death, which contained a significant amount of magic power, this demon still possessed enough strength for this powerful attack. Lu chimed in that even though it's just a vessel, its original form is very powerful, at which comment Giju told him he didn't need to hear more bragging. Asking Lu to let's do the attack one more time, Lu complained, "Do you think it's that easy?" Although they are inside a special place, he can only do it one more time before reaching Giju's limits. With confidence, he said once will be enough and started to dash towards the demon. The demon, drawing his sword, said this mere human never learns, and attacked our hero once more. This time using his combo skill Force and Haste, Giju just barely managed to parry the sword attack using his white sword. The demon remarks that a flea is a mere flea no matter how high it jumps, so what was he planning to do now? Are you trying to test your limits with? But before he finished his repertoire, he noticed something wrong with the situation. He noticed that the human before him was no longer holding his black sword. At this time, Lu made his surprise appearance behind this demon.
As the demon turned his head to look behind him, Lu greeted him with a hello, as Gidju let out his death skill at close range.
The dark red aura of death started to erode the demon along with his sword into nothingness.
After the battle was won, our boy stumbled and collapsed onto the floor exhausted beyond belief. At the worried shouts from Brunhart that he mustn't die, Gidju told him not to worry and he was simply exhausted. Lu warned that since he handled that much power without holding himself back, the aftermath will be very costly. While he drank his health potion, the system notification window popped up to inform him that he had passed the special test and he will be rewarded. Groaning to get up, more notification of his perfect clear with additional rewards, and he was ported to a room which had a table with 2 reward boxes on them. System notification told him that he had obtained a new skill, the synthesis skill, and also obtained the embodiment skill. He was amazed to hear that he got new skills. And also his synchronization skills level has also increased. Checking his status window, he was of course still level 1, his synchronization skill was B, which gave him the ability to wield 60% of the power of an ego, death skill gave him the ability to wield death, his new skill synthesis gave him the ability to synthesize egos, and finally his embodiment skill gave him the ability to embody egos. While looking at his screen, he commented that he gained a lot of new skills. Since he now has the power to synthesize and embody egos, he mused if he synthesized Lu and L, would he get a Elu or Lul? Is that how the skill would work? Lu asked if he was dumb or just got hit in the head once too often in this fight just now, and L apologized to her master but had to agree with Lu on this one. Gidju just brushed it off as if he was kidding, saying he would need to actually use the skill to know what they did. While walking over to the rewards, commented that since he can't test the skills out right now, he might as well open the rewards boxes first. A golden and a diamond box awaited him on the table. While the golden box is great, the diamond box is special since it's the same type of box that contained the elixir last time. Saving the best for last, he opened the golden box to reveal 3 yellow glowing orbs within. It felt like he has seen these before, when the system notification informs him that he has obtained 3 pieces of egos, a golden light shooting up from the box. He remarked, "Are these not the same as the one he got when he cleared the Blue Wolf's Gate? Why are these inside the tower as rewards?" Putting off the thoughts for later, he probably will find good uses for them sooner or later. Next he opened the diamond box with lots of anticipation, wondering if he would be lucky enough to find another elixir. But to his dismay, he only found 3 bone fragments within the box. But an angry reaction came from Lu. As Gidju questioned what's wrong, Lu replied that those were a portion of his real body. Sometime later, we arrive at the 30th floor checkpoint within the tower, which looks like a modern city. Inside a cafe under the direct control of the association, which offers soundproof barrier rooms, Gidju was sitting inside a room asking Lu to tell him the whole story. Lu remained silent, while Gidju went on to say that up till now, why did you, but decided that wasn't important and asked the real question, just who are you? Lu said that like his body told him, he was the king of all demons. Gidju was thinking about demons he knew and recalled that the guardian from the 4th floor was only a lowest grade demon, and it's even difficult to even estimate the strength of the demon that L was sealing. So the next question was, why is the king of all demons now a sword? Lu in turn asked the question, did he know why an existence with an ego needs to do to bear perpetual time? Gidju like a smartass almost said smartphone, just when Lu answered himself saying to forget. When questioned, Lu stated to forget, to bear existing for such a long time, he needed to forget even the time that he spent. If he didn't do that, his existence itself would have become dull along with that time. He was the king of all demons, however he was incarcerated by rebels and lost his body, and was left spending a long time in perpetuity. And in order to protect his own existence, he had to forget his emotions, objectives, then his name and lastly even what he was in order to bear it. However, when he awakened as the ruler of demonic swords, the memories that he sealed away awakened momentarily as well. It was only a small portion, but it confused him enough to make him unable to decide on what he needed to do. So he decided to forget everything again. Gidju at the end of the day didn't get much more information out of his conversation with Lu. Since Lu decided to forget once again, most of the questions could not be answered, and since he didn't want to see Lu suffer anymore, he didn't ask any more from him. So for now he decided to put off his decision on what to do with Lu's body pieces. Since no matter what past Lu had, he was still his first ego and the one to give him hope, so from here on they can just make new memories for him.
He decided to head home and rest, since tomorrow will be a busy day. Meanwhile, at the director's office, Taeshik was busy typing away at his desk.
As the door to the office slowly opened, the face of Sunghoon came peeking in asking for the director. Taeshik peered from above his computer to check that it was Sunghoon, and told him thanks for his hard work and he can leave for the day. Sunghoon commented with concern that he was aware that the director was busy with the Smurfs incident, but wasn't he going to leave work anytime soon since he stayed here all night yesterday as well as. But Taeshik cut him off saying he needed to finish it by tonight, since tomorrow he gets to meet Sujin SSI, no he has to go to Gidju's housewarming party. The next day the Morning Star Guild members came as housewarming quests and stared in wonder at the new house.
Gidju welcomed them inside.
Brunhard said his greeting and his name, but El told him that only Master can hear their voices. The house looked very similar to the one found in the movie Parasite, as one guest remarked he wouldn't be surprised to find someone living in the basement. Another guest remarked it was a really amazing house, compared to their guild house which was just an abandoned building by comparison. Inside, the mother and sister greeted them with warm smiles. The mother thanked them for taking care of her son. The guild members were all surprised, since they all mistook her for being his older sister since she looked so young.
Gidju's sister, disappointed, asked why didn't Sequel Appa come. Gidju asked why did you want to see him.
To which she made a face and said what was he talking about, she just wanted to get an autograph from him for a friend, yeah right. Unfortunately he was busy and had a lot of work to do recently, and he can get an autograph for her later. He told her to stop saying weird stuff and go help mom, since he needed to go outside to meet a guest. Upon going out he was immediately met by Taeshik and Sunghoon, who had just arrived. Sunghoon was making an apology for coming without a gift since they have been so busy, but Gidju told him not to worry about it, since he should be the one to thank him for finding such an amazing house. Taeshik also chimed in saying he didn't need to give a present either, right, to which Gidju said well you did buy us new furniture for the house, which really surprised Sunghoon. As they were walking up, Gidju slyly asked, did he buy the new furniture thinking he would be living here in the future, which made Taeshik blush and stuttered his words saying what are you talking about, he has no idea what he was talking about. As they entered, Taeshik was offering a gift to Gidju's mom, and they had pink lovey-dovey feeling around them. As night came, they gave thanks for the wonderful meal, and they started to clean up. At this time Taeshik asked Gidju to step outside for a moment to talk with him. Once outside, Gidju asked what was so important that they needed to stop outside, and Taeshik told him that it will be officially announced soon, but he thought it best to tell him now that the Iron Guild has established a Korean branch. This news shocked our guy, and Taeshik continues to tell him that the association was against it, but the Ainzella Guild intervened. They seem to have some sort of a deal, and since the association can't just ignore the Ainzella Guild, them being the #1 guild of their nation, but as Taeshik blabbered on, Gidju was lost in thought, remembering the torture and treatment he had at the hands of the Iron Guild. Taeshik said that due to this situation event the association president showed himself to the media because of his, and as he turned to look at Gidju, he told him he will take care of the cleaning, so head inside when he cooled himself off. As he walked off, he told Gidju not to release such bloodlust in front of his family. As we see a really pissed off Gidju releasing a menacing dark aura around himself. As he clenched his fist, blood can be seen dripping down from his hand. Meanwhile, inside the training room of the Iron Guild Tower in the US, Rogers Han can be heard obsessed with going back to Korean in 3 months. We see a picture of the masked ranker hanging on the wall, but suddenly gets stabbed by a dagger. As Rogers stares at a case with sleep-deprived eyes, he declares it doesn't matter how much stronger Gidju gets, since he has the holy sword that was bestowed upon him. Staring with obsessed eyes, he shouts, "Wait for him, Kim Gidju." At the end of the night, everyone said their goodbyes and left.
Gidju went down to his basement thinking about the Iron Guild opening a branch in Korea.
It will open in 3 months, and the branch manager will be Rogers Han, and he will be able to get an opportunity for revenge much faster than expected. He entered the underground basement. It was completely empty except for a chair in the middle, and he designed the room to be his training room. Lu asked, since the entrance was right outside his house, wouldn't this place be inconvenient, to which Gidju said it's fine since he was going to test the opening of the gate, so we just need to make sure that no monsters go up to his house. He never thought that Sung-hoon would be able to find such a perfect house for him. His opponent was the Iron Guild's branch, and even if it was just the branch of a top 10 guild in the country, it will have substantial powers at its disposal. Since 3 months isn't exactly a long time, he must first strengthen himself. To increase his powers, he first needed to know more about his new powers. He got the new ability Synthesis and Embodiment skill, so how should he use them? He called up Synthesis and a pop-up menu asked him to choose his main ego, remarking that means the main ego will be the core of the synthesis. But it's still an ability that he wasn't sure of, so he couldn't use it so recklessly. It would be too dangerous to synthesize Lu, El, and Brunhart since they already have their own consciousness, also since Oberon, Rain, and Hermes were part of the main egos he depended on during battle, he shouldn't use them either. He guessed he will have to use some of the remaining egos he had in storage as materials, but just then Brunhart volunteered to be the test subject. Since he wanted to become as strong as Lu and El, he wanted to do more to help out his master. Giju still hesitantly asked if Brunhart was really okay with it, since he wasn't sure how it will turn out. However, Brunhart convinced his master that even if he died, he will come back again like last time. Taking everything into consideration, he smiled and thanked Brunhart. Calling up the menu for synthesis, he used Brunhart as the main ego and a piece of ego as the sub-ego, and then proceeded with the synthesis. As soon as it started, he was covered in golden light, like that of the piece of ego. Then the voice of Brunhart slowly faded away, alarming Giju, who shouted out to Brunhart but did not get a response. While he was trying to stop the synthesis, the system notification told him that he will be moved into a gate. In a flash of light, he disappeared from his basement. He reappeared within the cemetery of the gate, where he had once fought the Lich. El confirmed that it was the gate they were in before, and Lu told him they were inside the kiddo Brunhart. The system notification told him that the synthesis between Brunhart and the piece of ego has been completed successfully, and due to the piece of ego, Brunhart's gate can be influenced. He remarked, "How can the gate be influenced?" To which Lu stated, "We can probably find the answer over there," directing our hero to the coffin before him. It was the coffin that the Lich came out of previously, and it was glowing with a golden light. As Giju touched the coffin, the system notification informed him that the gate's administrator does not exist, and that he can create the administrator using the synthesized piece of ego, so please choose the gate's administrator. He was thinking of a few monsters that came to his thoughts, like zombie goblin, skeleton knight, ghoul, and most of them were of the undead kind, which is probably a reflection of this gate's theme. Thinking that a higher-ranked monster would be best, he decided to go with the Lich. The system informed him that he chose a Lich to be the gate's administrator, and the body of the Lich slowly materialized from the coffin. The synthesized piece of ego was all used up, and the Lich created will be given the rights to manage this gate in the future. When it fully materialized, the Lich bowed down before Giju and greeted his master. Our hero was a little weirded out by the fact that an opponent he recently fought was now being so polite to him. He asked the Lich if he was now the administrator of this gate, to which the Lich confirmed. He asked if the Lich could control all the monsters that are within the gate, and will they follow his orders? The Lich said that was not true, since the gate's domination rate is too low for him to summon any monsters. A pop-up status showed the gate's current domination rate at 1%. He told Giju if he or his master killed the monsters in the future, the domination rate will increase and they will be able to summon monsters. At that moment, a surge of monsters were fast approaching their location. Giju surmised that if they hit them, they would obey them in the future, kind of like what he did to Lu in the past, to which Lu objected. Gearing up for battle, he declared that since he had cleared the gate before, it should not be a problem to clear it again. Lu warned that the monster would have been strengthened after the change. But Giju countered that he has also gotten a lot stronger as well, and charged into the mob and attacked them. 4 days later, Giju's mom was telling Taeshik that they had been unable to contact Giju for 4 days now. Usually when he enters the tower he would leave a message, but this time nothing was left and she was worried about him. Taeshik reassured her that he should be fine, and not to worry since he was so strong. While Sung-hoon was getting the information from Giju's sister about the last place he was seen, was when he entered the underground basement. He asked her if she had gone inside, to which she said no, since her brother forbid her from entering no matter what.
They told the family they will go in and take a look first. Upon entering, it really was an underground room, and they were unable to see anything in the room that could give them any clue to the whereabouts of Giju. While they were talking that there's no way a gate would appear here, a gate started to form in the center of the room. This dumbfounded Tashik, as a gate actually appeared in the room. He sensed a very powerful and dangerous aura coming from the gate, and was wondering what was inside this gate, when a foot appeared to step out of the gate. The person who stepped out turned out to be Giju, who was hungry and exhausted. Giju asked what was Tashik doing here, and it felt like deja vu. All of a sudden, the two of them shouted, "What's with this amount of magic power he had? What was with that gate, and was he really in that gate for 4 days, and did he clear the gate?" Tashik put Sunghoon in a headlock and told him to let him talk first, "You bastard." Giju told them to calm down and speak one at a time, since he was planning to contact them anyways, so it was good they came here. He had something to request from Tashik, but Tashik was furious, saying, "Request my ass," then grabbed Giju by the ear and told him to explain everything first, calling him an idiot. Giju, under pain, explained that this was the gate ego he was linked to last time, and he managed to enter it, and now he can manipulate the gate. Shocked at this news, Tashik let go and asked if he can really manipulate gates? That meant that Giju could now handle monsters however he wanted, and also cause gate breaks at will. He had enough power to create a natural disaster. Tashik asked if he told this to anyone besides them, and Giju relied negative since this was his first time using it, and he planned to keep it a secret until he fully understood it himself. Tashik, relieved that they were the only ones to know about it, asked what the request was. And Giju wanted to spar with Tashik, so that he can test the power he obtained recently since he didn't have a suitable opponent. Tashik remarked was he some kind of a training doll to him. But Giju easily persuaded him to reconsider, since if he helped, he can arrange for Tashik to have dinner with his mom. With a polite cough, Tashik replied if it was a request from Giju, he sees no reason for him to refuse. But before they start, Giju should see his family since they were worried about him, and Giju apologized for forgetting. Lu, without missing a beat, called him an idiot. It really took 4 days to get the domination rate to 100, since it took longer than expected due to the gate being strengthened by the crystals. He named the manager Lich after Brunhart, and named it Hart. However, he was originally planning to name it Brun, but it was rejected by the 3 egos. The next day, at the Association Tower training room, Giju and Tashik was about to spar, and Tashik reminded Giju not to forget his promise. Tashik first told Giju to release his magic power. A little puzzled, he did as he was told. Magic power release is revealing your magic power without restriction, since the amount of magic power you have increases with your level, but you also become more skilled at hiding it. Therefore, when a strong player releases their magic power, the suppressed magic power bursts out like a flood. Just as he didn't sense it wrong yesterday. With this, it looks like he couldn't hold back when fighting. Tashik materialized his weapon from the get-go, and said he will face him for real this time, releasing his own magic power from the start. Meanwhile, outside the training room, vibrations could be felt by the other staffers. They wondered what could be the cause of these vibrations, while one co-worker mentioned he saw the director heading to the training room earlier, wondering if that could be the cause. A peek inside the training room, the two combatants clashed against each other, neither having the advantage. A female co-worker said that with the amount of protection the training room had, not even magic power will be able to seep out of there. Her co-worker agreed, unless the director was careless and went all out, but he was too smart for that. Also, there are not many people he can go all out against in the first place. Back within the training room, the battle was getting heated up. With a surprising attack, Tashik was able to hit Giju with an elbow to the back of his head, sending him to the ground. And just as he was about to strike him down with his full power, Giju released his reflect, causing a huge explosion in the area. The power of their fight was even felt by some at the gate entrance to the tower. Yubin and her grandma both felt this power, since earlier these vibrations were enormous amounts of magic power that were colliding against each other. The redhead asked if this could be a break occurring somewhere, but her grandma corrected her, saying it's more likely players who are rankers are facing each other head-on. As we return to the training room, Giju parries the attack by Tashik, but is still forced back by the blow to crash against the wall. El tells him not to push himself too hard, while Brunhart says this person is too strong,
and Lu tells him not to be a wimp. This is how one becomes stronger. He tells his egos that he's fine, and as he becomes stronger, he can feel the gap in their strength even more now, so he was a bit surprised. As blood drips from his gauntlet's hand, he thinks the person before him is not so simple. He was hit directly with Reflect, and even under the effects of Rain's grievous wounds, is able to move without much change since the beginning of their match.
As Taishik compliments our boy on becoming strong, but asked was that all he had to show him?
Lu agreed with his master, saying that a normal person would have dead from his blows. Gidju, shouting he will attack as hard as he can since he knows there's no way he'll die, charges towards him using haste and take a mighty swing but hits only empty air. Saying as he thought, he can even see through a surprise attack from him. At this, Lu retorted it's because his movements were so easy to read. This was the former high ranker, Behemoth, and he got his name because he wielded the legendary weapon, Thorn of Behemoth. Gidju told Lu let's do this, to which the Black Sword warned are you planning on killing him, even if its strength has decreased compared to the 30th floor, it's by no means weak. In the next moment, he unleashed Death sent a blast which can be seen from even outside the building. Sometime later, Sunghun came peeking into the room, and was shocked at the scene that greeted his eye, since the room was in shambles. Taishik while lying on the ground greeted Sunghun for coming, while Gidju remained silent while lying face down. Sunghun started to ask what in the world happened in here, to which Taishik replied he didn't know, but wanted him to bring some health potions for them. The room had a huge crater in the center, and even the magic barriers protecting the room were destroyed. Using the potion, Taishik applied it directly to the wound on his arm. Taishik asked, does he have a curse skill or something because the potion doesn't seem to be working, to which Gidju confirmed that he had a similar effect called grievous wounds. Sunghun asked if they could explain the situation to him now, since what on earth really happened to make this training room be in this sorry state? Taishik told him, it's as you can see, to which Sunghun said it looked like if someone was intentionally trying to tear this place apart. After drinking his health potion, he turned to Taishik and asked how he did, was he pretty strong now? He told him he still had a long way to go, since he still had poor movements because he got too powerful too quickly. While he can take on 100 weak enemies with ease, but if he ran across a strong opponent he would have a difficult time, to which Gidju agreed. Taishik gave him some pointers. First he needs to figure out his opponents, and second make it hard for his opponents to figure him out. He was advising him to work on his techniques more, and Lu also commented that he was a little clumsy when it comes to using dual swords as well. Taishik thought that a person wouldn't be able to use half of their power if they didn't have the necessary techniques along with it, but for Gidju to scratch a legendary weapon that didn't even know the meaning of durability. If he's able to make that power his and control it. Then, thinking about it, decided to have Gidju registered, since it's about time Gidju got himself a title of a ranker. He wondered wouldn't being a ranker mean everyone will know who he was, but Taishik told him not to worry about disclosing his identity, since he was a mercenary before he was a ranker.
And protecting the mercenary's identity was top priority, so they wouldn't have any issues with the association divulging his identity.
Seeing his performance today, Taishik was sure even if his identity was revealed, he would be capable of protecting himself. Gidju got embarrassed at this compliment, and started to blush red in the ears, and of course his egos were fast to point this out to him. He was still hesitant on taking on more risk by getting the title, since he thought having the authority of a mercenary was enough. However, Taishik told him to hear the details from Sunghun before making up his mind, since he had work to finish and he was so damn tired. On his drive home, Sunghun explained there are two big benefits to becoming a ranker. One was the ability to influence the association's decisions, and the other was access to a lot more information. More importantly was that the title of ranker and high ranker was not given by Korea, but by the International Players Association. While mercenaries only had authority within Korea, rankers possess authorities all over the world. It's to be able to do things on the global scale, and while Gidju didn't think he was that influential, Sunghun thought otherwise and guaranteed that Gidju would be getting involved on the global stage in the near future. With his ears turning red, he said that even if he praised him like that, nothing will be different. Then deciding, he said piece of cake, he will become a ranker. To which a depressed Sunghun said piece of cake, does he think becoming a ranker was so easy? What would that make him, why was he still living? Which made Gidju quickly apologize for what he said, saying that's not what he meant, while a pleased smile could be seen appearing on the face of Sung-hoon in the rearview mirror. He went on to tell him that there are only pros to it and nothing disadvantageous, but there is actually one thing that's troublesome. He needed to participate in an unofficial ranking battle at least once. Normally a ranker would get their title from fighting in public ranking battles, but in the case where a person gets registered unofficially, even if the association acknowledges it, it doesn't mean the rest of the rankers will. So an unofficially ranking battle requires the participant to spar with a ranker, where 3 or more other rankers are present to watch the match. Giju asks if the sparring ranker would not be someone close to becoming a high ranker, to which Sung-hoon confirms, saying since it's actually a formality, they normally would use a new ranker. Meanwhile, on the 45th floor of the tower, a red drake was charging a group of players. A beautiful girl with long hair was calmly watching it approach their location. The monster was charging with its mouth open, showing sharp teeth, but when it attacked it was surprised to find its enemy no longer there. However, the girl was standing on the drake's head, telling the other players that lesser drakes have duller senses in return for having tough skin. So instead of fighting them up front, it's better to get on top of their heads and attacking their eyes from there. Saying this, she skillfully used her sword to strike a blow to both eyes before elegantly jumping off the drake. She also demonstrated that if things didn't go as smoothly, slashing them at the back of their knees will also make them easier to hunt. Then she quickly dashed in and slashed the drake into pieces, saying that you need to get strong enough to be able to deal damage first. She was the guild leader Shin Yubin of the Mist Flower Guild. When she asked for questions, everyone in her guild looked at her with blank stares. They were charmed by her skills and commented, as expected of their guild leader, "She is so cool." After some time, inside the tower's locker room, an elder was asking Yubin shouldn't she let another guild take up the guiding work from now on since she became a ranker, to which Yubin replied that she is doing it because she liked it. Her late father told her that it's more meaningful to guide those that come after them, as compared to leveling up. He would often tell her about the guide that helped him a lot when he was a newbie, but just then a message appeared on her phone informing her of an upcoming unofficial ranking battle. She turned around to her elder and asked what's an unofficial ranking battle was, since she only knew about ranking battles. Her grandma told her that it's a battle that's a formality for some who has already become a ranker in the association. Yubin cursed, saying, "So this guy is getting a preferential treatment instead of helping out others. This person was stealing an opportunity from someone else that rightfully deserved it. She won't let him get his qualifications so easily," while on her phone showed the picture of our boy Kim Giju. If only he was even half as good as the guide that her father had talked about, while staring at the picture thinking he's quite good looking though. The people who would be judging this unofficial ranking battle were the association president, director Oh Taeshik, and ranker Yu Sikwu. While looking at the information, Giju was commenting these are all the people he knows. He was asking Sung-hoon, wasn't this too much of a preferential treatment, and is this really alright for an association that should pride themselves on fairness to do this? Sung-hoon could only shrug, replying why was he being like this, since he already told him from the start that it was gonna be a formality. And they are not the kind of people who will let their emotions get in the way of the evaluation, and in the first place, Giju's skills have long since reached the realm of a high ranker. They were just worried about who to put in the ranking battle with him. At these words Giju calmed down. Then, thinking he forgot to ask the most important question, who would be his opponent? Sung-hoon told him to scroll down a little more, and it showed the leader of the Mist Flower Guild, which was a small group made up of elite women, the Mist Sword, ranker Shin Yubin. Upon seeing the picture, Giju said it felt like he had met her somewhere before. At these words, Sung-hoon commented that people don't use pickup lines like that anymore, which caught our boy off guard. Sometime later at the second training room, the people were gathered for the unofficial ranking battle, where Giju and Yubin were to face each other. Sung-hoon explained the rules of the sparring match. Excessive attacks are prohibited, and the spar ends when one side surrenders. The moment it's judged that the rules were broken, but before he could finish the cheerleaders on the side interrupted, saying comments like "You got this, just do as you're always done, and let's see what you're made of," which unnerved our boy. Which only angered Yubin further, making her believe that Giju only climbed the ranks through his connections, and she couldn't accept this so easily. If he was unqualified, then she would fully reject to this qualification, and after thinking this she firmly gripped her sword with both her hands. At the sounding of the start, both combatants charged it towards each other. Their swords clashed, without anyone taking the advantage. After Yubin swung her sword with a powerful two-handed style, she changed into a one-handed style and using the momentum of her strike, to quickly maneuver behind Giju, leaving only after images in her wake. Giju, noticing her strike from behind, deftly dodged out of the way and counterattacked. Lu was coaching him, saying good, now suppress as much power and speed as possible, and face her with only technique. She isn't a bad opponent and her movements are passable. However, Yubin was getting frustrated at not being able to hit her opponent and continued to strike at him with multiple attacks. Lu continued to coach, saying to block in the most ideal way and follow the most ideal path to evade, and if he can redirect the blow instead of blocking it head-on, then do so. Meanwhile, Taishik remarked, this was supposed to be a sparring match, but he's training instead, while Sequo asked if ranking battles were always this carefree. While clashing swords, Yubin was thinking she's made a hasty judgment of this guy. He wasn't someone who was pretentious, but someone who actually strong. No matter how she attacked him, she couldn't reach him. Where did such a strong person come from? She wasn't planning on using skills, if possible, but she powered up her sword and unleashed a powerful slash that hit her blade from the naked eye. Giju was taken back since he couldn't see her sword, and El told him it was an illusion-type skill. Lu chimed in saying it looks like he can't hold back any longer, to which Giju replied affirmative, and he should finish this up soon. He used haste to quickly appear before her, and then using force to deliver a blow to her sword, knocking it away from her. The guys on the side were impressed with the move, while Yubin declared that it was her loss. Sunghoon loudly declared player Kim Giju the winner, and for winning he will be approved to be promoted to ranker without being given a grade. With her head held down, she thought she misjudged him unfairly and even lost so disgracefully, she couldn't even lift her head. Just then, Giju extended his hand out to her, saying thank you ranker Shin Yubin. It's been a while. Surprised, she asked him did he know her? He asked her isn't her father's name Shin Jungchul, to which Yubin was shocked and asked how did he know. As he thought, he told her that he was a tutorial guide previously and he heard a lot about her from her father when he was alive, and he even saw her once during his funeral. He wasn't sure at first, but seeing her face he remembered her being a high schooler, but she has grown up a lot. Yubin recalled the memory of her late father, telling her that he met a guide who can't level up, but even so, he helped other people grow, calling him cool. But at the same time thoughts of her misjudging him came into her mind as well. She was silent for a moment, then all of a sudden blushed red with embarrassment. She met his hand in a handshake, saying it's been a while, and using her other hand to cover her face. The others just congratulated our boy, and left the room saying they had things to do. While Giju was signing some documents, Yubin shyly came up to him with her phone asking if she can have his phone number. And Giju calmly replied of course, while Sunghoon behind him gave him a knowing grin. When asked what that expression was, Sunghoon replied it was nothing. Later as Giju was getting out of the elevator, he was thinking he didn't really feel like going to the tower, so he'll just go talk with Taishik for a bit. Upon reaching the director's office, he was going to knock and ask for permission, when he noticed the door was already open. He peeked inside, but to his shock saw Taishik hunched over by his desk in the darkroom, and shouted his name. As Taishik raises his head, he was holding his stomach and grimacing in pain, and blood can be seen on the corner of his mouth. Giju runs to Taishik's side, shouting if he was alright. Upon seeing him bleeding, asks what happened. While thinking inside, for a person who barely received scratches against his most powerful attack to be in such a condition, and who in the world could have done such a thing? Giju questioned if he was poisoned, or was he attacked, maybe an intruder in the association. As Taishik whispered association president, our hero said he will call him immediately, to which Taishik said no, that old geezer was the one to hit him. Giju was lost for words, remained silent for a while before asking, what, while helping Taishik get off the floor. After drinking a potion, Taishik slams the bottle on the table saying, that geezer to think he would hit him for real, he vowed to sue him one day. So our hero finally got around to asking, so why did he hit him? To which Taishik replied, that the old geezer keeps telling him to meet someone for an arranged marriage. When he told him he wants to marry someone he likes, the old man flung his fist at him. Giju hearing this was sweating a little and said he understood, however Taeshik told him it's not that grand, it's just his father finds his grown-up son being single distasteful.
Saying stuff like an unrequited love at his age, and does the other person even like him?
Taeshik let out a long sigh, while Giju just sat there without saying a word.
Then Giju asks Taeshik if he is busy lately.
To which Taeshik replies that he is so busy he could die, then asking if he came here just to tease him when he's already this upset. Giju remarks that's a shame, since he was worried about his family's safety because of the Iron Guild, and wanted someone to protect his mom whenever she went for a walk or buy some groceries. At these words, Taeshik's eye lit up and stood up suddenly shouting, he's not busy and all he's got is time. With determination and burning passion, he gets directly in Giju's face telling him that the association still gets its job done even if he's not here, and if his vacations days are not enough, he can make it happen even if he has to beat up that geezer. While sweating buckets, our hero tells him alright and he'll leave it to him, so just calm down and sit for now. Saying he didn't come here for that but rather he wanted to discuss more about the Iron Guild, and if there was any recent news regarding the matter. Taeshik tells him that it will be officially announced tonight, and they have already secured a guild building. Then the plans will go though as scheduled, but was there any response from the International Players Association? And Taeshik tells him that they have a non-intervention policy, so unless there was conflict they're not an institution that will get involved in every country's association. But the real problem will be the Ainzella Guild, since they supported the Iron Guild's branch formation out of nowhere. From what they gathered, it looks like they'll take their hands off the matter once the branch is established, but the most bothersome thing is for two guilds with a hostile relationship are discussing between themselves. Iron Shield and Lee Xianho, they are guessing that there was some sort of a deal between the two guild leaders.
Taeshik then asks Giju if he was still planning on to take his revenge. Since this is a golden opportunity, however he can't recommend it since there are still too many risks. After a moment of silence, Giju says that it just so happens to be right now in Korea, and the manager happens to be Rogers Han, then they are definitely aiming for him. Since that is the case, he has no choice but to take them head on. For the next 3 months, until the branch is established, he will be erasing those risks one by one. Later that night, a press conference announcing the establishment of a branch office for the Iron Guild in Korea was made.
The word guild has a friendly ring to it, but in actuality it's a military force. There are those who welcome the Iron Guild to reduce the dangers of a break happening, but then others who oppose the entry of another country's military force. The next day, they arrive at a secret meeting place to meet that person, which happens to be an abandoned city in ruin due to a break. As Sunghoon confirms the place, but says the other party is late, while Giju remarks it can't be helped since they are the desperate ones.
Just then Giju senses a presence nearby and remarks, looks like he's here.
For his revenge 3 months from now, the first part was the player paparazzi former ranker Go Hyungcheol. As he turned around to look up in the sky, a man in glasses was floating in the air above them. As he came down, he apologized for being late, saying that he was Go Hyeoncheol's contact. Recalling the warning Taeshik gave him about him nothing good comes out with association with this paparazzi. However, even with the bad impression, what he needed right now was his information network. Being puzzled, Giju asked his contact. He said that he wanted to speak directly with the player Go Hyungcheol.
However, the man apologized,
saying that he only accepts commissions through him. Being unfazed by the situation, he told him that it was a big case with a lot of risks, so please let him meet with him directly. The man stood his ground saying that he cannot do so, since all commissions are received through him and the decision to accept or not was also up to him. Our boy pondered on this statement for a bit, while Sunghoon next to him advised that it's too dangerous since if their plans get leaked, to which Giju said it's alright since he had a plan. Giju went on to say he will tell him about the compensation first. It was 5 billion up front. If he brought him the information that he wanted, he will give him 10 billion. The glasses guy, looking interested, asked about the contents of the commission. It was information gathering. Since the Ainzella Guild was involved with the establishing of the Iron Guild's Korean branch, he wanted to know what sort of deal they made.
After hearing this, the guy was in a panic, saying was he insane?
He declined the commission and turned to leave, saying no matter how high the compensation is, they can't risk their lives. He started to fly away, saying he will pretend as if he never heard about this, but his leg was suddenly grabbed by Giju. He turned to look in shock, while Giju tells him did he think he's let him go so easily after hearing all this. He arrived here freely, but leaving is a different story. While panicking and telling him to let go, Giju turn on his menacing look telling him if he doesn't want to get beat up, to come back down and cut the acting. Trying to feign ignorance, the glasses guy asks what is he talking about? Without wasting a moment, Giju pulls the guy down and slams him into the ground, causing a massive explosion sending debris everywhere. He goes on to say that he suffered a lot last time thanks to him, so he has a bit of a grudge against him. With his purple eye still glowing with power says, let's just have a nice long talk, go Hyungcheol. As the dust cleared, he was shocked to learn he was only holding onto a torn piece of cloth. Standing a distance away from him with torn pants, the man questioned why in the world they were doing this to him. If they do any more he wouldn't just stand for it. Giju slowly walked towards the man, laughed saying as expected of a rancor, go Hyungcheol. The man still feigning ignorance and told our hero he was not go Hyungcheol. Giju told him to stop fooling around, since he has his way of knowing, and with the help of his eye, the name of the person in front of him was shown in purple, go Hyungcheol. A day ago, while in his underground basement he got a system notification pop-up telling him that Ego Lu had completed his awakening as the ruler of the demonic arts. He had completely forgotten about this due to his hectic schedule, but it looked like it wasn't completed when he awakened. He asked Lu if he noticed any difference, and Lu said a portion of Giju's demonic eye ability should have opened, since being the ruler of the demonic encompasses all that is demonic. Giju taken back asked what demonic eye is, and Lu told him that it was his left eye. Giju shocked shouted, this was a demonic eye, then why was he just telling him this now? Lu retorted that he never asked and he wasn't sure at first. A human usually can't get something like a demonic eye so easily, and he didn't know what that woman who calls herself the Demon King did. Giju once again thought, just who is she to have such power? Anyways, a demonic eye is an eye that sees through the true nature of all things, and not all of its power has been opened yet, but he could probably see someone's name. Our hero remarked that it should be very useful if he had something like a death note, reference to a manga. Calling up the status window for Lu, we see a new skill called Demonic Arts, which can grant demonic power to egos. He mused out loud, does this mean that he can grant skills like Hermes' haste and Oberon's force, to which Lu confirmed saying that he can grant skills that match the ego's characteristics. Back to the present day, he uses the demonic arts on his glove to obtain the skill binding, which restrains the opponent with a black magic power, as lines of dark magic extends out from his gloves to grab the guy shocking him. While Sunghoon asks hesitantly, is that a new skill, and Giju casually replies something like that. Turning his attention back to the guy, he tells him to stop acting, and this will be his last warning. The guy caught in the blinding, upon noticing shouts demonic eye, as he though, Giju has had contact with the Demon King. Upon making a decision, white smoke starts to come over his body, and he was able to break away from the binding. Once the smoke clears, we see a man in a suit with red glowing eyes standing before them, saying if that's the case he's interested and will listen to what they have to say. Giju goes on to say that a contract is 5 billion up front and 10 billion upon success, but the man said it's not enough since he has to put his life on the line. Giju asked what did he want, and the man replied information about his relationship with the Demon King, and about the power of his demonic eye. After a short pause, our hero asked is that really all he wanted, and the man replied that it's plenty and stated that he must not understand the value of such information. Then Giju gives him the 411, saying he is the Demon King's disciple and the demonic eye has the ability to see through the true nature of a subject. Surprised by this revelation, the man commented that he didn't seem to be lying, and since he received the payment he will accept the commission as well. Saying that he'll come find him when he obtained the information, he started to be covered by smoke and disappeared right before their eyes, saying goodbye. Lu was disturbed that the guy didn't even doubt the words of his master, to which El replied that he might have a skill for it. Standing dumbfounded, Sunghoon comments, what a hectic meeting, at least it went a lot smoother than he expected, to which Giju agreed, saying they should move to the next location. Sometime later at the Player Association's president's room, the president was telling our guy that he heard about his situation from Taeshik. Revenge, even if he was a mercenary, is something that they cannot help with, but he can at least close his eyes to what he'll do. Only since the situation also coincide with the association because the branch office case is a huge pain for them as well. Giju said rather than revenge, he was just preemptively attacking first, since those bastards will definitely be aiming for him. And while he is thankful enough for them to overlook it, he had to shamelessly request one more thing from him. His request was the complete regulation of information, by changing the regular schedule of the normal civilians working in the Iron Guild branch office, as well as making it impossible for other guilds to approach. He asked the president if this was possible, to which the president asked in turn, was he planning to take on the entire branch office in the middle of Seoul? The branch office still contains the forces of one of the top 10 guilds of the world, and should not be taken lightly. The president commented that the association isn't all-powerful, so information regulation to that extent isn't easy, as long as a break doesn't happen somewhere. Giju, taking the hint, asked then if a break did occur, then it's possible to do this. The president, taken aback with a moment, stated that he was saying this as if he can cause a break. Giju replied definitely not a break, to which the president let out a long sigh of relief, saying of course, there have been several attempts to weaponize breaks in the past but with no success, since that isn't a power that one individual should have. However, Giju, scratching the back of his head and slyly commented that he can do something similar. The president was silent with a grave look upon his face. Sometime later, arriving at an unknown office building, he knew he has been given 3 months of time to prepare. So he had to move as quickly as possible. He had Hyuncheol to investigate any risky variables that might appear, and also got the promise from the association for the small amount of assistance. He still had something else that he needed. Even with his control over a gate, it still didn't amount to much in terms of forces. Since the opponent is one of the 10 great guilds, no matter how much stronger he can get in the next 3 months, it would be impossible to take them on alone. Upon entering a room, he excused himself and looked at the mountain of paperwork lying on top of the deck in front of him. He was amazed, and said what he was doing all alone after sending all the guild employees home. To which he got a reply from behind the pile of paperwork that he's finally arrived. Since the association cannot assist him directly in battle, he needed allies to fight with him. The man behind the mountain of paperwork was none other than Sequo, the guild master of Kane Guild. So Giju told him about the detail of his story dealing with the Iron Guild, and Sequo said he heard something like that happened, but it was his first time actually hearing all the details. Then Sequo asked what Giju planned to do next. Since his guild owes a large debt towards him, he would like to do any kind of favor, he asked. Giju said this was gonna be dangerous, so he didn't come here as a friend but to suggest a proposal. Sequo, curious, asked a proposal, to which our hero tells him that various interests that will arise once the Iron Guild's branch office disappears, and majority of them will be transferred to the Kane Guild through the association. Since the outcome is obvious, he would attach another condition for their heir, and that would be if the Kane Guild ever needs his help in the future, no matter what it is, he would do it without question. Lu told his master he was becoming very arrogant to use himself as a condition for a proposal, and Giju rebuked him, saying not as much as him. While Sequo thought it felt like yesterday when our hero was trembling from just one goblin, and said out loud that it's a charming proposal, so what exactly did they need to do? They just needed to fight the guild members of the Iron Guild branch office, to which Giju confirmed that's plenty. Sequo got up and said he can't decide on such a large matter alone, but he should be able to persuade the executives with this much. They shook hands to seal the deal. Day 53 before the establishment of the Iron Guild branch office, at the Suwon city before a portal entrance. Sunghoon was looking at his phone and remarking that he's late, to which a man next to him asked who's late. Sunghoon told him he was waiting for Morningstar, aka our boy Giju, but he is a bit late today. The man next to him was puzzled and said it hasn't even been an hour since he went inside the gate, and as he was saying that this is a B-rank gate, Giju stepped out of the gate all bloodied. The man was beside himself, saying he went inside by himself, and finished a gate that normally takes a guild several days to clear. Sunghoon proudly said, was this his first time seeing a mercenary, to the man. Then told Giju good work, and asked was he not planning to sell the crystal this time either, to which our hero replied of course, and he also plans to buy more crystals with the clear reward money as well, which made Brunhard very happy to be eating them all. While stretching his arms, Giju asked where to next, and Sunghoon told him there wasn't one, since he's cleared all the gates that the association provided to him.
Now there wasn't any single intractable gate along the entire Korean peninsula.
At this, Giju was a little surprised. If nothing else, he was planning to go home and take a shower, then thought a bit and asked Sunghun if he cared to go out and grab a beer. Near the Han River at Seoul, they sat on a bench and drank their beer. With only 2 more months left, Sunghun asked what Giju was planning to do for the remaining 2 months. He didn't plan on going out of his way to buy gates or go overseas to get crystals, so he thought he would try getting them in the tower. Since he still hasn't completely absorbed all the power he obtained either, so the 2 months should just fly while he took care of a bunch of things. Sunghun also agreed, and mentioned didn't that person say he was going to meet with him? And Giju said that he probably appeared behind them while they were talking, since he has done it that way the past 3 times that he made contact. Then pointing his thumb to his back and said like that, and looking in that direction saw smoke condensing in a spot behind them. Appearing with red eyes within the smoke said, to think he saw through his stealth again, he surprises him every single time. Giju handed him a beer and he mentioned that even high rankers can no sense his presence, but Giju can do so easily, remarking on his magic power sensitivity was abnormal. Changing the subject, Giju asked if he found out anything this time, since the last 3 times were a bust. Hyungcheol complained, saying, "What do you mean?" He told him about Iron Shield's leg being severed, and since this job to uncover the relationship between 2 of the top guilds in the world, it's not as easy as taking a candy from a baby. Then went on to say he had some intel, and after giving this information he was going to take himself off this case. Giju asked was he that certain about this information. And Hyungcheol told him positive. First he asked if he heard the rumor about Lee Seonho going around society these days, and Giju said didn't he injure himself while clearing the tower. That was correct, but he wasn't certain about the exactly what kind of injury, but here it's quite a crisis and he needed an elixir. Later that night in his underground basement, Giju was thinking that the last known place that an elixir came out was the maze gate he and the Demon King came out of. If information about himself and the Demon King wasn't been leaked, then it's natural to deduce that the Iron Guild who participated in the subjugation would have obtained an elixir. Then could he have used a non-existent elixir as bait to make a deal? But Iron Shield wasn't a fool to go against Lee Seonho, so more likely this deal involves the Demon King. But as our hero was pondering what kind of injury would require an elixir, El told him he must have damaged his vessel. Since the elixir can reconstitute a vessel, then damage to his vessel is the most likely. His egos advised him to meet with the Demon King lady, but it wasn't so easy to find her lest meet her when she only told him to come see her once he cleared the 50th floor. Just at that moment Brunhart notified him that he's so full he can't eat any more crystals, as we see 2 skeleton warriors shoveling crystals into a gate. Giju, getting a mischievous look in his eyes, said, "Let's put aside the things that they can't even answer, and shall they go do something else?" Pulling out his necklace Rain, he called the synthesis menu and assigned the main ego as Rain, and when asked to choose a sub-ego, we are not shown that info just yet. The synthesis begins and crystal on the necklace starts to shine brightly, covering the whole room in a blinding light. After 2 months on the D-Day of the establishment of the Iron Guild branch office, we are at the Incheon International Airport. We see the arrival of the Iron Guild, as one in the iron suit says this is the country of Lee Seonho, while another in red hair replied who cares, he is just wanting to fight already, as a blonde just watches silently. The full detachment of the Iron Guild is led by Rogers Hans as they exit the airport and are met with the reporters asking them various questions. As a little girl walks up to Rogers with a wreath in her arms, and tries to hand it to him. Instead of accepting, he angrily sneers at her, but just then the associate president arrives and picks her up on his shoulder. He stated that the branch manager lacks showmanship, and asks what is wrong with accepting a wreath like this. Rogers knows he is not someone he can just kick around, then says why is the association so sloppy as to have civilians in an official area? The president just laughs and says that the branch manager of the Iron Guild doesn't know how to judge someone's competence either, asking what kind of problems could a child like this possibly cause, while the reporters kept taking pictures of them. Clearing, showing that he is pissed off, he angrily snatches the wreath out of the girl's hands and says he gratefully accepts it. The president shows the way and tells them a welcome ceremony has been prepared at the association, so he would appreciate it if they could attend. After getting into a car, Rogers curses and throws the wreath on the ground, scattering the flowers. then tells the driver to head to the branch office right away. When asked if he was not planning to go to the association, he told him he has no need to comply with them and just to tell them that they need to inspect the branch building first. While traveling, Rogers was thinking Giju information was strangely being restricted, and that could be due to his association with the Demon King, but it didn't matter since he can get info on his family very easily. With a devilish grin, he stared at his phone, which showed information about Giju's mother and sister, wondering what his expression he'll have in front of his family's corpses. Upon arriving at the branch office, he remarked it was strangely quiet considering that they should be near a main street. Just then, the alarm sounded warning that a gate break has occurred, telling ordinary citizens to evacuate immediately, and this is not a drill, while the Iron Guild members looked baffled at the situation. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon on the phone said that the evacuation and blockage are almost complete, so he can begin soon. Warning the person that this is the last time he will contact him, then activated the jamming field to the surrounding area. As Giju ended his call with Sung-hoon, he remarked, with this there's no need to worry about witnesses, as he stood on the streets with Sequo and his guild in the back. He then opened his gate, upon which an army of undead stepped out of it, followed by the Lich and the Headless Horseman. They knelt down on their knees and greeted their great master. Giju told them the plan, and said that the players with the red armbands are their allies and the rest are enemies. The moment they meet with an enemy, exterminate them. As Sequo watched, thinking he really did cause a break, but how can each of these mere skeletons look so strong, especially the energies from the Lich and the Dullahan gave off a rancor grade. Upon seeing all this, a member of the Child Guild was commenting that, as expected of player Giju, he always exceeds expectations, while Seonpil next to him asked, are they really going to face off against the Iron Guild branch? Flashbacks to 1 month ago, in a coffee shop run by the association. Guildmaster of the Child Guild and the Morningstar Guild meet with Giju and told him that they would like to form an alliance. Much to his surprise about the alliance, but asked why did they both appear before him together. They have been in contact with each other since the Guardian subjugation, and since the Guildmaster of the Child Guild retired, Dong-hee Kim has taken over as the new Guildmaster. Anyways, after talking with Seonpil as fellow guild leaders, they talked about Giju a lot naturally. They thought an alliance involving everyone would be mutually beneficial, so they decided to all meet here. While hesitant, Giju said that he appreciated the high evaluation of him, but he is an individual and not a guild. But Dong-hee said that since he saw the report about the masked rancor, he knew that this person is going to become big, so there was no harm in him forming a good relationship with player Giju. Putting his cup down, he stated in that case, as a member of the alliance, he had a request from them first. In a month from now, at the time and place he designate, please bring all of their available forces there, and he can't give them any details for security reasons, but it's a job where you will face an enormous enemy. He knows this request is too much, but if they come he will form an unshakable alliance relationship with them both. Back to the present, Dong-hee was thinking they are in a dangerous situation that even a slightest misstep can destroy them, but he became certain after seeing our hero controlling that gate, Giju will lead them to a much higher stage. Meanwhile, at another location, Giju called on Lu, who said he was tired of waiting, then El, who answered her master. Then he called Rain, and upon activating his skill it summoned a Fenrir with lightning coursing all over his body. Then with strong conviction, he declared the start of his revenge. Meanwhile, on top of a building, with the rain falling down, 2 men stood looking down at the scene. It was Taeshik and his father, the president of the association, who declared that it's begun. Below, an army of undead was marching into the battlefield in orderly fashion, lead by the Dullahan and followed by the Lich. As the 2 men stared down at the undead, they were skeptical at first, but couldn't help remark that the force below them was actually an army or something close to that. The president asked Taeshik if he was confident that the child wouldn't turn into a monster, and Taeshik replied he wouldn't know something like that since all he wants is for him to be happy. The president declared with a grave face that if that child ever becomes a monster and interferes with their plans, he will have to step in. Just at that moment, a person informed them that the preparations have been completed. Taeshik told him that from now on, keep anyone from entering this place, whoever it is, don't let even a single rat inside. At another location, Sequo and his guild was running to their destination, when he felt energy from a distance that was different from ordinary players. He was thinking how they were going to restrict such a wide area, but it looks like they used Grigori. it was an organization that looked like they were affiliated with the association, but in reality are purely private soldiers under the association president and Taishik direct command. They have mysterious organization with unknown origins and history. But rumors of them suggest they exist to protect Korea and save humanity. Sequo is roused from his thinking by his guild member, telling him the enemy is in front of them, and upon looking sees a group of Iron Guild members led by the maniac with red hair. Sequo was thinking since they are unaware of their plan, he could use a surprise attack instead of attacking them directly. He approached the group offering his greeting and his name, and then stating they are reinforcements for the gate break, when suddenly he is attacked by the maniac swinging his sword. Without hesitation, Sequo let out his ice attack in retaliation while dodging backwards to avoid the blow. The maniac was surprised that he was able to dodge the attack, saying players here aren't half bad, and with a swing of his sword shattered the ice barrier in front of him. The maniac with red head remarked he didn't care for breaks or reinforcements, since Rogers told him to eliminate anyone who blocks their way. Acting like some kind of a lunatic, he shouts for them to have a fight, because they look so much more fun than a break. This man is the Iron Guild Military Force second team leader, the Man Rhodes. Meanwhile, on top of a building, Giju was riding his wolf looking at the scene before him. The teams for the Iron Guild was as follows: the branch manager Rogers Hand as the head, first team leader was Charlemont in his armor, second team leader was Rhodes with his red hair, and third team leader was Carlin the Blondie. And Giju's job was to make sure the Iron Guild teams remain separated, so they can't regroup. Since it was raining heavily, he used Rain's ability Elemental Water, which allows the user to turn the body into water, to partially turn the wolf into water to travel faster among the builds. In terms of the number of troops, they were superior, but they can't let their guards down, since they were only an improvised alliance. If they allow the Iron Guild members to group up, it will be to their disadvantage. At another location, the first team leader of the Iron Guild was being assaulted by members of the Child and Morningstar Guild. An archer shot his arrows at the Clarlement, which caused a large explosion upon contact. When the smoke cleared, an unharmed Clarlement came out asking, "Is this how they hold their welcoming ceremonies?" The members of the Morningstar Guild were cursing their luck for having to face Charlemont. While Donghi from the Child's Guild was having his hands full just fighting the ordinary Iron Guild members, so had no leeway to help the other party, and was wondering when Giju would be showing up. Charlemont wielding his sword was easily able to break up the defenses that were blocking his path, commenting that they were so weak to think that he would be ambushed by such low level of strength, it was hurting his pride. He declared that they should at least have brought a ranker to take him down, and just as he spoke Giju appeared above him saying, "Here's a ranker, you son of a bitch." As Charlemont looked upwards, Giju's swords came slashed down on him and killed him on the spot with a single strike. System notification informed him that cannibalism has been activated, and was attempting egoification of player Charlemont, but unfortunately the egoification has failed and only a fragment was absorbed. The other players seeing the situation were shocked, while Giju was surprised at the cannibalism. Remarking on the egoification failed and the fragment, however else call, brought his attention back to what was important at the moment. He asked if Jae-won was okay, but Jae-won just replied that he was late. Saying his apology, he pulled out a potion from his gate and handed it to him to drink. Jae-won asked, where did he pull that out from just now, while Brunhart was shouting he wasn't a storage. Looking at the scene, one member of the Iron Guild remarked that the team leader was killed in one strike. As he noticed, it got dark all of a sudden, and upon looking up saw the jaws of the wolf closing in on him. It killed him on the spot, shocking those surrounding him, while Donghi was wondering if this monster was an enemy or, then upon looking at Giju's directions saw the wink from him. He then shouted that the wolf was their ally, so don't attack it, and told them to fall back to the rear. However, the Iron Guild members started to gang up and attack the wolf with a coordinated attack. Upon seeing the wolf disappear into a puddle of water, they started to wonder if it was dead. Just then, the water started to rise up from behind them, forming into the wolf, and with a mighty roar attacked them. As one of the Child Guild member asked Donghi if they should attack the rear now, Donghi warned him to calm down since they didn't want to get caught in the splash damage if they joined recklessly. While Donghi was thinking about the attack on Charlemont just now with the corpse disappearing, as if it was chewed apart by something, and this situation was same as the time with the Guardian subjugation. Upon thinking about it really hard, he saw the situation in front of him, which had Gidju and his wolf running rampant and killing remnants of the Iron Guild members mercilessly, then concluded what the hell he saw nothing. On another battlefield, the undead army was fighting against Rogers and the third team of the Iron Guild. The Lich was in the air surveying the situation below, thinking he just had to tie this group up according to the orders of his great master. However, the weapon that Rogers Han was using was the worst match against them, since it was a holy weapon being used against the undead. The Lich create demonic arrows to send down from above, but it was easily blocked by Rogers with a sword blow, which also reached the Lich and sent him flying backwards. Rogers stated that he was a moron for underestimating the power of 9, and told Carlin that he can handle things here himself, so regroup with the other teams. She replies that she doesn't think that's necessary, but is cut off by Rogers telling her that he can tell from this fight that their movements are different from the usual monsters. Looking around, he states that he has a bad feeling. On another battlefield, members of the fallen Iron Guild members litter the ground. As members of the Morningstar Guild and others look towards a certain direction, wondering if the green light they just saw now was the Iron Guild. Donghi by Gidju's side comments that, as expected, the scale of Ranker's battles are on another level. While Gidju ponders for a second, then asks his egos, could that be a holy sword, and they reply with an affirmative, but El tells him that it kind of feels different. Just then Brunhart tells his master that the skeletons have been wiped out, to Gidju's surprise. It was faster than he had expected, so called on his wolf and tells the other allied guild members that he will be going to support another team. They should finish treating their wounded and then regroup. Afterwards he went off at top speed to where the green light was, jumping from building to building. Nonetheless, at a meeting room located outside the battlefield, the top 10 guilds were discussing the actions of the association. The Hephaestus Guild, that should have been maintaining the area that the break was occurring, were disgruntled, since the association has kicked them out and forbid them from entering the area. Another guild master of the Blue Dragon Guild spoke that this was definitely strange, since the association has never acted arbitrarily to this extent before. Also noticing that Sequel was not present at the meeting was also suspicious. One of the other guild masters suggested to hear the opinion of the alliance leader of the 10 great guilds, and everyone turned their heads to look at guild master Li Xianho of the Anzella Guild. As the rain continues to pour down on the battlefield, Gidju rushes forward while asking Brunhart, how are Hart and Dullahan doing? Brunhart replies that they are still fighting, and should be able to do at least that much since they are that many crystals. Gidju, while concerned, comments that's a relief, but if that's the case, then the team they were fighting must have been divided into two. Since not even the two of them strengthened by the crystals would be able to handle the entire team by themselves. Then it's possible that the Kane Guild might be fighting with two teams at the moment, so he must hurry, since he only had 2 hours to finish everything. In a flashback before the battle, he was in the director's office talking with Tashik. They will be able to block off the entire area using highest grade barrier, however it won't be for very long. There's the issue of the usage expense, and also accounting for interference from other guilds. At most they can keep it blocked is about 3 hours. Tashik warned him that no matter what, he will need to finish everything within 3 hours. Unfortunately, in the present time, the president of the association was saying that at most they can keep it blocked for 1 more hour. Tashik was angry with this and said it was different from what he said before, and the president said it can't be helped, and that is the limit. Tashik shouted angrily what was he talking about, even if the Ainzella protests, but the president cut him off saying that Li Xianho was coming in person, which shocked Tashik. The president told him to call the Grigori, their private army, since it's time for battle. Meanwhile, at the Kane's Guild location, the battle with the Iron Guild team was getting heated up. The Kane's Guild was getting into a difficult predicament, since they had enough trouble with one team, but another just showed up and changed the balance of the fight against them. Even Sequel was having an issue, since now he was faced with 2 commanders instead of 1 and was getting pressed hard. However, the redhead was telling the blondie to fuck off, since the prey was his. And she retorted, how many times has he failed in missions after he did shit all by himself like this? Even though they were arguing, their teamwork was so refined that it was giving Sequel a hard time. He retreated backwards from their rushing attacks, and using his feet to create an ice barrier to encase them both. The blondie was swift enough to dodge out of the attack. Carlin was the girl who doesn't have any outstanding characteristics, but her speed and reflexes were a problem. Since Sequo couldn't use the environment to his advantage, since she was able to detect the attacks just as it was happening and react accordingly. While in a 1 versus 1 fight, that might not be a problem, but combined with Rhodes, who has the unique ability regeneration that can heal cut and wounds almost instantaneously, it was a different story. Sequel was regretting not using a fatal attack at the start, since Rhodes' combat ability is lower, but since Carlin arrived, Rhodes is playing the role of a tanker so that Carlin can display her true skills. He needed to separate them, even if it's just for a moment, to have a chance at winning this fight. Just then Carlin sensed something and warned Rhodes about it. As Giju jumped past Sequo, crashing through the ice wall, then proceeded to go between the two and came to a stop behind them. Carlin was caught off guard, wonder what just went by them. Giju was using his new skill acceleration that was acquired using Lu's demonic arts on Hermes. It gave the ability to accelerate beyond physical limits for an instant. Carlin turns around and wonders just who the hell was that, since she couldn't follow his movements at all. And Rhodes beside her just notices cuts appearing on his body and looks at it in puzzlement, remarking, "What is this?" Then in the next moment, shouts in pain as blood gushes out in all directions from the multiple cuts on his body. He turns to Giju and calls him a fucking bastard, telling him that scratches like these won't work on him, no matter how many times he does them. However, to his shock, Giju calls out his name and tell him about his unique ability regeneration will not work anymore, due to a child of his with a skill. As we get a status window for the updated Rain, which has wound aggravation, which blunts wound recovery and even aggravates them. As blood continues to drip down around Rhodes, Carlin is stunned at finding that this person was able to stop Rhodes' regeneration ability, since something like that isn't possible with just ordinary items or skills. Rhodes remarks that he must be a unique ability user, as we get a classic pose of Giju standing with his two swords while a lightning strike flashes in the background. With a maniacal laugh, Rhodes asks how long has it been since he was injured this much, then admits that their compatibility is bad and his unique ability far surpasses his. However, did he think he wouldn't have a countermeasures against his only weakness? After saying these words, his eye glow red and he grips his fist as he grows bigger using his berserker skill, which shocks Giju. With his bulging muscles and his wounds no longer bleeding, he stomps the ground and instantly covers the distance between them. Saying with this, "We're even," and then swings his sword down on our boy, causing a mighty explosion. People in the surround area are shocked at the amount of dust floating in the air, especially on a raining day like this. Carlin thinks that the fight must be over on that side, since he used the berserker skill that substitutes the overflowing regeneration ability to other stats, to temporarily increase combat ability explosively. To think he used the skill he left unused due to the long aftereffects. But her thoughts are interrupted by a voice that asks her where she was looking. As the ice breaks to reveal Sequo standing there facing her. He tells her that he's not down yet and she shouldn't have the leeway to take her eye off him, as he sends multiple ice shards in her direction. She deftly dodges the attacks, saying, "Don't you already know that your attacks won't reach me?" Confidently stating that she can handle someone like him without Rhodes, as she maneuvers around him to strike him from behind. However, he laughs, saying it looks like he was being severely underestimated, and unleashes his unique ability Absolute Zero, which started to freeze everything around him including Carlin. He tells her the reason he was being pushed back was because he was saving his strength in case things didn't go as planned, but since Giju was here now there's no need for him to do so. She jumps back out of range and replied, "Didn't he see that his comrade must have become minced meat by now?" Sequo just stood there looking at the dust cloud, saying, "I wonder." As the dust starts to clear, an image of Giju on top of Rhodes with his sword plunged to his back. As Carlin, witnessing the scene before her eyes, is shocked and says it's impossible. Sequo then turns to Carlin, saying, "Now then, try blocking this as well." As he casts an ice wall towards Carlin, but she was unable to dodge since its size was so massive, it towered above the builds in the area. Everyone is shocked again at this sight, as Carlin is frozen within the ice, and Sequo comments that he went a bit too far since he was a little heated. He turns to look towards Giju, wondering, is their battle not over yet? Lu asks his master what was he doing, and Giju is wondering why he couldn't pull out his swords. As a grin appears on Rhodes' face, Giju senses something and jumps off his back, as a sword is thrust through Rhodes' chest and almost hit him. Rhodes pulling his sword back out, remarking how fun, and shouting, "Let's start fighting for real now." Just at that moment, they are interrupted by Sung-hoon calling out Gidju's name and shouting they have to finish this as soon as possible, since ranker Lee Seonho is coming.
Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the barrier, a confrontation between the guild masters and the association president is starting to brew.
As Lee Seonho with the other guild leaders are asking the association president and Taeshik, isn't it time for them to tell them what is going on inside? Meanwhile on the battlefield, Gidju's battle was interrupted by Sung-hoon's sudden appearance. Rhodes gets annoyed at his battle being interrupted, since he was just starting to have so much fun. While shouting "Don't interfere," he strikes out at Sung-hoon, who gets shocked at this sudden attack directed at him. Our hero uses the binding skill to keep Rhodes in place temporary, and regains his aggro on him. Gidju shouts a warning at Sung-hoon to use this chance to get out of here, and tells him he will finish up soon. While the association decided not to participate in the battle as much as possible, seeing the situation he decides to go help the Kane guild members since the situation has changed. Rhodes remarks a mere skill like this is nothing, and uses sheer force to break the dark binding. The charges directly for Gidju, saying now then the disruption is gone, and resumes his assault. While shouting the battle has only just begun, he slams his sword at Gidju, causing a massive explosion in its wake. As the dust settles, he looks in bewilderment as his opponent has disappeared. While sitting upon a traffic light behind him, Gidju says he hates to interrupt him while he's so fired up, but he has no more time left. He turns to look in the direction of the voice. Gidju remarks he should end this as soon as possible. He uses his elemental dark skill, as dark energy flows into his ego rain. Meanwhile at the outskirts of the barrier, Lee Seonho is asking the association president to tell them what is going on inside. Lee Seonho asks why the Grigories are blocking their way with such menacing looks, could they be thinking of fighting them? The president tries to defuse the situation saying of course no, there must be a misunderstanding since the association already requested their cooperation, and as far as he knew, all of them here have accepted that request. Lee Seonho comments that the request was a bit too obstinate to call it cooperation, and the master of the Hephaestus Guild who has their headquarters here was pretty much evicted with the notice. He goes on to say that they are only trying to help block the break, so what reason does the association have to refuse their help? Then with intimidating eyes says, or could it be that something that they shouldn't know about was happening inside? Dark foreboding eye of the president stares back at him, as he starts to grin saying don't jump to conclusions Guild Master Lee Seonho. They are only there to maintain the barrier, to prevent any additional harm. Also they can't give the people that are risking their lives inside needless reinforcements. Suddenly Lee Seonho looks offended shoutingly questioning, if was he a needless reinforcement, while emitting a terrifying aura. As tensions begin to mount, both of them remain silent for a moment. Then Lee Seonho asks, if they were going to push inside by force were they thinking of fighting them? The president declares that he was, which shocks the other guild masters. As the other guild masters shout their disbelief, Taeshik opens his hands out and materializes his weapon in his hand and looks towards them with conviction in his eyes, then slams his weapon onto the ground with a loud thud. As one guild master says alright let's go, but before he can finish Lee Seonho interrupts him and offers a suggestion of letting him go in alone, without anyone else accompanying him. He talks with telepathy saying, please do not worry President Azura, he will not say a word about what he sees inside, and that he is on their side. Meanwhile on the battlefield, Gidju uses his skill Elemental Dark, which can turn the body into darkness, which surrounds his body with a dark black aura. As Rhodes stares up at him, Gidju says out loud binding his dark tentacles from his body heads towards him. Laughing as the dark energy wraps around him, Rhodes shouts he has already saw this skill and it doesn't work on him, but suddenly finds himself unable to break out of this binding. Elemental Dark skill only looks like his appearance has changed, but what's more important is its secondary effect, which makes the power of a demonic art with the same attribute stronger. It made his binding skill strong enough to withstand Rhodes' might, and using it to drag his victim towards himself. Rhodes could only think that shit, he can't break out and he's being dragged towards the sky. Gidju who has his sword ready for a powerful strike, and using the force of the pull plunges his black sword into Rhodes' head. The system notification tells him that cannibalism has been activated, egoification of player roads has begun, and egoification of player roads has succeeded.
As the elemental dark skill fades from his body, he sits down, remarking he was trying to save this as much as possible since it places a large burden on his body.
Even tired, his egos reminded him he didn't have much time to waste, and looking around the area, they seemed to have more or less finished things as well. Calling upon rain, he got on his wolf to move to the next location using elemental water. As he was moving across the building, he asked Brunhart how Dullahan and Hart was doing. To which Brunhart replied that they were still holding on. After getting their location, he wasted no time to get to that location. Meanwhile, the Dullahan swung his axe at Rogers, who parried the attack, while the Lich attacked him with his flesh golem. However, Rogers was beside himself, thinking this was unbelievable since his opponents were a mere Dullahan and a Lich, and even with his holy sword he couldn't easily dispatch this pair of monsters. Normally he shouldn't have a problem dealing with a bunch of these bastards, and getting angry shouted, "Goddamn small fries, don't look down on him." He used his holy sword 9 and shot a burst of energy wave at the Lich. The Lich was shocked at the power of the attached and immediately commanded his flesh golem to block the incoming blow. The attack was enough to completely eradicate the flesh golem. And even the Lich took some damage. Rogers was thinking these are not ordinary monsters, since they had some level of intelligence. They should have attacked him through the opening caused by this huge attack. However, the Dullahan wasn't attacking him, but rather waited for the Lich to recover, as if they were just stalling for time. Considering the timing, something was strange, and this couldn't be a normal break. Just at that moment, Gidju descended upon the battlefield, telling Rogers it's been a while. Rogers looked up with a bit of surprise, and with recognition called out, "Kim Gidju." Putting more power into his holy sword than before, he was about to unleash the attack at the descending Gidju. However, at that moment, Rogers recalls Iron Shield warning him to beware of Gidju's sword since it had the ability to absorb the power of holy swords. At the last moment before crossing blades, Rogers dodged back to avoid the attack instead. Gidju was a little upset that Rogers figured out his ability, and El told him that Iron Shield would have informed him about it. Looking sideways at his subordinates, he told them good job for enduring this long. They both knelt down and told him it was nothing, and it was an honor to follow his command. He opened a small portal and told them to rest inside. In a flash, they disappeared into the gate and it disappeared. Rogers was wondering what just happened, and was he the one that caused the break, but more importantly, how could he become so strong in such a short time? Finished caring for his subordinates, Gidju turned towards Rogers saying, "Let's start our game of tag for real." Rogers only angrily glared back at him. As the thunderstorm still rages around them, Sequo and Sunghoon arrived on the scene of the battle to witness both the combatants going at it. Sequo told Sunghoon he rushed over since he was worried, but before he knew it, Gidju has become so strong, and Sunghoon could only agree. As they battled, Gidju was taunting Rogers, asking what's wrong, and what happened to make him so squishy, as he stabs Rogers' legs, sending which gushed out blood. Rogers cursed, thinking that his guy is using his own words against him. Lu told him that he's played long enough and told him to hurry and finish it, to which Gidju agreed. As Gidju prepared to launch an attack with his white sword, Rogers was thinking, shit, this bastard who was nothing but an insect a while ago, and since it was too late to dodge, brought up his sword to block the attack. Meanwhile, at the Iron Guild Tower, Iron Shield was telling his subordinate that Rogers must have arrived in Korea by now. His subordinate asked if it was alright to send a holy sword against someone who can absorb holy swords. Iron Shield replied that since he gave him a warning, Rogers should be alright. With a menacing expression, he said that holy sword isn't an ordinary holy sword, and by the time he realizes it, it'll be too late. Back at the battlefield, just as Rogers was able to fend off the attack of the white sword, everyone was shocked at the outcome. Gidju asked El what happened. Something did get absorbed, but it's different from Kallian's case, wasn't it? El replied that's no longer a holy sword, but to be exact, it's a corrupted holy sword. Lu interjected, saying that it's closer to a demonic sword. Rogers shouts, "What the hell, you're nothing special, were you?" He declares this is how it should be, and he was going to kill Gidju in the most painful way possible, as his body was becoming consumed by a green aura that was spreading from his sword. Gidju remarked that since the sword was closer to a demonic sword, he asked Lu if he could do something about it, and Lu replied it's not that simple. Rogers got even more annoyed, shouting, "What the hell has he been mumbling about since earlier, and should he really be dazing off?" Shouting he was going to slice him to bits, Rogers charged at our hero, laughing hysterically. Gidju dodged the strike, and was surprised about something. Sunhoon, seeing the attack, thought to aid Gidju, when Sequo told him to wait. While Gidju, using the sword to balance himself from falling, kicked Rogers in the chin, sending him flying backwards. Gidju said, "What the hell's wrong with this guy, hasn't he become weaker?" El told him it was due to the corrupt holy sword. At first it'll give its user power, but in the end it'll absorb all of its user's power. Rogers coughed up blood, and slowly stood up. While clutching his chest said, "Why is his body?" Then rage clouded his expression. Meanwhile Iron Shield was explaining that 9 absorbs the user's power and transfers it to its true owner. His subordinate commented, "That's a frightening sword, but if that's the case, wouldn't your objective of planting roots in Korea become more difficult? Since it could cause a major setback if Rogers becomes too weak too quickly," but Iron Shield reassured him that he didn't need to worry about that. Since 9 was a very delicate sword, and it takes its time to encroach on its victim before they realizes it. And that's how he'll become the stepping stone for Iron Shield's revenge. Since the whole process takes around half a year to occur, there's no need for concern, although it'll be a different story if he tries to forcibly squeeze out 9's power in a short period of time, but he doubted there would be a need for him to do that in Korea. Back on the battlefield, Rogers charged at Gidju, shouting, "You bastard, what the hell have you done to him?" While Gidju was easily able to fend off the attack by cutting off the arm with the sword, which caused Rogers to become bewildered. As the cut of arm and sword landed behind him, Rogers let out a loud scream of pain. As Rogers crawled on the ground towards his arm and sword, Gidju could only comment to think that his revenge that he planned for months would end up like this. Opening a healing potion, he called Rogers to give him his hand, then pour the potion onto the cut-off arm. Rogers started to laugh hysterically, saying, "Have you finally realized that nothing good will come from opposing the Iron Guild?" Gidju countered by saying, "Do you even know what state he was in?" and told him to check his goddamn status window. Lu called him a moron, saying he's getting all giddy when they didn't even reattach his hand. Rogers, while confused, called up his status window, and it showed his level as 1 and everything else was blanked out. Shocked at what he was seeing, all he could say was his stats, his level. As Gidju was saying, has he finally realized, but was rudely interrupted by Rogers shouting, "FCK, why the hell was he level 1, even bugs are better than level 1, he's become a good-for-nothing level 1, and level 1 was more useless than trash." As Gidju's expression became darker with each comment, Rogers continued his ranting, saying it's a fate worse than death. At this, Gidju finally lost control and smacked Rogers, saying he's gone too far. "You son of a bitch." Shouting, "You think you're the shit, is that why you're getting the shit beaten out of you like this?" As Gidju took out his frustration, Rogers was clueless on why he was getting beaten. Just then Sunhoon noticed the barrier was opening and quickly warned Gidju about it, saying Lee Xianho is coming. Gidju told the black and blue beaten up Rogers that he was lucky, then opened the gate and tossed Rogers towards it. As Hart appeared, he told him to use potions to keep Rogers alive and take care of the holy sword as well. As he turned towards the source of an enormous mana that he could feel from miles away. Slowly the figure of Lee Xianho started to appear from a distance, and as he got closer, he said as he thought, "It's very strange." Stating that he can't see this situation as a mere break, asking Gidju to tell him directly what has happened here. At this, Sunhoon stepped in and informed Lee Xianho that he is affiliated with the association, and that they are currently almost finished suppressing the break, but unfortunately there were sacrifices in the Iron Guild branch. Lee Xianho replied, "What an amusing joke. Since it's obvious from this situation that they all took care of them. However, they may not know this, but he has made a deal with the Iron Guild. They were to allow him to meet with a person who has something he wanted." With a deranged expression said that if she doesn't want to see her successor ripped into pieces, why doesn't she show herself already, Demon King? They were all shocked at this revelation, as a voice asks, "Is it really alright for you to do dirty shit like this when you call yourself God's apostle?" As energy converges on a location, it reveals the appearance of the Demon King and Ball. The Demon King remarks that her long-awaited reunion with her disciple was ruined.
Giju looks at her in surprise. She smiles back and says it's been a while. Sunghoon is surprised that the real Demon King was before him, and Giju can only think that she was this close, but he couldn't sense her presence at all. She comments that his reaction is quite lackluster, since she was hoping to surprise him. Remarking to save that for later, she turns to Lee Xianho asking him if he needed her elixir. He confirms that's the case, and she remarks that his vessel has become quite contaminated, but were they close enough for her to just give him an elixir? Lee Xianho wants to make a deal, but the Demon King countered by saying what if she doesn't want to, saying that even an elixir won't be able to block his vessel's contamination, at most it will only slow its progress. If that's the case, Lee Xianho engages his battle armor and sword and said he has no choice but to fight. At this, Giju looks at the pair of pure white swords and asks his egos, could that be a holy sword, to which Lu confirms, but Elle tells her master for now they are more powerful than her. As the Demon King approaches Lee Xianho, she asks him if he thinks he can handle it, saying no matter how strong you are won't you have a hard time with both her and Ball as her opponents. Declaring that his place will also become a sea of fire, asking didn't he hate killing. He replies that he's in no position to split hairs, and the Demon King says she understands, then teleports back to the side of Ball. With her hand stretched out to Ball, she calls his name, as he gets the elixir from his coat pocket and hands it to her. The Demon King asks if they do a deal, what would he give her in exchange for it? Lee Xianho replies that including her successor, he will let everyone here live. The Demon King replies that a threat, not a trade, calling him nothing more than a street thug. As she throws the elixir to him, said to add in that he won't lay his hands on her disciple for a year. Lee Xianho upon grabbing the elixir said that he understood, and he will definitely keep his promise. As he turned to leave, the Demon King told him to wait and swear it on the name of his god. As they stared at each other, Lee Xianho whispered something under his breath then disappeared from view. Sunghoon let out a sigh as he fell to the ground, saying that he couldn't even breathe properly because of the pressure. As the Demon King addresses them both saying they were friends of her disciple, they could handle the rest right, since she was going on ahead with her disciple. Before they had time to react, the Demon King with Giju disappeared in a flash of purple energy, leaving them stunned. Sometime later, Giju slowly opened his eyes and heard conversation between the Demon King and Ball talking about his demonic eye. As the Demon King noticed him awakening, Giju slowly sat up and looked around his surroundings, to find himself in his own basement. He was thinking the fact that she just suddenly appeared earlier, and even knows where he lives. He asked her if she was using the demonic eye to keep watch over him, and she confirmed that she can see everything that's seen through the demonic eye. Giju was outraged at this and shouted, "That's a crime, you should stay out of my personal life." The Demon King just smiled slyly and asked if he was getting embarrassed, "Aren't he cute?" And Giju outright denied it. Giju, while changing the topic, asked why did they all come to his house, and the Demon King replied, "Can't a master visit her disciple's house? Since she wasn't here for the housewarming party, she was here now." Standing back up, Giju thought that he owed her a great debt, since she used 3 of those precious elixirs for his sake. He asked her, considering even the demonic eye, just who in the world are you, and moreover Lee Xianho, but he was stopped by her. She said he must have many things he wanted to ask, but don't think about them right now, and she would explain everything to him in due time. Besides, she had something more important to discuss. He was wondering what could be more important than elixirs, demonic eye, and even Lee Xianho. Putting her cup down, she made a cute expression as she asked him to let her live here. This request went way over his head, and he asked pardon? Over at his house, she is complimenting his mother for having a fair skin, and saying she would even believe her to be a teenager. His mother starts blushing and tells her to stop flattering her, while covering her laughter. The Demon King goes on to compliment his sister, telling her she is pretty and much of take after their mother. Giju couldn't believe it turned out like this. His sister asked him where did he meet such a beautiful girl, and his mother also joined in and asked him to tell them. He was starting to panic, thinking he needed a way to get out of this situation. What should he say? They were looking at him with anticipation in their eye, wanting something out of a drama. He tried to focus the energy of the universe for an answer to his dilemma, and the answer came, and he quickly stood up shouting, "Pee puppy!" Kim Giju's secret art. Changing the subject, he ran out of the house shouting he adopted a puppy. Once outside,
he asked Rain if he could transform into a smaller form.
His egos knew he was desperate, and luckily for him Rain was able to transform into a puppy-sized wolf. When his mom and sister came out, they shouting in delight to see a puppy and said it was so cute. The sister ran up to it and hugged the puppy and asked about his name, and could she name it, but Giju told her his name was Rain. Thinking it was a gift for her, she was delighted and called him the best brother, telling him he was cool for once. The Demon King came from behind and complimented him for using his head, but Giju retorted, "Who do you think's the reason for that?" She stretched and told him instead of resting like she planned, considering his effort, she was willing to talk and told him that Ball should have secured a suitable location for them. At a nearby cafe, Giju asks if a neighborhood cafe like this really alright to talk in, since he knows of cafes with soundproofing barriers in the tower. She tell him that he doesn't need to worry about that, since the barrier made by Ball is much better than that kind of cheap barrier. Not only will they be unable to hear them, they won't even be able to sense their presence. Elle tells him that this kind of barrier can't be constructed by just anyone. The Demon King says, now the long-awaited QA session is upon us, so what would he like to ask? Giju thinks that he has though of a lot of things to ask, especially the sense of difference that he felt since they met, and how he couldn't sense it properly due to the situations. He asks, is Ball a player? No, he corrects himself and asks, are you human? They stare at each other silently for a moment. The Demon King remarks, is that the first thing you ask? Your senses are impressive. She goes on to tell him why not ask your sword instead of them, which surprises Giju. Lu tells him that he hasn't said anything due to his uncertain memory, but says this guy is a demon. Not only that, he's one of the archdemons whose existences are the embodiment of atrocity. At this moment Ball suddenly gets up from his seat and kneels on the ground, says the almighty king of all demons, he greet the great master who has become the king's master. Which catches our boy off guard. And Lu says humph. The Demon King Ball up laughing out loud at the situation. While rubbing the tears from her eye, she comments this is hilarious. She says, so your current name is Lu, right? To which Lu replied, that's right. Giju, surprised even more, gets up and shouts, wait, you can hear the ego's voices? To which she replies that she can, as well as the holy sword named El and that little kid embedded in his chest. Lu mentions that's nothing strange since Giju also shares his visions with her. Giju thinks, is that so? And she replies, yeah it is. In a panic Giju asks, can you actually read his mind too? She told him she can't, but since that thought was made with the will to deliver it to her, she was able to hear it. She goes on to tell him that it's impossible to read his mind when he's just standing still, even for her, and Lu confirms. Giju, trying to calm down, says to take things one step at a time since it's hard for him to digest all this information flying at him all at once. The Demon King remarks that her disciple seems to be on the stupid side of things, and Lu agrees while the other egos defend their master. She goes on to tell him she will explain it slowly. First of all, she is saying this since there seems to be a misunderstanding, but that one Ball is showing respect to is not Lu, but to you. Lu tells him that the bastard named Ball is one of the ones who betrayed him in the past. The Demon King confirms Lu's statement, saying Ball is one of the ones who instigated chaos when incarcerating the King of Demons. To him, Lu is nothing more than a king of an era, rather he's showing respect to Giju for having someone like that as his subordinate. Lu curses Ball as a fucking bastard, which leaves Giju speechless. Getting back on topic, the Demon King states that Giju must have a lot of questions regarding the demon eye that he wants to ask about. It probably hasn't been long since it's awakened, and even Lu probably won't know much about it. She goes on to tell him that, however, she is actually the one who wants to ask him about it, which puzzles Giju. She asks, how did you awaken the demonic eye, since it's a symbol of demons after all? Giju, while shocked, asked, this demonic eye isn't a power that she gave him? Lu reminds him that he told him already, that power isn't something humans can just exchange. Giju goes on to say that this power was something he had from the beginning, and El deduces that the power she gave must have been a catalyst, but the one who manifested the power was Giju. The Demon King agrees that she never imagined that he would manifest the demonic eye. Lu questions if Giju is some demon's descendant or something, and Giju adamantly denies it, saying that his mother is a normal human. Then Lu asks about his father, to which Giju replies he's not sure. The Demon King clarifies that demonic eye isn't an uncommon ability.
Since demons above a certain level has it, but there are special demonic eyes among them, and his purple demonic eye happens to be one of them. Gidju questions, "What do you mean by special?" and she replies that the color of the demonic eye shows the demon's rank. Green is bottom to low rank, red is about mid-rank, and purple is royalty. The highest ranked demons, and the final demonic eye with nothing above it, that is a purple demonic eye. She goes on to say that she can use all the demonic eyes, and Lu calls it ridiculous since even he doesn't recall using all the demonic eyes. She goes on to explain that demons have a single demonic eye, but she is different. Gidju asks her if she is really human. Since demonic eye is a symbol of demons, does that mean she is a demon as well? She says she is a special case, and tells him he might be one of those special cases as well. Without another word, she slowly lifts up her shirt, which puts Gidju in a stupor. While blushing, he turns his head and shouts, "Wait, what are you doing?" Lu comments, "So it's like that." He tells Gidju to stop making a fuss and take a look. He slowly peeks between his fingers and sees her midriff, on which a jewel in the shape of a cat is shown. She goes on to say that she received a demon transplant, the other side of Baal. In other words, she is half human and half demon, someone hanging on the boundary. Baal's cat side also has a predation power like Lu, which has clear limits and has many side effects compared to Lu's, but it can devour other demons and absorb them. She didn't expect him to awaken a demonic eye, but from what she can see, he is special. And he is someone who could possibly grant her wish. Gidju asks her what her wish was. And she, while smiling, replies that didn't she tell him before, it's why she put up that disgraceful name of Demon King, to kill the real Demon King. Meanwhile, the Iron Guild's South Korean branch, which was annihilated on the day of establishment. No information was leaked thanks to the association's thorough cleanup, while caused a lot of controversy, but it was laid to rest by the testimony of Lee Siano. The words of the nation's top player had that much weight to them, and even the Iron Shield's response was unexpectedly calm. He must have had his suspicions, but all he did was give his condolences to the fallen in a press conference. Since the parties involved didn't make much of an issue, the incident was concluded with slight suspicions and sporadic controversy. While the people mourned the loss of life, and Gidju felt his heart feels heavy that casualties couldn't be avoided. As he returned home from the funeral and entered his house, his egos told him that it was not his fault. While he was the one who made the proposal, they all made their own choices. As he was saying he was back, he happened to see the Demon King sitting on the couch watching TV and eating, and he sighed heavily. While stuffing her face, she greeted him saying, "Welcome back, disciple." He remarked that she was really making herself at him, wasn't she? She mumbles some words while eating, and Gidju told her please don't talk with her mouth full, as he headed upstairs. She complained, what else can she do, she has nowhere to sleep, and he asks where have she been living up until now. Thinking back, Gidju in the end didn't get any more details on that day at the cafe. She told him that he didn't have the qualifications to hear this, since he has yet to pass the test on the 50th floor of the tower. He keeps thinking, what qualifications? He asks her where is his sister and mother, and she replies they are eating out with Behemoth, and Yu Yong also took Rain with her. As he stood in front of the mirror while dressing, he comments Taeshik is quite, then suddenly he has an aha moment. While running downstairs and covering himself, he shouts asking if she was looking at everything through his demonic eye. With a sheepish grin she replies that yeah, he has a nice body. He sighs and asks her to please do something about this since he can't even go to the washroom in peace, but she replies that she obviously wouldn't be looking in those situations. She tells him since she doesn't want him to misunderstand, but she's not doing this because she wants to, it was the only way for her to understand the situation while avoiding as much contact with him as possible. He understands, but please do something about it, since there's no need for it right now, right? She asks him is he sure and will not regret it later, while puzzled replies of course, is there a reason he would regret it? She tells him to break the shared vision, she would need to extract the energy she infused into him, and tells him that while infusing is easy, but the extracting is a different story. While walking up close to him, saying since he also awakened the demonic eye, to take back her influence at this point, she will have to. Then getting on her tippy toes, she gives him a kiss on the lips. In a panic Gidju shouts, what are you doing? She starts to tease him, saying what's up with his reaction, perhaps this was his first kiss. While Giju remains silent, while covering his mouth with his hands. She is beside herself thinking, is this really, with a face like that? She tells him that in any case, the shared vision has been removed, and his eye should slowly return to its normal color. He won't be losing the demonic eye, but since it was strengthened by her power before, it's now just going back to its rightful color. She also can't hear the ego's voices anymore either. It was fun, but what a shame. And anyway, she is sorry to think that this was his first kiss, which annoys him to no end, wishing he could just close his eyes and give her a good smack. However, Lu advises him to endure it, since he would lose. She turns and mentions, now then, shall we get going, to which he asks where to. To the basement, since Ball has prepared something entertaining for them. When he goes downstairs, he is surprised to buy what he sees, saying, is this place really his basement? She tells him that the room has been modified to be bigger on the inside, and there's also an impact nullification barrier installed, and even if they fought there should not be a problem. He understands, even if they fought. Puzzled, he turns to her and asks fight between him and her, and she confirms. Telling him does a master need a reason to spar with her disciple, while powering up she says come at her since she will help him level up. Lu starts to laugh, and Giju tells him to shut up since he knows what she was trying to say. She tells him to be honest, there isn't much she can teach him right now, but it'd be a different story if he passed the 50th floor's test. The 50th floor is the secondary advancement, and it's an especially special floor for unique ability holders. Not only does it strengthen the unique ability itself, there is also a chance to earn a second unique ability, just like his friend. But it's not like there's absolutely nothing she can teach him. While creating her sword, she tells him to bring it on, since she doesn't like explaining with words. Then Giju powers up and charges at her, heading at her in his fastest speed and swings his swords, only to swing at her after image. With her sword pressed against his neck. She remarks something like this while standing behind him, asking, what do you think, can you understand? He thinks she's so fast, but Lu tells him she is not as fast as he thinks, since she's matching herself to his physical capabilities. Giju does a back swing, but she is easily able to dodge out of its range without much effort. L advises Giju that he only feels like that because she got into his blind spot, while L is vexed, but she does have extraordinary combat abilities. While materializing a second sword, the Demon King tells Giju that she will drill her combat skills and experience into him. He concentrates and focuses on her, but in a moment she appears right beside him. And asks where was he looking at since she was over here. As he turns to look, she strikes at him with her sword which he barely dodged. She reminds him that Lee Xianho and her are like cats and dogs who can't coexist. Her afterimage is all over the field, while Giju is just barely able to block and dodge in his confined little space. She further tells him that since neither of them will walk away fine if they faced each other, they have been barely keeping the balance, but the existence of him, her successor, and the interference of Iron Shield broke the balance. Giju asks why was she telling him all this now, and she replies that she is just tell it to him straight, since he needs to become stronger than he is now. Since in that promised 1 year, if he doesn't become stronger than Iron Shield, he'll die. As she tells him all this, she starts to power up, unleashing her unique ability Ink Flame. And he meets her by unleashing his death power gained through Lu to confront her onslaught. While Ball on the side uses his barrier skill to avoid the residual damage from their clash. After the clash, the damage to room is automatically repaired, while Giju is lying on the floor dazed. The Demon King stands over him and remarks that his last attack is a lot fiercer in person. As expected of her disciple. Then she tells him that she forgot to mention this earlier, but they are about the same age, so he can speak with her comfortably. He asks her why was she telling him that at a time like this. Meanwhile, inside the gate, a stone block is being pulled along the ground by Rogers. Above him the Lich observes, and then land behind him calling his name. The Lich throws a moldy bread in his directions, and tells him that it was his meal. When it lands on his side, he looks at it, then rushes over and starts to devour it like a hungry beggar. The Lich looks down on him and says someone like him still wants to live, despite deserving to die by having his limbs ripped off. Telling him never forget that this is all thanks to the great master's kindness, and also thanks to his mercy that his wrists were put back together. The Lich gets his whip out, telling Rogers if he understands to get back to work, and gives him a lashing. As Rogers grips the ground to get back up, he swears that he will kill Iron Shield. The Lich thinks that the direction of Rogers' rage has completely shifted. Rather than easily taking his revenge, his master is using Rogers as a pawn for his next revenge. As expected of his great master, he cannot dare to judge neither his intelligence nor his vessel. As he looks at the plans to build a pyramid, even the fact that his master is making Rogers build a building like this must have some deep meaning behind it. As Giju from afar witnesses all this, he comments that looks like things are going well over there, and Lu asks him why was he making him do that. Giju replies that he is just making Rogers suffer, and as he turns to Ball, he asks if what he is doing is going well. He recalls the moment that Ball asked to enter his gate, since there seems to be much to research about it. And the Demon King mentioned that Baal's knowledge in the demonic arts is deep. And he'll definitely be of help to him in some shape or form. He thinks that's what the Demon King said, but that person's kind of uncomfortable to be around. Lu mentions that while he is a traitor, he is very skilled. At this moment, Ball comments that is finished, as the magic circle in front of them starts to light up brightly. Giju asked what's finished, and Ball replies that his gate wastes a lot of power. To compare it to an electronic device, it gives off a lot of heat. So he has gathered all the excess mana in one spot to create crystals. As the bright light shines behind Ball, Giju, covering his eyes to avoid the bright light, asks crystals, though that's definitely amazing, but wouldn't it just return the crystals that Brunhard ate? Since even if he resells them, it's not like he's lacking money anymore. Ball answers that he's correct if it was only extracting crystals, but it would only amount to a slight increase in efficiency. But what he's aiming for is something more special, since these are transparent crystals. Crystals are the substance that becomes the material or fuel for various magic tools, and their value changes based on the amount of mana that they contain, which also determines their color. While Giju was looking at the transparent crystal in his hand, comments that this is definitely special, but where would you use it? Elle says that it's weird that she can't sense any mana from it, and Brunhard agrees, saying it feels like it's completely empty. Ball replies that rarity quickly becomes value, as long as it's revealed that it's not a forgery. Through appraisal, there will be lines of people who want to buy it. When they learn its true value, even billions of one won't be enough. Giju questions its true value, as he started at the transparent crystal in his hand. Ball tells him that he doesn't need to know right now, since he will come to find out when he needed it. Lu in frustration yells for him to just tell them. Unfortunately, Ball is a man of few words. He feels more like a friend of a friend, and doesn't provide any information if he doesn't feel like it. Giju wonders if it's because he succeeded in his experiment of extracting crystals that he seems to be in a good mood lately, and so he heard all kinds of stories from him. Giju questions Ball concerning the matter that the gate is a territory, and Ball confirms, saying that to be exact it's an abandoned territory. So territories are land ruled by someone, and they can be demons or someone else. Giju starts to question if not demons, then who else are they talking about, and what reason was the territory abandoned, and further asks why do they appear on Earth, But Ball cuts him off, saying it seems he's spoken for too long. It's not like they wanted to abandon them, but they were just abandoned. There must be territories that weren't abandoned either, and if he wanted to know more, climb the tower. Once he gains new qualifications after he passes the 50th floor, he will tell him more of this story. Sometime later, back in his basement, he is training again with the Demon King. While the Demon King charges at Giju and attacks, he just dodges out of the way and avoids the attacks. She inquires that when a girl like her is coming onto him, for how long was he gonna keep running? He sarcastically remarks wasn't she coming onto him in a different way, and he had no choice but to run when someone like her is. She cuts him off and said he was being too harsh and smirks, saying did she just get rejected? As she appears in front of him and slashes him, with her head being close to his, asks shall we just continue this lesson, to which he replies that he is in her care. She tells him that while death is a powerful skill, it's not a finishing move. What was he gonna do if he can't take down his opponent in one hit, and Lu remarks that's just his basic skill. As their attacks clash, it sends him flying back, clashing on the ground. She tells him that his attacks are too simple and sloppy, since he's attacking while only believing in his new stronger power, and did he really think that something like that will work on Iron Shield?
Thinking about Iron Shield, rage covers his expression as he charges in for another attack. But suddenly a system notification tells him that his level of assimilation is increasing. Assimilation A, he can now use up to 70% of the ego's stats. As a surge of death power surrounds him, Lu tells him that since assimilation between them has grown, his ability to control death has also grown. Giju wonders, what is this feeling? He starts to feel an inexplicable level of fulfillment, and even Lu is puzzled at the reaction. As his eyes turns to purple with the rising power, the Demon King looks at this change and thinks to herself, oh shit. She quickly reaches a hand out to him and shouts for him to get his shit together, and manhandles him to the ground. As the impact brought his consciousness back, he asks what happened just now. The Demon King tells him that he almost lost himself, and asks how he felt knowing that he was almost swallowed up by the darkness. Giju questions that darkness, what's up with that Chinibu expression? She tells him it's just as it sounds, an irresistible level of fulfillment probably filled his mind, and it felt as if mere humans were below him. That's how demonic arts are. And it's also the reason why demons are so obsessed with the demonic arts, and Giju was speechless. She tells him to find the player with 100 swords, since he is a player who possesses swords with special abilities. The holy sword Callian that Iron Shield possesses, as well as the 9 that Roger's had were both given to them by him. She tells him that he has to obtain a holy sword and use it to strengthen L, since his balance is breaking because the power of his demonic art is too strong. Reminding him that balance is what makes him special, and he can't let himself be skewed to one side, and he agrees. While putting her arms around his shoulder, she tells him that she told him before they are the same age. So how long was he gonna keep distancing himself? While nervous he asks, are they really the same age, and she answers according to their Earth age, that is. While he was wondering what Earth age meant, she turns to leave saying to just forget it and for them to go get some food, since she was starting to get hungry from all this exercise. She suddenly asks if his sister and mom was home yet, so he got his phone out from his gate, saying he thinks they mentioned they were going shopping. At that moment his phone started to ring, and it was a call from Huang Jichel, the blacksmith. Thinking that it was the first time he's called him, he wonders what might be going on. As he answered the phone, he didn't hear anything from the other side at first. The Demon King told him that she will be headed up first. On the other side we see blood dripping down the face of the elder, while Giju wondered why the blacksmith wouldn't say anything. As he continues to ask the elder if he can hear him, he heard towards workshop from the other side. In a weak voice the elder told him, please come to the workshop right now, there's no time at this rate, Minsu will, and the phone cut off. Meanwhile inside the Players Association cafeteria, Sunghoon was eating his meal when his phone started to ring. It was a call from ranker Kim Giju, and upon picking it up he joked that the handsome secretary Hyo Sunghoon was speaking. Giju on the other side asked if it was illegal for a player to run through the streets without authorization, and Sunghoon while puzzled answered that it was correct since it's dangerous to do so. He then asked Giju why was he asking something so obvious like this, and Giju replied that he had someplace he needed to get to quickly, so could he be exempted with his mercenary privileges. Sunghoon replied of course, as long as he was informed first. But before he could get any more answers from Giju, the call was already disconnected. However at this time, Giju used his powers to quickly travel the city at the fastest speed possible to arrive at the blacksmith shop of the elder. Fully going into battle mode, he took the stairs headed down towards the shop, but he didn't feel any other presence other than the misters. He started to wonder if a suspicious person trespassed or something, but even if his detection ability was unable to find anything, his ego still warned him to be careful and approach with caution. As he approached the door, he closed his eyes and used his senses to detect, but finding nothing, he started to open the door and enter the store calling for the elder. But found the shop in ruin and the mister sitting in front of the counter beaten up. He quickly ran to the elder shouting his name. While asking about his condition, he noticed that the elder's hands were both completely crushed. He also noticed that the equipment is all gone, just who in the world could have done this? At that moment the beaten up elder started to regain his consciousness, and Giju tried to get a healing potion to him and told him that they need to get to a hospital, but the elder said forget it. Since he can tell more or less that his life is at its end, and El told him that the elder's vitality has been depleted, and Lu said at this point a potion won't do anything at this point. Giju couldn't believe the situation,
but the elder told him there isn't much time, so could he listen to his story. It's the request that he spoke to him about last time, about one day when he needed his help, he would help him just one time. The elder said he was one of the pioneers. They are the people who became players on the same day that the tower first appeared. In the beginning, the tower was a completely unknown area. They knew nothing, to the point that even hunting goblins was difficult. A lot of them died, but his comrades fought with the resolve to save humanity. Back in the day, he had no desire to climb the tower and get stronger, but he was a tank at the time, which was unrelated to blacksmithing. He walked the path of a forger before he became a player, and so he was able to make equipment to a certain level with his abilities as a player and with his blacksmithing skills. Of course, he couldn't make special equipment like he does now. That ability came later due to a certain event. Gidju asked what sort of event. The elder replied that it was when he was on the verge of the 50th floor. He had re-entered the tower for the second advancement, and during this time he was searching for a clue on how to advance his forging skills since he had hit a wall. At that time, a question came to mind, about why they must only climb the tower. Gidju listened speechless, as the elder continued to ponder that does the tower only stretch upwards, what's in the tower's basement? Is the first floor of the tower truly the tower's first floor? And questions like that filled his mind at that time. He spent years trying to find the tower's basement. He first searched all over the first floor, going to places he had already been to as well as places that no one had ever gone to before. There's probably no one who knows the first floor better than he did, and then he finally discovered it. The door leading to the basement, and where he ended up after passing through that door, was a completely different world. At this time, Gidju received a system notification telling him he had obtained information that he wasn't qualified to know, and a penalty will be given. He was in a world of pain, and his vision started to blur from it, and he screamed, and even the dying elder was concerned, asking if he was alright. His egos were concerned as well, and Lu shouted at him to get a hold of himself. He started to recall all those people who told him he didn't have the qualifications to hear, and all the talks of needing to pass the test on the 50th floor, and once he gained the new qualifications after passing the 50th floor, they can tell him more of the story. So the penalty for knowledge before the qualification from the 50th floor of the tower was something like this. The elder asked if he was alright, and Gidju replied for him to please keep going. For Gidju, it felt like someone was tearing his brain apart, but he knew he would never get a chance like this again, and he needed to listen to this. The elder told him not to push himself too hard and continued the story. The tower's basement wasn't as fantastic a place as he's expected. It was a place of blazing earth and desolate desert, and it definitely wasn't a good place to live. At this moment Lu had a reaction, and Gidju asked what is it, and Lu replied that places probably, but stopped and told him just to listen for now. The elder continued to tell the story that he wandered around to investigate the place for a long time, but he couldn't find anything special. It was like he'd entered an endless gate. So after some time, he tried to return the way he came. However, at that moment he ran into a monster. The monster was much stronger than any of the monsters he'd faced in the tower before, and even for him who was considered one of the strongest of the pioneers, was made a helpless fool. Just as he felt he was about to die, a red-haired girl appeared. Gidju asked a girl, and the elder replied his wife. It was quite an intense first meeting. Gidju asked if his wife was also a player, but the elder told him no, but before he could continue, he collapsed to the floor. Gidju rushed over concerned, but the elder told him to take what's in his pocket. In it, he found a folded paper and a little golden hammer. Getting himself up from the ground, the elder told him that it's a rough map of the tower's first floor and the location of the trapdoor that leads to the basement. If you go there, Minsu will and couldn't continue due to a coughing fit that came over him. At this moment, Brunhart asked Gidju, couldn't he make a person into an ego, then can't you bring the elder back to life? This suggestion shocked and surprised Gidju, while El told him that it might be dangerous. El continued to say that even if the egoification was to succeed, it might not completely bring him back to life. Lu, on the other hand, thought the idea wasn't bad, considering he is about to die anyways, so would it hurt to try? After a moment's thought, Gidju tells the elder that he has something to say, that though there's not enough time to give him the details, he may have a way to save him. But to do so, he would have to kill him first, and the probability is 0.1% or even lower that it might work. So if he was fine with that, but the elder cuts him off, saying then it's not even worth thinking about. If there is any chance at all, he would rather be that one to request it from him instead. The elder told him that he wouldn't have called him if he didn't trust him. After the initial shock, Giju smiled and told the elder to please endure it even if it hurts. As Giju stabbed him with the black sword, the elder told him thank you, and please save Minsu, since he will be a blacksmith who will surpass him. After Cannibalish was activated, the pop-up window showed that the egoification has failed, only a fragment of Huang Jichels had been absorbed. Lu tried to cheer him up that it wasn't a complete failure, and El said they will definitely be able to find a way. Even Brunhart told him it'll be okay. Giju guessed it's better than nothing happening, and asked Lu if he know anything about what they just heard, since from his earlier reaction it seems like Lu knew something about all this. Lu before continuing warned that Giju might receive a penalty, just like the pain from hearing information like before. Lu confirmed that it's obvious, since he wasn't sure if it's because of his demonic eye or mentality, but it wouldn't have been strange to him if he died. Giju asked if it was that bad, and Lu confirmed, saying either the elder probably didn't think that far ahead, or thought the story was important enough to take that risk. Well, he'll try to give Giju enough information within the lines of safety. And as the elder said, there exists another world. Not only that, so many that you couldn't even count, but had to stop since Giju was coming down with another fit of pain, and simply finished by saying he'll tell him more another time. Lu warned not to rush and gain the qualifications first. Meanwhile, somewhere on the tower's first floor of the tower, a man with a monster mask in a white robe was shouting to a group of follows, telling them that the door will open once the ceremony is complete, and the gods who will punish this world will arrive. The apostle will become the king of the gods. As he turned to a man standing off to the side, he asked if something was not to his liking. And in front of the man is a boy Minsu, who is lying asleep inside a slightly open stone coffin. The man in purple said that they truly knew nothing about what will happen when the passage's barrier is undone. When the masked figure was confused, the man in purple said it was nothing and told them to begin the ceremony, as he sealed the coffin closed. Just then someone charged into their location and caused a blast among the follows sitting down, making a huge ruckus. As the man turned to look behind him, the cloud of dust started to settle and reveal the figure of a man. It was Giju, who shouted with anger, "Where's Minsu?" A few minutes before, Giju had looked at the rough map of the tower's first floor, which indicated the door that led to the basement. He was running across the tops of buildings headed to the tower, and telling Lu that he knew where the location marked on that old man's map was. Since there was no way he would forget, since it's the place he went to every day before he met El and Lu. The place he visited once he finished with his guide work, which is a remote place that players didn't come to on the first floor, a secret space only for him, the place where only one goblin appears a day. As he approached the location, he found a barrier that restricted entry and also a perception-blocking barrier that was also applied on top of it. A barrier like this won't be easy to break, and it usually required a key to open it. Upon thinking about a key, could it be that the other item the elder gave him was the key? He used the small hammer and touched it to the barrier, and to his surprise it created an opening. The person in the purple robe was talking to the masked person and was about to start the ceremony, when a blue and red streak came down from the sky to strike among them. An angry Giju was asking them where's Minsu, and as he scanned the area he could see a coffin in front of him, and he could feel Minsu's energy coming from within. Luckily, he was able to gather information from the guard he questioned on the way. First, they were all part of the Carven Guild, and their objective is to offer Minsu, who possesses the same blood as the gatekeeper, as a sacrifice and open the door connecting to another world. Giju felt like he heard of the Carven Guild before, but most of those here were mid-rankers with a few rankers, but the most dangerous was the man in purple. Lu cautioned him to be careful since the power he feels from him is almost on par with Giju. Upon hearing this, he called on Rain's wolf form to take part in the battle, at the same time opened his gate to bring his undead minions onto the battlefield as well. The man in the mask screamed, "Impossible, how can a human possess the territory of the gods? Could this mean that he's also a god's apostle?" Unable to accept reality, he shouted with maddening eyes that this must be a trick of some sort. The masked man raised his weapon and charged at Giju, shouting, "Do not disrupt the ceremony." Giju was easily able to dodge the attack, which infuriated the masked man, who called Giju an insolent bastard, How dare he impersonate a god's apostle? Gidju effortlessly dodged all the attacks, and in one move killed the masked man with a single strike. The man with his dying breaths questioned why a god's apostle was disrupting their ceremony to Lord Andrus. At the moment of Andrus, Lu commented, "Could that bastard have?" and Gidju quickly asked Lu if he knew who Andrus was. Gidju could sense an overwhelming rage coming from Lu. However, Lu told him they can talk later, but for now to focus on the opponent in front of him for now. He agreed and looked at the purple-robed figure in front of him. Neither of them moved and just stared at each other. Gidju was thinking that if the other party was not going to attack, should he make the first move, but Elle told him she doesn't feel a hint of killing intent. Then Gidju asked, "What are your objective? Are you not their comrade, and why are you just standing still?" After a moment of silence, the maid in purple said that he didn't want to see it either, his son being used in this way. This completely mystified Gidju. Then confronting the man said, "Then are you Minsu's father? And also Mr. Huang Jichel's son?" But the other party just laughed and replied, "You're taking a census in a situation like this," and called him a hectic guy. In any case, since Gidju entered his barrier, his father must have sent him. Then confessed that he was the one to harm his father, and kidnapped his son. But he didn't join hands with them and did all this because he wanted to, and if he said it was unavoidable, then it would just sound like an excuse. However, at this moment, Lu commented that the other person looks way too old, since it's only been 23 years since the tower appeared. Then Gidju replied out loud that now you mention it, the years didn't match up. Since Mr. Huang said he met his wife when he was a player. And since the tower only appeared 23 years ago, shouldn't the person in front of him be around his age? But considering Minsu's age and this man's appearance, then the other person replied, "So that's what he meant," and said, "Are you aware of the existence of other worlds? The flow of time there is different from Earth." Then Gidju recalled Sujung's comment about them being the same in Earth age. The guy in purple continued to explain that different from his father and Minsu who were born on Earth, he was born and raised in another world. And the fact that he belongs to another world gives his existence a large penalty, so he pondered for a long time whether to return or not, and what he should do once he returned. However, at this time, a crack appeared on this man's face, and Gidju noticed it. The man used his hands to cover his face, and continued to speak, saying that his father blocked him from belonging to his world, and completely severed his relationship with him. Gidju concluded that the elder estranged himself with his son for some reason, after sealing the door leading to another world, and Lu agreed, saying that's more or less seems to be the case. The man continued saying although he was in pain, he endured it for his son's sake. But Andrus told him to live only for his sake, and that he can become the king of that place. Gidju commented, "Wasn't Andrus the name he just heard?" And the man replied that he's the head of the guys that his soldiers are fighting, but suddenly the man froze in the middle of his speech. Gidju started to wonder why this man was acting like this, and Lu informed him it was a mental attack, Andrus's specialty. And it appears he must have a certain amount of resistance to it, but that in itself became a poison. The man shuddered to himself, he will become a king, and Lu explains further that a lasting incomplete brainwashing created a completely new consciousness. As flames started to come out of cracks on the man's face, he started to utter words, becoming a king, father, Minsu, sacrifice. The flames rose high into the sky and the followers shouted that the apostle is descending, telling everyone to get away or they'll all die if they stay there. While the Lich told his soldiers don't let a single one of them get away. What appeared before Gidju was a towering flaming monster with horns coming out of his forehead. While jumping up to attack, Gidju couldn't help notice the incredible heat coming from the monster and called Rain to aid him. However, thinking he was too late, he blocked the attacking fist of the monster, only to crash on the ground in a flaming explosion. As the flames cleared, Gidju was unharmed thanks to the elemental water protection provided by Rain in the nick of time. But Elle warned that its firepower was too strong, and Lu warned him that he can't last because his skill proficiency was too low. As the flame monster continued to attack with its fists, Gidju only had time to dodge out of the way but knew that he couldn't keep using the elemental skills directly like this, since it was putting too much strain on his body. As he stood in front of the coffin pondering on what to do next, the monster conjured a giant fireball in the air and throws it at our hero. Being surprised by this sudden change in its attack, Gidju barely dodged out of the way. But to his dismay, the fireball actually struck the coffin instead, which had Minsu inside of it. As Giju was horrified at what just happened, he shouted Minsu's name, but Lu told him to calm down, since Minsu was fine. He felt it as they entered this place, but Minsu's coffin was protected by a barrier. Giju was relieved and told Lu to tell him something like that sooner, but Lu rhetorically replied that he didn't ask. As Giju turned to face the monster, he commented that now all that's left is to face that thing without a care. Lu asked if he had a way, and Giju replied with confidence, of course, if elemental water won't work. He called on elemental fire, and was soon covered in burning red flames. As the heat started to rise, Giju said, "Let's see if it can burn." After encasing himself with the power of elemental fire, he charged up the monster's arms while slashing with his swords. While he ran up the monster and passed by its head, he used a double slash to strike at its neck in passing. In the air, Giju commented that thing's still hot as hell, while Lu told him that his elemental fire damage seems to have some effect on it. Using the skill of binding from his gauntlets, Giju wrapped it around the monster's neck and pulled on the binding to rebound back towards the monster. Using the momentum of the pull, Giju raised his sword and stabbed the monster on the back of its neck. The monster let out a scream of pain, but Lu considered the attack too shallow, and told his master to stop half-assing it and end it as fast as he can, since his opponent was still stronger than him. But Giju thought that no matter what, this was still Minsu's father. El told him that he is no longer human, he's a demon controlled by evil. Just then, the monster struck Giju with a raised hand, sending him flying off its back and onto the ground hard. Giju was thinking he was accumulated a lot of damage, and it would be dangerous if he delayed any longer. The demonic eye, that disappeared after the Demon King, but corrected himself, thinking no, it was Su Young who collected back her power. This power was slowly returning back to him. Now that he can use the demonic eye once more, he can tell that the fire giant is simultaneously is and isn't that man. He didn't fully understand himself, but he knew what he had to do now. As Su Young once told him, death isn't only the concept of destroying something, but by expanding his imagination, he should be able to use the ability in more diverse manner than before. Looking up at the giant monster, he thought to himself that this was no longer Minsu's father, but just a fire giant. He explosively charged up into the air, then calling upon his power of death, came down, making a single strike down the middle of the giant monster. After the huge explosion cleared up, the charred, cracked body of Minsu's father remained on the ground. Giju came up beside the body and asked, "Are you awake?" The guy on the ground started to speak, saying his name is Huang Chiil, and his other name is the descendant of Paimon, and as he spoke his head was covered with an illusionary ruby crown. Lu commented that he knew it. Giju asked Lu if he knew him, and Lu replied that Paimon is, but thought better of it and said that wasn't important, but he should ask him about Andres for now. While kneeling down, Giju asked the guy on the ground if he can tell him about Andres. The guy told him to find the Carven Guild and Andres will be, but couldn't continue since his life force was disappearing. With his last words, he spoke to Giju, telling him to please take care of Minsu. Giju on the other hand took up the black sword, and said for him to care of it himself, while stabbing him with the sword. The system notification informed him that activating cannibalism, egoification of fire giant in progress, and egoification of fire giant has succeeded. As the body disappeared in a black smoke, Giju commented that he ended up killing both the father and son with his own hands. His egos told him he did the best he could and it couldn't be helped. Lu told him now he should think about a way to get the kid out of there, as Giju stared at the coffin. Giju asked couldn't he open the barrier with the hammer just like before, and Lu told him that unfortunately no, since the operation method is different. Just at the moment his minions called his attention, saying they had disposed of them all. While looking back, he saw his undead army kneeing in towards him. He told them that they can go back after cleaning up, and they did just that, carrying the corpses of the dead with them back into the gate portal. He got a squad of them to move the coffin carefully into the portal as well. Suddenly Giju found himself confronted by a lone goblin. Then he recalled it's that time already, and with a bit of nostalgia greeted the goblin, saying it's been a while. The goblin started to sweat, and then ran away as fast as it could. Giju questioned why was it acting like that, to to which Lu replied that it must have felt it instinctively, that it could never defeat you.
This brought a devilish smile on our hero's face. He picked up a small rock from the ground and flicks it towards the goblin, killing it in one shot.
Smiling, Giju commented that he felt so refreshed for some reason. Suddenly a glow to the side caught his attention, and even his egos felt it as well, an aura of an ego. He walked towards the direction of the aura, and soon found himself in front of a cave within the forest. As he entered the cave, El asked if this could be the entrance to the tower's basement that the elder was talking about, but Giju said he didn't feel anything from the cave to suggest that. Thinking back, the aura he felt a while ago was definitely an ego, and his other egos confirmed it as well. Thinking nothing will show up in this tiny care anytime soon, Giju sat down and said that before he headed back he wanted to take a second and talk with Lu. Getting a drink out from his portable gate, that's not an inventory, he asked Lu to tell him about what he knew. Lu feinted ignorance and said, did he assign something to him? Why would he keep asking only him? Giju said that because he keep acting like he knew something, like stuff about oblivion or whatever before, but could it be that he remembered it all? Lu complained that's not it, he just recalled little bits of related memories when something specific occurs. Giju lamented that it's no wonder that he's of no help in crucial times when all he did was act like he knew something, to which Lu protested. Then Giju asked directly what is all this stuff about Andras or Paimon's descendant. Lu answered that Andras and Paimon are demons, and they both hold a seat within the 72 seats of power. Those are the archdemons seated right below the true demon king. And not the fake demon king that young Su Young or whatever claims to be. They're ranked from the first seat to the 72nd seat, and for his information ball was the first seat. Andras used to be called the worst demon, even when he held a low-ranking seat, not the strongest but just the worst, due to his personality being just garbage. Giju thought to himself, didn't all demons have a bad personality? Lu continued saying that Paimon holds a high seat, and is one of the 2 gatekeepers of hell. He's also the great blacksmith of hell. Giju thinking that the elder's son, Huang Chiil, is a descendant of Paimon, no wonder why elder's equipment was special. After a moment of silence, Giju prodded for Lu to continue with his explanation, but Lu was indignant saying he just did. Giju asked that's it, he didn't know anything else, to which Lu replied as usual that he didn't remember. Giju thought again that Lu really was no help at all, and Lu stated that he can hear him. Sometime later after getting back home, he was faced with Sujong telling him that he had some guts, since she couldn't believe that he rejected a date with her. She kept calling him arrogant, and he just silently stood there in front of her. He walked past her and asked what date was she talking about. They just decided to have a meal, but she told him he was so dense. As he walked up the stairs, he said that he mentioned before going out that something urgent came up. Then she asked so, what happened, and he replied nothing. Then thought better of it and decided to tell her everything, but reminded that it'll be a long story. After the long discussion, she asked him if this was all true, to which he nodded that it was. She asked about that Minsu child, and Giju told her that he went down to leave the coffin to ball earlier, and he's removing the barrier inside the gate. Upon thinking about it, she said she understood and told him to come with her to meet with someone. Sometime later, they found themselves in the Player Association building. Giju was a little anxious sitting on the couch with the Demon King Young Su Young next to him, and across from them was the Player Association president and the equally anxious Taishik. Giju was thinking, what is with this situation, when Su Young noticed him looking at her and she asked why was he looking at her like that, is it unexpected that she knew them? The president commented that they are not on bad terms with the Demon King, though it might be a different story of what she thinks of him. Su Young, while revealing her ring, said that she was also a mercenary and said he should have one of these as well. She goes on to say that he should know this, while pointing to the president, but he's desperately searching for people to strengthen his forces. They just help each other when either of them needs help, that's all, and it's similar to his relationship with the association. Giju was thinking that even if they are partners, the way she spoke to him and pointing fingers is rather disrespectful. Elle told it to him straight, saying she lacks manners. Then it dawned on him and he spoke out loud, his thinking that in the other world, time flows differently to Earth, and since Su Young said they were the same age in Earth ages, then it's possible that she could be the same age as the association president, but at that moment Su Young was shocked and shouted her protest, telling him to wait.
She said he seems to be massively misunderstanding something, and that's not it.
She started to yell at Giju, saying she was just acting like this because she did like that old man that much. And it's not because she was that old, it's because she was being a rude bitch. She got angry at the situation, yelling, "Why was he making her say stuff like this?" and hit him on the forehead. Regaining her composure after hitting Giju, she sat back down and said, "Let's stop with the chit-chat here." They more or less heard the story from the call earlier, right? The Carven Guild has started to move. The association president remained silent, while Taeshik was puzzled, asking Carven Guild. Su-young pointed out that his son doesn't know much about them. She thought he'd know for sure since they're both pioneers. While patting Taeshik's head, the association president said that this guy doesn't know much about the other world, but it looked like he was trying to get more into it. Taeshik, removing his dad's hand, said that he couldn't stay doing office job forever, while thinking Giju is growing more and more every single day, and he couldn't stay at the bottom forever either. Then a thought came to Taeshik, and he said that he feels like he has heard of the Carven Guild somewhere before. Giju also commented that he also thought they sounded familiar. Then they both remembered a conversation they had before of a co-worker going to join the Carven Guild, and he became a completely different person. At the same time, they stood up and shouted, "The guild that Theo joined." While the other two looked at their actions questioningly, they guys stared at each other speechlessly. Lu asked who was Theo, and Giju told him that it was before his time, someone who he worked with during his days as a guide. Giju started to recall all the memories of the other person, and told Lu that he was a close comrade. Su-young concluded and asked that someone they knew was now in the Carven Guild. Giju asked, "That sort of group is the Carven Guild?" Pondering, the association president said he wondered where he should start, then asked Giju how much did he know about the tower. Giju was shocked, and the president explained that there are countless number of other worlds, and the tower is the wedge that intersects and connects each world, as well as the chains, and slowly eats away at the worlds it is connected to. The gates started to appear along with the tower is proof of that. At this moment, a system notification informed Giju that he had obtained information that he wasn't qualified to know, and an intense pain was given to him as penalty. He gritted his teeth and grabbed his head in pain, while the other was in a panic at his reaction. They shouted what's wrong with him, and Su-young, face palming her forehead, said she forgot about the penalty. The president asked, could it be he hasn't passed the 50th floor yet, and he still didn't have the qualifications? Giju could not reply and just silently grabbed the sides of his head in extreme pain. The association president said that growth speed like his was unprecedented. And he thought that he had already passed the 50th floor since he was this strong. As the pain subsided a bit, Su-young looked at him ponderingly, then said, "Excuse me for a second, disciple," while her outstretched hand came close to the temple of his head. Then purple shock came from her fingertips and he grimaced in pain. Then pop-ups informed him that stigma was activating. The player Kim Giju will temporarily be subordinated by player young Su-young. He looked at the screens, then shouted, "Wait, what does this mean?" But Su-young told him to wait, not to misunderstand, and listen carefully. This was her second unique ability. The subordination is name only, and that it's a way to share the penalty that he received with her. She can't do anything like order him around however she liked, and he was not such a weak being that she can subordinate him with a stigma in the first place. Lu told him that she was right. It's a sort of contract, but its conditions are rather to her disadvantage. Giju told her that next time, please let him know she was doing something like this before doing it. She said not to worry, she would retrieve the stigma once this conversation was over. At the mention of the word retrieve, Giju imagined the kiss that Su-young gave him earlier to take away her powers, and he became flustered, blushing at the thought. When Taeshik looked over at him, he covered it up with a cough. In the upper floors of the tower, the rulers of the tower exist. The ones who created the tower, its masters, and former rulers of other worlds. Though they cannot use their full power on Earth due to its incomplete encroachment, they can use their original power in the tower, the junction between worlds. Giju, while holding his head in pain, commented, "So that's the reason why progress through the higher floors is slow," and Su-young confirmed while also holding her head in pain. Giju thought that the tower and gates are dangerous, but starting from the crystals, all sorts of resources can be found in them, but to think that their very existence was also a threat to humanity. Su-young told him not to be so disturbed, most of them are sealed, and there's still plenty of time left until Earth is completely encroached.
And just like how Lich Encounter was pushed back by them at the higher floors, they'd be no match for him if they came to Earth. It all depends on the situation. Giju then asks how strong is Lich Encounter, to which Soo-young pondered and said that he's gotten weaker due to his contaminated vessel, but in terms of his prime, we'd barely be able to match him if everyone here fought him at the same time. Giju was shocked, while the others silently nodded their heads. Giju thought that he became pretty strong, but there's still a long way to go. Since the people he already met are already extremely strong, so how many more walls did he need to overcome? Lu also mentioned about that woman too, the one named Harem or something, and Giju recalled his first gate where he met a woman who was with the party leader at that time. Giju pondered, could she still be much stronger than him, and Lu said that he couldn't be sure since the assimilation level was still low at that time, but he is sure that she would be a match for the fake demon king next to him. Giju was surprised at this revelation, thinking just who was that woman. Meanwhile Soo-young noticed the stare and asked Giju teasingly why was he staring at her, was she that pretty? Being caught off guard, Giju stammered what was she talking about, he was just talking to his egos. Thinking seriously, the association president said that in any case, what's important is Andres, he can't believe he was the leader of the Carven Guild. With this, the Carven's objective is more clear. Giju asked if he knew Andres, and he replied very well, Andres the Marquis of Discord. He is the worst demon, and he desires the unsealing of the tower's rulers and the end of the world. Sometime later, after ending the meeting, Soo-young told Giju to go home for the day, since she still had some more stuff to talk about with that geezer, pointing to the association president. As they drive off, Giju told Sung-hoon sorry for calling him out so late. While Sung-hoon smiled and gave him a thumbs up saying, it's alright since he will be paid overtime. Giju laughed while saying that's a relief. He was thinking that he was very tired and too many things happened today, and he found out too much. But he couldn't rest yet, he still had something to do once he got back home. Within the gate, Ball was dripping blood from his fist to activate a seal. A blinding light was given off from the seal above the coffin as Ball and Giju stood next to it watching. Giju noticed the barrier was opened so easily by Ball, and he went and slowly opened the coffin. Inside they found the sleeping body of Minsu, unharmed. Giju asked Ball why wasn't he waking up, and Ball used his demon eye to look at the body of Minsu. He said that there is nothing wrong with his body, and no spells or curses either. Lu mentioned for Giju to give the boy a potion, and Giju opened and poured the contents of the healing potion into Minsu's mouth. Slowly the boy opened his eyes and sat up. Giju asked the boy if he was fully awake, and Minsu just looked over at him. Giju asked Minsu if he remembered him, and Minsu just silently stared at him for a moment before asking Dad. Giju could not believe what he just heard. Back at the house, his sister and mom stared at his dumbfounded, while Minsu was hiding behind Giju's back. All Giju could do was laugh nervously at the situation he found himself in. His sister, jumping the gun, said, how could his brother bring home a child, while his mother took another leap forward saying she had a grandson, just when, where? Giju was scratching his chin saying that's not it, it was a long story, but is cut off by his sister excitingly shouting that it's only been a few days since he brought home Soo-young, isn't this way too soon? She can't believe she already has a nephew, but it's stopped by Giju forcefully grabbing her ears telling her to stop it, that's enough. His mother, having calmed down, asks so what's really going on, then Giju lets out a long sigh and starts to explain that he's the grandson of someone he's indebted to. Quietly, so Minsu might not overhear, he tells his mother that this child lost his family to an accident, and it looks like he lost his memory from the shock. While Minsu continued to hide behind Giju, squeezing his shirt. Then Giju continues to tell his mother that the kid thinks that he is his dad, and his mother replies, poor child. Crouching down, the mother asks the child what's his name, and the kid replies Minsu. The mother smiles happily and tells the child that he can just call her grandma, to which a shocked Giju asks, were you even listening to what he just said? Sometime later, we find Giju back in his gate letting out a long sigh. Lu asks, why'd he even go back home if he was just gonna run away like this anyways, but Giju replies that he needed to eat food, didn't he? Thinking back his mother's eyes, those were the eyes of someone who really wants a grandson. Giju asks Minsu if the food was good, and the kid replied yes while eating chips. Giju was thinking that it feels like the kid's mental age might have regressed a little as well. Lu says no wonder, he probably saw his real father trying to kill his grandfather, and was even kidnapped by him. Thinking about the trauma, Giju was trying to think of what to do. Then El spoke up saying won't his memory return if he sees a place or item related to his grandfather. Giju though about the workshop, then Lu reminded him that it was the very site of the trauma. Brunhart reminded Giju about the hammer, and recalling it told Minsu to look at this, while he pulled the small golden hammer from his pocket. Minsu upon seeing the hammer was odd, Giju asks him if he knew what this was, and the kid kept saying it was pretty. Minsu jumped onto his feet and stared at the hammer in admiration, while Giju commented that it looks like he likes it. Just then, the hammer started to glow in Minsu's hands and then suddenly increase in size. Giju was shocked that the small hammer got a lot bigger. Lu commented, as expected of Paimon's descendant, he's blessed by all armaments, while Minsu was swinging the hammer easily. With eyes that looked like if the body was possessed, Minsu approached the coffin and raising the hammer, he struck a blow to the center, cracking the coffin in half down the middle. Then he started to swing the hammer on the remains, using only the hammer in sculpting. Giju commented, is it really possible to sculpt something with just a hammer and without a chisel? And Lu told him not to think about it in human standards, since Paimon is on another level compared to ordinary blacksmiths. When Giju mentioned it's unlike Lu to praise someone so much, to which Lu replied that it's because he's one of the few demons who didn't betray him. The hammering went on till the wee hours of the night. On the next day, Giju was cradling Minsu in his arms, saying that he must be tired from using a hammer larger than himself and focused solely on sculpting for 9 hours straight. Lu remarked that his stamina is impressive, as expected of Paimon's descendant. Just the fact that potions work on him, and he is able to enter the tower proves that he's no ordinary person. He can now understand why that geezer said he's a more talented blacksmith than him. Lu continued saying that for someone with no memories, he sure sculpted his grandfather accurately, while we see the gray stone statue of the elder crouching down in front of Giju. Then Lu told Giju that it looks like all the preparations are complete, to which Giju asked what preparations. Lu said, are you just gonna do nothing with that sculpture, since that is not just some exhibition piece but a vessel? Shocked by this revelation, Giju asks was he suggesting, and Lu confirmed that it can be used to resurrect the geezer with that. Giju got up with a sleeping Minsu still in his arms and said a vessel to hold an ego, but the Mister's ego was, and Lu replied that's right, only a fragment remains. El spoke up saying that Brunhart was able to inherit its old memory even though it was destroyed, so as long as he wasn't completely gone, there must be a way. Giju silently pondered for a while, and then reached out with his hand to touch the scripture while activating Link. Then a glow of energy started to emit from the scripture, and the system notified him that the link has been established. Giju had thought correctly, this was a egoless ego, same as the other gears from Mr.'s shop. He should be able to resurrect him if he put an ego into this, but a way to restore an ego fragment, is there really such a way, he wondered. As if by magic, Bal appeared beside him and said there is, shocking Giju. After taking Minsu back home and putting on his bed to sleep, he returned to the gate. Inside, Bal marveled at the statue and said it was a marvelous vessel, as expected of Paimon's descendant. Lu questioned as he was listening this whole time, the sly demon. Giju asked Bal if he was sure that there was a way, and he replied around 50%, since he can't be certain. Since Giju's existence itself is unprecedented, and since there is no precedent, it's impossible to be certain. While Giju just stood silently, Lu said that he says that. But he brought it up because he's almost certain, what an egotistical bastard. Bal goes on to say that first they need to restore the elder's ego, and actually to do this, they already have all the materials. The ego fragment, and the piece of ego that he possesses, can be used to restore the defected ego by synthesizing those two. Giju, surprised by this revelation, asked how did he know about the piece of ego and synthese, and Bal replied that he heard it from Su Young, which made Giju curse that damn demonic eye. El just called her a big mouth. Bal continued in any case, he can restore the ego to its original form with that, but that doesn't mean he can fully restore its essence. An ego isn't something that can be restored so easily. And snapping his fingers, he said that's way you'll need this, producing the Holy Sword 9 and a transparent crystal. Then started to go into a long-winded explanation explaining the process,
but Giju told him to wait, since even if he explained it like that, he had no idea what he but was cut off by Ball saying that he might have went on for too long. Giju questioned, was he always like this, and Lu replied that this is the problem with researchers, but he more or less get it after hearing his explanation, so he will try to explain it to him as simple as possible, so just do as he commands. First pick up the Holy Sword 9 and the transparent crystal. Looks like 9 has been completely corrupted into a demonic sword, it was probably Baal's doing. Lu continued to instruct saying, now synthesize the ego fragment with the piece of ego and let 9 absorb them, it's a sword that already has an absorption ability, so it'll occur naturally. Giju did as he was told. Holding the Holy Sword 9 in his hand and started the synthesis of Huang Jichel's fragment and a piece of ego. The system notified him that synthesizing the main ego Huang Jichel's fragment and sub-ego the piece of ego. As the glow on the sword started to shine brightly, Lu explained that all 3 parts has been mixed, and now bring the transparent crystal near 9. As Giju brought the crystal near the sword, the blended materials within the holy sword was being sucked into the crystal. As the process removed the remaining power of life within the sword 9, it started to rapidly break down. At this, Giju was wondering if he was doing it correctly, since the sword started to disappear. Grinning in the back like a mad scientist, Ball thought without a doubt, this was a sign of undeniable success. As the crystal fully absorbed the powers, it shined so brightly that it could be seen miles away. As the less parts of the Sword of 9 fell to the ground, a shining ball remained, and the system notification informed him that synthesis has succeeded, and Huang Jichel's fragment has changed into Huang Jichel's ego. Holding the glowing ball in his hands, Giju remarked that it worked. Waving towards the statue, Ball said, now for the finishing touch. While taking a big gulp to calm his nerves, Giju approached the statue, thinking that if the granting succeeds as well, then this won't simply be creating an ego, but restoring a dead person's ego. It will be no different from resurrection. As Giju touched the ball to the statue, blue swirling energy started to cover the statue. A few moments later, the statue started to crack off, while Ball, with anticipation in his eyes, thought finally. As more cracks appeared, some of the pieces of the stone started to fall off. Then a brightly shining light started to encase the status and shoot up into the sky, and Giju had to use his arms to cover his eyes. Giju thought that his life, with no sliver of hope whatsoever, started to change after his meeting with egos. First was Lu. Then came El. Followed by Brunhart, Rain, and Hermes and Oberon. He was able to cure his mother's disease, became the Demon King's disciple, and even became the master of a gate. The egos were always at the center of the changes in his life. The completely new ego, different from the others, which is now in front of him. A completely unprecedented being, ego human. As soon as the light dissipated, an elder was revealed inside that suddenly opened his eyes. He looked incredulously at his hands in disbelief. Giju continued thinking that even he didn't know what result this change would bring in the future. Then the gaze of the elders shifted over to him, and the system notified him that the Guardian has been completed. Meanwhile, at the Iron Guild office, Iron Shield was looking out the office window saying that several abnormal gates will appear soon, and his guild will use that as an excuse to expand to his territory and aim for the Demon King. He understands that if things go as he suggested, then it's certainly a fine scenario. And what did he say his name was? At this, a foot stepped out from the shadows, and he said that he was the leader of the Carven Guild, Ras. We see a man with half his face shown in the light to be normal, while the other half within the shadow has demonic features, such as a red demonic eye with horn and wings. Please call me Ras. Subscribe to the channel for the next part. Thank you for watching, until next time.